Chapter 189. Brat, what's wrong with you? Old Tortoise turned around and saw Gu Fei holding his head and screaming. His face was distorted and he looked like he was in extreme pain. Chaotic divine radiance was emitting from his forehead. Wah! Gu Fei rolled on the ground, constantly banging his head against the ground as if he had gone mad. Furthermore, he was extremely strong. Bang! Bang! Amidst the banging sounds, the hard ground was completely shattered, and small pits were created by his head. Gu Fei's head seemed to be made of fine iron. It was not damaged at all under the violent impact. Brat! Old Tortoise hurried forward and wanted to help Gu Fei up. However, just as his right hand touched Gu Fei's shoulder, a strong force came from Gu Fei's body and shook off Old Tortoise's hand. This. Old Tortoise was shocked. It was the chaotic force. Gu Fei's body was shrouded in a layer of chaotic force. How could this be? Old Tortoise was inexplicably shocked. However, Old Tortoise did not have any time to think about this problem. Because from the direction of the square, there was a powerful aura that made Old Tortoise's heart palpitate. 108 fighting souls charged forward. 108 illusory figures exuded a mighty force that caused the heavens and earth to shake violently. Old Tortoise dodged to the side immediately. Even his corpse general doppelganger retreated with him. These fighting souls were extremely powerful. If he did not retreat, he would die. Just as the 108 fighting souls rushed to the front of Gu Fei suddenly stopped screaming and struggling. He raised his head. Chi! A streak of chaotic divine radiance shot forward the moment Gu Fei raised his head. The dozen fighting souls that were charging at the forefront were instantly annihilated by the chaotic divine radiance. The other fighting souls dodged the chaotic divine radiance that swept towards them. Some of them could not dodge in time and were swept by the chaotic divine radiance. The parts that were swept by the chaotic divine radiance instantly disappeared in the void. Hiss! Old Tortoise could not help but gasp when he saw this. If he did not dodge just now, he would be the one who was swept by the chaotic divine radiance. Roar! Gu Fei roared at the sky. Dazzling divine light radiated from between his eyebrows. It was as if a divine eye had appeared between his eyebrows. Beams of chaotic divine light shot out continuously. Pang! Pang! Another two powerful fighting souls were destroyed by the chaotic divine light. Everywhere the chaotic divine light passed through, everything turned into nothingness. It was as if nothing could stop it and it was extremely overbearing. However, those undying fighting souls did indeed possess the undying divine sense. The dozen fighting souls that had been destroyed by the chaos divine light reappeared from the 108 stone statues around the square. They rushed out of the stone statues and continued to attack Gu Fei. Gu Fei seemed to have fallen into madness. The divine light between his eyebrows kept flashing, and the chaotic divine light shot out randomly. One of the divine lights hit the mountain and river cauldron in the center of the square. The moment the mountain and river cauldron was hit by the divine light, it disappeared into thin air. No one could clearly see how the mountain and river cauldron disappeared. The disappearance of the mountain and river cauldron caused the countless corpse soldiers that had stood up on the square to fall to the ground in disorder. They had completely lost the ability to move. Gu Fei stood up from the ground in pain. A virtual world appeared outside his body. In the hazy virtual world, there were thousands of stars above and a boundless land below. Between heaven and earth, there were mountains, rivers, lakes, seas, and mountains. It was a representation of everything in the world. Although these were virtual images and not real existences, they were projections of the real world. The hazy world that lingered around Gu Fei's body did not last long. In the next moment, the image of the world began to blur. In the end, it turned into a mass of chaos. This brat is so lucky. Old Tortoise's eyes almost popped out of their sockets when he saw the real image of a world surging out from Gu Fei's body. If he had guessed correctly, the chaotic origin fetus must have entered the brat's Naiwan palace. Old Tortoise could sense the aura of the chaotic origin fetus from between Gu Fei's eyebrows. However, no one knew that at this moment, Gu Fei was enduring inhuman pain. He had been very unlucky to have been hit by a fist-sized ball of light. This should not have been a big deal, but unfortunately, the ball of light had struck Gu Fei's forehead. Then, the chaotic origin fetus had actually burrowed into his brain. More accurately, it had entered Gu Fei's spiritual sea. A person's spiritual sea was located in the Naiwan palace between the eyebrows. This was what cultivators referred to as the location of a person's spiritual soul, as well as the place where the primordial spirit resided. Given Gu Fei's current cultivation base, there was no way he could open the Naiwan palace, which was a great treasure of the human body. However, now that the chaotic origin fetus had burrowed into his Naiwan palace, it was equivalent to opening the Naiwan palace in disguise. In this sense, not only was Gu Fei not unlucky, but he was actually quite lucky, which could be considered a blessing in disguise. However, Gu Fei felt like his brain was being stuffed with a foreign object, causing his brain to feel like it was about to explode. His mind was in a complete mess. The tearing pain drove Gu Fei crazy. It was a pain that originated from the depths of his spiritual sea. Nothing in the world could be more intense than this kind of pain. That was because this kind of pain was directly applied on the mental level. Compared to the physical pain, it was many times more intense. This was the reason why Gu Fei seemed to have gone crazy. The forceful opening of his Naiwan palace had caused Gu Fei to enter a frenzied state. It was as if thousands of lightning bolts had exploded in his head, causing him to want to smash his head. However, he could not do as he wished. As a cultivator, Gu Fei's body was far too strong, and his body was also enveloped by chaotic energy. Rumble. Gu Fei's Naiwan palace was originally in absolute darkness. However, after the chaotic origin fetus burrowed into his Naiwan palace, it brought the first ray of light to the endless darkness. If one cultivated to an extremely high level on the path of cultivation, the Naiwan palace would eventually be opened. However, Gu Fei had taken a shortcut that he had never imagined. Gu Fei howled crazily. The endless tearing pain from his Naiwan palace drove him into a frenzy and almost caused him to have a mental breakdown. Streaks of chaotic divine light shot out from the crack between his eyebrows, becoming more and more intense as it swept out in all directions. For a moment, the 108 fighting souls that were closing in on him were unable to get close to him. Some of the fighting souls attacked Gu Fei with their most powerful forbidden skills, and an endless torrent of energy drowned him in an instant. However, Gu Fei, who was in a frenzy, broke through the empty space and dashed out. This was not his own power, but the power of the chaotic origin fetus. However, just as Gu Fei dashed out of the torrent of energy, the Tai Chi yin-yang diagram that was enveloping the sky above the square shrank rapidly and dashed towards Gu Fei. The yin-yang chi wrapped around the Tai Chi yin-yang jade pendant and, as if it had teleported, it appeared in front of Gu Fei in an instant. Then, without any hesitation, it entered Gu Fei's body. Boom! The Tai Chi yin-yang diagram directly appeared on Gu Fei's body, and the power of yin and yang exploded in Gu Fei's body. At that instant, Gu Fei's eyes instantly turned fierce. He suddenly quietened down, stopped screaming, and stopped going crazy. There seemed to be a ball of burning divine fire jumping in his eyes, and two streaks of black and white divine light shot out from his eyes towards the two fighting souls that were closing in on him. Clang! The two faint fighting souls raised the weapons in their hands to block. When the two streaks of divine light that shot out from Gu Fei's eyes collided with the weapons in the hands of the fighting souls, the sound of metal colliding was heard. At this moment, Gu Fei seemed to have become a different person. With a raise of his hand, he directly shattered the sky and cracked the ground. He was extremely powerful. He soared into the sky and fought endlessly with the 108 undying fighting souls in the air. The mighty aftershock of the battle shook the entire primordial savage city. The old tortoise was extremely shocked. He never thought that things would develop like this. Gu Fei seemed to be controlled by the soul in the Tai Chi Yin-Yang diagram. The Tai Chi Yin-Yang diagram was definitely a taboo item before the primordial age, but even an antique like the old tortoise could not see the origin of the Tai Chi Yin-Yang diagram. However, the existence of a soul in the Tai Chi Yin-Yang diagram was an indisputable fact. This made the old tortoise very afraid, and he was even more worried about Gu Fei's safety. Because no one knew whether the mysterious soul in the Tai Chi Yin-Yang diagram would harm Gu Fei. Such a person could control the divine diagram. Wouldn't it be as easy as flipping his hand to erase Gu Fei's spiritual consciousness and turn Gu Fei into a walking corpse? The palm points to heaven and earth, the world is in my hands. Gu Fei shouted. Under the control of the Tai Chi Yin-Yang diagram, his hands moved. Two vortexes, one black and one white, emerged in his palms and then spread out. The power of the yin and yang of the world seemed to have gathered on Gu Fei's hands. Amidst the monstrous energy fluctuations, two huge vortexes, one black and one white, appeared between the heaven and the earth. The endless power of the yin and yang seemed to be able to swallow the heaven and the earth. It emitted a terrifying fluctuation and swallowed the 108 fighting souls, as if it wanted to devour their spiritual souls. The 108 fighting souls were completely engulfed by the two yin and yang vortexes. The 108 fighting souls continued to roar and emit terrifying energy fluctuations. They constantly bombarded the two vortexes, violently resisting the devouring of the vortexes formed by the yin and yang qi of the world. However, the endless power of the yin and yang continued to surge out from the huge energy vortexes. The space it covered became wider and wider, and it gradually surrounded the 108 fighting souls. Above the sky, the endless black light and white light completely enveloped the sky. Half of the sky was dark, while the other half was white. The mighty divine radiance drowned the 108 battle souls. At this time, Dan Chenzi and the others had already successfully escaped from the ancient ominous city and came to a forest outside the city. They raised their heads and looked into the city. When they saw the two black and white vortexes in the sky, everyone was incomparably shocked. In the primordial vicious city, another unimaginable change seemed to have occurred. Amongst the crowd, other than Dongfang Qin and Lei Ao, the two senior and junior brothers, everyone could not help but be a little worried about Gu Fei and the turtle demon, who were still in the city. Chapter 190. The ancient ominous city was shaking. Gu Fei stood in the air above the central square of the ominous city. His long hair fluttered in the wind, making him look like both a god and a demon. The crack between his eyebrows was like a divine eye, flashing with dazzling divine light. Beams of chaotic divine light shot out from the divine eye from time to time, shattering the void and tearing the heaven and earth apart. The 108 extremely powerful immortal fighting souls were unable to get close to him. At the same time, under the control of the Tai Chi Yin-Yang diagram, Gu Fei displayed the terrifying power of controlling heaven and earth. The yin and yang power of heaven and earth gathered in Gu Fei's hands, forming two yin-yang vortexes that shrouded the heaven and earth. Gu Fei was unaware of all this. His consciousness had long fallen into a coma. It was the power of the divine diagram that temporarily controlled his body. The endless yin and yang power in his palm caused the heaven and earth to collapse, and the chaotic aura seeped out from the cracks in the void. The two huge yin-yang vortexes seemed to be sucking in the heaven and earth. The terrifying suction force greatly reduced the speed of the 108 powerful fighting souls in the air. Gu Fei actually wanted to swallow the 108 fighting souls into the energy vortex in his palm. The heaven and earth shook, and the rumbling sound was like muffled thunder. Not only the 108 battle souls, but even the white skeletons on the square and the countless ancient corpse soldiers on the square were also sucked up into the sky and thrown into the two terrifying vortexes. Whether it was tangible or intangible, material or intangible, everything in the heaven and earth was pulled into the vortexes by the terrifying suction force produced by the energy vortexes. Terrifying. Old Turtle's eyes bulged out when he saw the scene in front of him. He could not imagine that Gu Fei, who was controlled by the Tai Chi yin-yang diagram, was so powerful. However, the 108 fighting souls were not to be trifled with. They suddenly roared at the sky, and a terrifying power fluctuation suddenly spread out from their tall figures. The 108 fighting souls directly attacked at the same time, bombarding the two energy vortexes that sealed the heaven and earth. The 108 fighting souls attacked at the same time, and the power was so great that it could split the heaven and earth. A terrifying energy storm suddenly erupted high up in the sky. Space was annihilated, the void shattered, and more than half of the two huge energy vortexes collapsed. Without a doubt, the 108 fighting souls were enough to fight against Gu Fei, who was controlled by the Tai Chi yin-yang diagram. Amidst the rumbling sounds, it was as if the sky was falling and the earth was shattering. A terrifying destructive energy swept out. The indestructible ancient corpse soldier and the shattered immortal god skeleton were instantly turned into nothingness. As the aftershock descended, the heavens and earth shook violently. Hideous cracks continuously appeared on the plaza, spreading to the surroundings. Old Tortoise quickly retreated further away with his corpse general clone. He didn't want to be caught in the crossfire. The 108 fighting souls were forced back by Gu Fei, and Gu Fei took the opportunity to make use of the strong rebounding force. His body turned into a ray of light and rushed out of the square. Gu Fei was in a terrible situation right now. The Chaos Origin embryo had entered Gu Fei's Naiwen Palace and was controlling the sea of consciousness within. On the other hand, the mysterious Tai Chi yin-yang diagram had occupied Gu Fei's body. The power of chaos and yin-yang interacted in Gu Fei's body. The mighty power of the Tai Chi yin-yang diagram seemed to be trying to force the Chaos Origin embryo out of his Naiwen Palace. The divine eye between Gu Fei's eyebrows. A powerful energy wave surged out. As it opened and closed, rays of dazzling light shot out, shattering the void between heaven and earth. However, apart from Gu Fei's head, which was occupied by the Chaos Origin embryo, every other part of his body, including every inch of his skin, was filled with the power of yin-yang. In other words, there were two forces in Gu Fei's body. These two forces constantly collided and divided Gu Fei's body into two different forces. Brat, wait up. Old Tortoise saw that Gu Fei had started to rush out of the square. He couldn't help but rush towards Gu Fei. The two mysterious and heaven-defying treasures were on Gu Fei's body. Old Tortoise was very interested in Gu Fei's body. Gu Fei, Old Tortoise, and Old Tortoise's corpse general doppelganger moved extremely fast in the air. In an instant, the three of them rushed out of the square. Behind them, the 108 fighting souls with earth-shattering energy waves rushed towards Gu Fei, Old Tortoise, and the others. Swoosh! Gu Fei suddenly turned around. A ray of chaos divine light immediately shot out from his divine eye. The terrifying power of chaos swept through everything. Oh my God! The unlucky one who bore the brunt of the divine light was Old Tortoise, who was following closely behind Gu Fei. This made Old Tortoise's hair stand on end and he had goosebumps all over his body. Then, Old Tortoise didn't have time to think about other things. Swoosh! Old Tortoise disappeared from where he was like a cat that had its tail stepped on. The Old Tortoise reacted quickly and managed to escape. However, the corpse general avatar behind the Old Tortoise was not so lucky. As the chaotic divine light passed by, half of the indestructible martialist body's body immediately turned into nothingness and silently dissipated in the void. The indestructible martialist body that had become Old Tortoise's doppelganger was destroyed. Even such an extremely powerful martialist body couldn't withstand the attack of the Chaos Divine Light. Old Tortoise's ancient corpse general doppelganger only had a head, a left arm, the left half of its body, and a left leg left. No blood flowed out of the horrifying wound. The everlasting essence blood was bound by the immortal warrior body. Ancient corpse generals, whether they were alive or dead, were people with flesh and blood, so their flesh and blood were immortal. Flesh and blood surged, muscles and bones were regenerating, and half of the corpse general doppelganger's body was rapidly growing. This was a horrifying scene. That chaos divine light annihilated half of the ancient corpse general doppelganger's body, but its momentum didn't diminish. It continued to sweep toward the 108 battle souls that were chasing behind. Several faint and unreal tall figures attacked at the same time, blasting away this chaos divine light. Those battle souls that attacked were also shaken and sent flying. Gu Fei turned around and shot out another chaos divine light. Then, ignoring the old tortoise and the battle souls that were chasing after him, he directly rushed out of the city. Under the hazy night sky, the gray and brown death fog floated in the sky above the primordial ominous city. Streaks of chaos divine light shot out and dispersed the death fog. A figure with black and white yin and yang energy quickly streaked across the sky, tearing a long hole in the sky above the primordial ominous city and instantly disappearing. After the figure with yin and yang energy passed by, another huge tortoise shadow quickly flew over the primordial ominous city. Behind the tortoise shadow, however, was a lively scene. A large group of faint and unreal figures were chasing after the tortoise shadow in front of them and bombarding it from time to time. Surging energy burst out in dazzling light, instantly illuminating the sky and the earth. These people could all fly in the air. Conservatively speaking, their cultivation bases were all above the void-controlling realm. In the cultivation world of the Tinglong continent, void-controlling realm cultivators were called grand cultivators. On the Tinglong continent, under the situation where the peerless experts of the demigod realm and supreme saint realm were extinct, the great cultivators of the void-controlling realm had become the strongest cultivators in the Tinglong continent. Moreover, the cultivation bases of the people chasing above the primordial ominous city didn't seem to be suppressed by the power of the heaven ruin realm. Some of the people who were wandering outside the primordial ominous city were shocked to see this scene. The demon-like figure at the forefront rushed out of the primordial ominous city as if it had teleported. Then, like a bolt of lightning, it plunged into a dense primitive forest in the south. Immediately after, a huge stone tortoise shell also rushed out of the city and chased after the figure in front of it to the south. However, the large group of faint and unreal figures emitting terrifying auras seemed to be unable to leave the primordial ominous city, and they all landed on the city wall. There were as many as 108 faint figures. Each of them gave off an extremely powerful aura, standing on the city wall like insurmountable mountains. The people who were watching from outside the city were all shocked by the overwhelming fighting spirit emitted by those fighting souls, and their hearts palpitated. Dan Chenzi, Li Lingfeng, and the others who had rushed out of the east gate of the primordial ominous city did not see anyone rushing out of the city in the air. Because Gu Fei and the old tortoise had retreated to the south. Only the people who were watching the primordial ominous city from outside the south gate were able to see this shocking scene. The primordial ominous city gradually calmed down. The strange phenomenon in the sky above the city square had already dissipated, and the huge city had once again returned to its former tranquility. Roar! The 108 fighting souls suddenly roared at the sky. Their voices shook the heaven and earth, and even the grayish-brown deathly fog above the huge city was dispersed by the sound. Everyone was inexplicably shocked, and then they saw the faint figures begin to retreat into the city. Seeing this, everyone could not help but let out a sigh of relief. Those phantoms brought them endless pressure. No one dared to take a step into the primordial ominous city again. Because no one would joke around with their own lives. It was obvious to everyone that the figures in the city were absolutely terrifying existences. Dan Chinzi and the others looked at the streets of the city from the east gate. They were anxiously waiting for Gu Fei and the old tortoise to appear. At the same time, a forest in the south of the city welcomed its guests. A huge stone tortoise shell fell from the sky and smashed into the forest. The forest was instantly destroyed by the stone tortoise shell. Dust and tree fragments rushed into the sky. Swoosh! Swoosh! Two figures suddenly rushed out of the stone tortoise shell and revealed themselves. One of them was very strange. He had the head of a dragon, but he carried a tortoise shell on his back. The other person was an extremely mighty middle-aged man who was over 9 feet tall. This middle-aged man was the corpse general clone of the old tortoise. The dragon-headed, tortoise-bodied fellow who was standing like a human was the old tortoise. The old tortoise kept the stone tortoise shell and rushed to the top of a short hill with the corpse general clone. He raised his head and looked at the primitive dense forest that Gu Fei had rushed into. The dense forest in front of them rippled with boundless energy. The forest began to tremble, and rays of chaotic divine light shot out from the dense forest from time to time. The shadow of a giant cauldron could vaguely be seen in the forest. Chapter 191. For 3 days in a row, the old tortoise waited outside the primitive forest. He did not dare to set foot in that part of the forest because it had been enveloped by the yin and yang qi of heaven and earth. Moreover, within the yin and yang qi, a huge figure loomed. Although it was an illusory figure, it exuded an extremely frightening aura. This made the old tortoise very afraid. Which antique's remnant soul is this? The old tortoise stood on the short mountain and looked ahead. However, he could not see anything except for the frightening phantom that towered between heaven and earth like an ancient divine mountain. Someone had sealed the space in front of him. That person was very frightening. The old tortoise knew that it must be the antique in the Tai Chi yin and yang diagram who had not died completely. In the old tortoise's memory, among the almighties he knew in ancient times, no one seemed to have a divine diagram as their divine treasure. Could it be a reclusive expert from ancient times? What on earth does he want? The old tortoise was very worried. He did not know whether Gu Fei, who was sealed in that space by the yin and yang qi, was dead or alive. Behind the old tortoise stood a black-haired middle-aged man in ancient armor. He was 9 feet tall and had a majestic appearance. He was the ancient corpse general whose mud-pill palace was occupied by the old tortoise's divine sense clone and became his outer body incarnation. This ancient corpse general was different from the other ancient corpse soldiers. When he was alive, he must have been a frightening warrior who had cultivated to the indestructible body realm. Even after death, his body remained immortal after countless years. This was all because the flesh and blood of this indestructible body realm was immortal, its blood essence was inexhaustible, and it also contained a vast power. For the old tortoise, this was a perfect cauldron. The old tortoise used these 3 days to completely consolidate the divine sense clone. The wisp of divine sense that was separated from the old tortoise's primordial spirit completely fused with the ancient corpse general and began to gradually transform the death chi on the ancient corpse general's body, revitalizing the indestructible body realm. Of course, this process was very difficult. It could be said to be a heaven-defying act. The others who had entered the ruined heaven realm also noticed the strangeness of this place. However, no one dared to approach this area. The terrible shadow looming in the middle of the yin and yang qi deterred all those who wanted to peep at it. No one was willing to take risks, especially in the ruined heaven realm. The yin and yang qi enveloped a part of the world. At the center of the yin and yang qi, a Tai Chi yin-yang diagram was slowly rotating. The endless yin and yang qi were surging out from the 2 Tai Chi eyes of the Tai Chi diagram. A figure sat cross-legged in the air above the Tai Chi diagram. That figure was Gu Fei. At this moment, Gu Fei's eyes were tightly shut. On his forehead, between his eyebrows, there was a slit that resembled a divine eye that was constantly opening and closing. The divine eye seemed to be connected to another space, or it could be said to be a world. Streaks of chaotic divine light shot out from it and then dissipated into the yin and yang qi. One leaf, one world. One flower, one world, a faintly discernible voice came from the Tai Chi diagram below Gu Fei. An extremely faint psychic fluctuation came from the Tai Chi diagram, as if it was communicating with Gu Fei. Right now, Gu Fei's divine sense seemed to have fallen into the boundless chaos, as if it was flying above the 9 heavens. In the hazy haze, it seemed like it could not grasp any point to exert force on. Like a dream and yet not a dream, like being awake and yet not awake, Gu Fei fell into a mysterious mental state. Who are you? Gu Fei did not say anything, but asked in his mind. He was communicating with that illusory person in his mind. There was no need for words, but it was better than talking. Who am I? Such a psychic fluctuation came from the Tai Chi diagram. The person seemed to be very confused, as if he did not even recognize himself. You. Have you forgotten the past? Gu Fei asked. Have you forgotten? Sort of. That illusory voice sounded in Gu Fei's mind. It was very calm and emotionless, as if it was indifferent to everything. Where are you? Gu Fei asked in his mind. I am temporarily residing in your body. The voice answered. Strangely, Gu Fei did not have any strong emotional fluctuations. He was still in a state of half dreaming and half awake. His heart was incomparably calm, as if nothing could wake him up from this state. You are the person in the jade pendant. The jade pendant? Yes, sort of. The person did not deny it. What do you want to do? Gu Fei's mind was still as calm as a mirror. There was no joy, no sorrow, no shock, and no fear. Everything seemed to be as it should be. I don't want you to die. Your body is suitable for me to temporarily reside in, and I don't want to see a perfect world seed wither. The voice sounded in Gu Fei's mind as it answered. World seed. I will die. Hearing this, Gu Fei's mind was still strangely calm. Even he began to feel incredulous. The mountain and river cauldron, after countless years, has absorbed an endless amount of world origin qi and nurtured a seed. This seed has been taken by you. The Tai Chi diagram transmitted this mental wave. Use your heart to sense the world in your heart. Imagine the world in your heart and then merge with that seed. You will open up your world. After the Tai Chi diagram transmitted this mental wave, it completely fell silent and did not appear again. As for Gu Fei, he did not ask any more questions. Everything was so harmonious, so natural. The world in my heart. Gu Fei's thoughts sometimes soared above the 9 heavens palace, sometimes looked down at the mountains and rivers of the earth from the sky, sometimes felt like he was immersed in a boundless flood, and sometimes felt like he was in a blazing flame. Sometimes he felt like his soul was blown away by the strong wind in the 9 heavens and dissipated into nothingness. Sometimes he felt like he fell on the ground and was covered by the endless soil. At this moment, within Gu Fei's Naiwen palace, the endless darkness that was illuminated by the chaotic nascent embryo began to surge. Chaos, that's right, the silent, soundless, and absolutely peaceful world began to turn into a boundless chaos. The chaotic aura was exactly the same as the aura of the chaotic embryo. There was no difference at all. Boundless primordial chaos engulfed the chaotic nascent embryo. At the center of the primal chaos zone, the primal chaos nascent embryo began to manifest the elements of earth, water, wind, and fire according to Gu Fei's senses. Boundless water, raging flames, astral winds from the 9 heavens, boundless earth, a seed was germinating and growing. Moreover, this was not an ordinary seed, but a seed that could be said to be a perfect world. The boundless sea of consciousness in the Mudpill Palace was an undeveloped world that was always silent and dark. It was a world in absolute silence and darkness. The chaotic embryo was both a seed and an inducement. However, with Gu Fei's cultivation, if the yin and yang qi released by the Tai Chi yin-yang pattern did not trap the chaotic embryo in his Mudpill Palace, Gu Fei's Mudpill Palace would be broken by the power of the chaotic embryo. If the Mudpill Palace was broken and his spirit was destroyed, Gu Fei would die. His spirit would be destroyed and he would disappear from this world forever. The earth, water, wind, and fire in the center of the sea of consciousness, which had turned into chaos, were like sparks of fire. There was no chaotic embryo there. A space gradually appeared where the chaotic embryo used to be. It was a space with a radius of less than 3 meters, surrounded by chaos. Is this the pseudo-world? I seem to have sensed it. In the chaos, the earth, water, wind, and fire formed a space. Immediately, Gu Fei's divine thought arrived in this small space. Gu Fei sat quietly in the air above the Tai Chi yin-yang pattern. The yin and yang qi surged out from the Tai Chi eye and surrounded him. It was this vast power of yin and yang that sealed the chaotic embryo in Gu Fei's Mudpill Palace. At this moment, Gu Fei's state of mind was still as calm as a mirror. The magic skill in his body was running naturally. The real essence qi was not violent, but flowed through his meridians, flesh, tendons, and bones like running water. Gu Fei's inner space was too small. It was less than 3 meters in radius and was surrounded by chaos. Only a piece of yellow sand existed. The existence of the sand made Gu Fei feel that it was real. Gu Fei knew that the inner space needed to be refined like a magic weapon, so it could gradually expand. His Mudpill Palace was like an endless chaos, and Gu Fei was the person who created the world. The bigger one's heart was, the wider one's world would be. The inner space could be turned into a pseudo-world, and the pseudo-world could be turned into a pseudo-world. As this continued to evolve and refine, Gu Fei believed that this inner space would eventually grow into a world that belonged to him. On the afternoon of the 4th day, the yin and yang qi that had sealed off this part of the world began to retreat like the tide. The tall shadow within the yin and yang qi also disappeared, as if it had never appeared in the first place. A figure sitting on the Tai Chi yin-yang pattern in the air appeared. Then, the spiritual qi in the world suddenly surged wildly and gathered toward Gu Fei from all directions. The dense spiritual qi formed a whirlwind that revolved around Gu Fei and quickly rushed into his body through the vertical line on his forehead. The old tortoise, who was still guarding the short hill and paying close attention to the movements in the dense forest ahead, jumped up from the ground. The scene in front of him startled him, but he did not cry out. At this moment, sitting cross-legged in the air above the Tai Chi yin-yang pattern, Gu Fei's divine sense was still immersed in his inner space. However, an astonishing change had taken place in this small space. Endless spiritual qi kept pouring in, causing the chaotic zone in this space to shatter and the whole space to slowly expand. F***CK. This kid is plundering the spiritual qi of this pseudo-world. Endless spiritual qi surged toward Gu Fei from all directions, which made the old tortoise dumbfounded and frightened. The primitive forest below Gu Fei, which was full of vitality, began to wither and turn yellow. Roar! In the distance, in the ancient fierce city, the fighting souls were roaring, and in the ancient battlefield of bones, countless undead creatures were roaring. In the depths of the ruins heaven realm, the unexplored areas were giving off terrifying fluctuations. For a moment, the entire ruins heaven realm was in chaos. The old tortoise's expression changed. Chapter 192. Sitting cross-legged on the Tai Chi yin and yang diagram, Gu Fei was gathering spiritual qi from all directions. The vertical slit between his eyebrows was like a bottomless pit, constantly devouring the endless spiritual qi that was converging towards him. This was a predatory devouring of the spiritual qi of heaven and earth. The primitive forest that was brimming with vitality down below began to wither and yellow. Endless wood power was being sucked away, and the vitality of countless plants was gradually cut off. In the ruin heaven realm, both the areas that had been explored and the areas that hadn't been explored were experiencing unusual movements. In the primordial fierce city, invincible battle souls were roaring, and the entire city was trembling. In the ancient battlefield, undead creatures were roaring, and terrifying fluctuations were coming from unknown areas. "This kid seems to have gone too far," murmured the old turtle on the short mountain. He looked up at the ever-changing wind and clouds in the sky, his face growing extremely grim. The old turtle vaguely sensed that a terrifying power from heaven and earth was gathering. He had a very bad feeling that it was a power that could make even the common people tremble. However, Gu Fei seemed to be unaware that danger was approaching him. He was still devouring the endless spiritual qi, the essence of the sun, the essence of the moon, the essence of the wood, and all kinds of energy at the same time. In the endless chaotic area in his mud pill palace, the small space formed by the chaotic origin embryo was gradually expanding. The yellow sand that was 3 meters in circumference was gradually turning into soil. Although the surroundings were still chaotic, and there was no distinction between heaven and earth, the earth in the small space was gradually taking shape. In the end, the space that was only 15 meters in circumference slowly stabilized. For a person who had cultivated a pseudo-space in his body, the significance of this was no different from splitting heaven and earth. The foundation had been laid, and the future depended on the cultivator's development. Without a doubt, Gu Fei's starting point was much higher than anyone else's. Before others knew about the existence of the pseudo-heaven and earth, he had already taken the most crucial step in a cultivator's life. Among his peers, there was probably no one who could compare to him. After all, there probably wasn't another mountain and river cauldron or chaotic origin embryo in this world. All of Gu Fei's soul sense was immersed in the pseudo-space that he had opened up. He was unaware of everything happening in the outside world, let alone that the outside world had been completely messed up. The reason was very simple. The predatory devouring of the spiritual qi of heaven and earth seemed to have triggered some kind of taboo in the ruin heaven realm, causing heaven and earth to change color. The power of heaven and earth in the ruin heaven realm began to gather in the sky above Gu Fei, and a huge hand gradually took shape. Sure enough, I was wondering why that freak would abandon this pseudo-realm. It turns out that he left a spiritual imprint in this world. Seeing this scene, Old Tortoise knew that the freak from back then had a backup plan. That psychic brand had reacted the moment the ruin heaven realm's foundation had been threatened. If this spiritual imprint was not erased, no one would be able to take away this world. The old turtle's idea of going to the depths of the ruin heaven realm was immediately shattered. Although he had not really opened up a world, Gu Fei was already very satisfied. As his cultivation improved in the future, he would definitely be able to expand this pseudo-space. If he could open up his own pseudo-world, he would be able to replace himself to gather endless spiritual qi of heaven and earth. For a cultivator, this was equivalent to opening up a place in his body that could store endless spiritual qi of heaven and earth. It went without saying what this meant for a cultivator. Moreover, in the space that he had opened up, he would be the maker of all the laws. All the laws of heaven and earth were created by him. Whatever he wanted to, it would happen. If he devoured the enemy and fought in the space that he controlled, the result of the battle could be imagined. Of course, the most important thing was that the chaotic origin embryo bred from the mountain and river cauldron was a perfect world seed with infinite potential. It could grow into a real world. In the sky above Gu Fei, the power of destruction was gathering. The hand of destruction began to emit extremely terrifying fluctuations, causing the world to tremble. On the short mountain, the old turtle could not help but be anxious when he saw this. Obviously, the spiritual imprint that pervert had left behind had begun to attack Gu Fei. Gu Fei's behavior had destroyed the balance of this world and threatened the foundation of the ruin heaven realm. This was intolerable, because if Gu Fei continued to absorb the spiritual qi of heaven and earth, this pseudo-world would also suffer irreparable damage. Below the Tai Chi Yin and Yang diagram, the withering of the vegetation was still spreading. Within 100 miles, the rivers were cut off, the lakes were dried up, and the earth lost its greenery. The vitality of this world was gradually being cut off. However, at this moment, Gu Fei's divine sense was still immersed in his pseudo-space. Endless spiritual qi continued to pour in, completely stabilizing the space. Watching the space that he had opened up gradually growing was like watching his child slowly grow up. The joy was indescribable, and could not be expressed in words. He suddenly noticed that at the edge of his space, in the hazy chaos, there seemed to be the vague figure of a huge cauldron. In another direction, Gu Fei sensed another familiar fluctuation. In the chaos, it was a hazy, blurry sword shadow. That's... Gu Fei was very surprised. In the chaos, he discovered the aura of the sword soul on the mountain and river cauldron that had been taken away by the chaotic origin embryo. These two treasures seemed to be using the power of the chaos to nourish themselves. This discovery shocked Gu Fei. The power of chaos was extremely powerful, and could be said to be the source of all power. It was really unbelievable that these two treasures could use the power of chaos to strengthen themselves. Rumble. At this moment, the hand of destruction condensed from the endless power of heaven and earth above Gu Fei's head began to fall down. The sky immediately shattered, turning into the most primitive state of chaos. As soon as the hand of destruction moved, it immediately displayed a terrifying power that could destroy everything. Swoosh! Swoosh! On the short mountain, the old tortoise and his corpse general doppelganger immediately fled into the distance. No one knew better than the old tortoise how terrifying the huge hand that shrouded a part of the world was. If the ruined sky realm was a world, then the hand of destruction was the embodiment of heaven and earth. It could destroy anything in this world, and had the power to destroy heaven and earth. This power was difficult to resist. At least, it was not something that the old tortoise, whose cultivation had dropped greatly, could resist. Because to fight against the hand of destruction was to fight against the entire ruined sky realm. If the old tortoise still had the power to fight against this pseudo-realm, he would have long shattered the void and escaped from this pseudo-realm. He would not be in such a sorry state now. The hand of destruction slowly pressed down. Wherever it passed, the space collapsed and then shattered. Everything turned into chaos, destroying everything. Nothing could stop it. Under the cover of the hand of destruction, Gu Fei was still sitting cross-legged on the Tai Chi Yin-Yang pattern. He did not sense the approaching danger at all, and his life was on the line. The old tortoise's decision was definitely the wisest. Before the hand of destruction really hit the ground, the area covered by the huge hand began to crumble. The short mountain that the old tortoise was on melted and dissipated like snow under the scorching sun. Not even a speck of dust was left. Everything on the ground, including flowers, trees, stones, and even soil, was crumbling and melting. The divine pattern vibrated and released endless power of yin and yang to resist the terrifying power of destruction coming from the hand of destruction. The power of the Tai Chi Yin-Yang pattern seemed to be suppressed by the hand of destruction. Gu Fei. The old tortoise and his doppelganger rushed out for hundreds of miles before they stopped. When he turned around, the old tortoise saw an unbelievable scene. The hand of destruction falling from the sky was about to envelop Gu Fei and the divine pattern. The power of destruction seemed to be difficult to resist. The power of the Tai Chi Yin-Yang pattern was completely suppressed and could only barely protect Gu Fei. The space above Gu Fei's head was collapsing. It was caused by the terrifying power of the Tai Chi Yin-Yang pattern. However, the old tortoise was surprised to find that the space in front of Gu Fei was also collapsing. The chaos rift between Gu Fei's eyebrows flashed with chaotic divine light. Under the sweeping of the chaotic divine light, a space hole appeared in front of Gu Fei, and the hole slowly expanded. Just as the mountain-like hand of destruction in the sky finally came crashing down, the expanding spatial hole actually enveloped Gu Fei and the divine diagram below in the nick of time. Then, the huge space hole suddenly closed. Gu Fei and the Tai Chi yin-yang pattern suddenly disappeared into thin air, leaving nothing behind. The next moment, the space where Gu Fei was originally located was replaced by the power of destruction and turned into chaos in an instant. With the sudden disappearance of Gu Fei and the Tai Chi yin-yang pattern, the embodiment of heaven and earth, the giant hand of destruction, immediately lost its target. It gradually faded in the void and dissipated. How is this possible? That brat Gu Fei actually cultivated a pseudo-heaven and earth. In just 4 short days, he cultivated a pseudo-heaven and earth in just 4 short days. The old tortoise was stunned the moment he saw Gu Fei being wrapped in the huge space hole. His eyes almost popped out of their sockets. To him, this was absolutely impossible. If the news of cultivating a pseudo-heaven and earth in 4 days were to spread, it would be enough to shock the world. Even in the prosperous ancient times, no one could cultivate their own pseudo-heaven and earth in 4 days. This was because the first condition needed to open up a pseudo-heaven and earth was to understand heaven and earth. Understanding the nature of heaven and earth was the precipitation and accumulation of one's cultivation base, followed by sublimation. It could be concluded that Gu Fei was far from even meeting the first condition to open up a space and create a pseudo-heaven and earth. Could it be the chaotic origin embryo? The old tortoise seemed to have figured out the key to Gu Fei cultivating a pseudo-heaven and earth in just 4 short days. The old tortoise's guess was completely correct. At the juncture of life and death, Gu Fei successfully entered the space he had opened up, and his consciousness returned to his body at the same time. In this space with a radius of only 15 feet, there was only yellow sand and soil under his feet. Gu Fei stretched out his arms and shouted at the endless chaos above his head, "I have my own heaven and earth." Chapter 193. At this moment, Gu Fei was extremely excited. He was envious of the old tortoise's pseudo-world. Now, he also had his own pseudo-space. Soon, this pseudo-space would expand into a pseudo-world. Of course, this was only the beginning of a world. It was just a seed that was germinating. Whether this germinated seed could grow into a towering tree depended on Gu Fei's continuous refinement in the future. Gu Fei was confident that this pseudo-space would grow. At this moment, the Tai Chi yin-yang diagram that had re-entered Gu Fei's body rushed out of Gu Fei's chest and directly rushed into the chaotic zone at the edge of Gu Fei's pseudo-space. Vaguely, one could see a yin-yang jade pendant looming in the divine diagram. The misty chaotic chi began to gather towards the 2 Tai Chi eyes of the Tai Chi yin-yang diagram. Gu Fei still had some scruples about the Tai Chi yin-yang diagram. After all, there was a remnant soul in the divine diagram. The divine diagram was absorbing the chaotic chi to nourish itself. The birth of divine treasures in the chaos was equivalent to the birth of divine treasures before the world was formed. If they could truly grow and transform, the yin-yang jade pendant, the sword soul, and the mountain and river cauldron would become supreme treasures of the chaos. It was undeniable that whether the materials used to refine the 3 treasures were formed at the beginning of the world or were chaotic items before the world was formed. However, whether it was the yin-yang jade pendant, the mysterious sword chi, or the mountain and river cauldron, they were all refined by powerful figures in ancient times and were not naturally formed. The space that Gu Fei opened up was the embryonic form of a world, a seed that could grow into a world. The chaotic zone outside the space was no different from the state before the world was formed. The birth of the 3 treasures in the chaos might once again enhance the power and grade of the treasures, making them truly supreme treasures of the chaos that existed before the world was formed. However, Gu Fei didn't think that far ahead. With his current cultivation, he hadn't reached that stage yet. What he was thinking about now was how to retrieve the treasures in the primal chaos domain and how to get out of this space. Gu Fei sat cross-legged on the ground between the yellow sand and the soil and began to communicate with the sword soul in the chaotic zone. However, he was shocked to find that his divine sense could not penetrate the chaotic zone. The chaotic force had completely blocked out his soul. In other words, his soul could not even come into contact with the sword soul. Of course, he could not sense the existence of the sword soul. Gu Fei was not discouraged. After trying more than 10 times, he had no choice but to face reality. His spiritual will was not strong enough, so it was impossible for him to break through the barrier of primal chaos. Thus, Gu Fei could only accept this reality. Not only did he lose the divine weapon essence qi and sword soul that he had refined into his body, he also lost the yin-yang fish jade pendant. Of course, this was only temporary. Gu Fei vaguely felt that as long as his spiritual will was strong enough, he would be able to control the 3 treasures one day. Since he couldn't retrieve the 3 treasures for the time being, Gu Fei began to think about how to get out of this space. After all, this was a pseudo-space that he had refined himself. If he was trapped here until he died, it would be too embarrassing. He recalled how the old tortoise opened his pseudo-space, but he still had no clue. The old tortoise seemed to be very simple to enter and exit his pseudo-space. He could either tear the void and take a step out, or he could just disappear in the pseudo-space. Gu Fei felt as if he was grabbing onto something, but it was always separated by a layer of hazy veil, making it difficult for him to see the real scene behind the veil. It was hazy, as if it was right in front of him, but it also seemed to be far away. This feeling simply made Gu Fei have an impulse to go crazy. It was really torturous. Heaven and earth are created in the Mudpill Palace, and heaven and earth are in the Mudpill Palace. Gu Fei fell into deep thought about the pseudo-space, as if he had forgotten the passage of time. At the critical moment of life and death, Gu Fei escaped into the void and entered the space that he had created himself. While the old tortoise breathed a sigh of relief, he couldn't help but sigh at Gu Fei's luck. The giant hand of destruction that represented the incarnation of heaven and earth in the ruined sky realm began to dissipate after losing its target. Unable to sense the existence of any threat, the extremely terrifying power of heaven and earth that had gathered here returned to heaven and earth again. The hand of destruction finally completely dissipated in the void, and the terrifying pressure that came from the ruined sky realm, which was enough to intimidate all living beings in the world, also gradually disappeared. After Gu Fei entered the space that he had created, it was tantamount to him jumping out of the ruined sky realm and no longer being suppressed by it. Even the power of heaven and earth in the ruined sky realm could not sense Gu Fei's existence. He had completely disappeared from the ruined sky realm. Why is that brat's luck so good? He's a perfect seed of the world. The old tortoise asked the heavens speechlessly. His pseudo-heaven and earth had been moved out of his body by a special method and melted into the stone tortoise shell. Although the old tortoise didn't completely cut off his connection with the pseudo-heaven and earth, moving the pseudo-heaven and earth out of his body had made it impossible for the pseudo-heaven and earth to grow into a world again. Without the pseudo-heaven and earth that could grow into a world, it was as good as useless. However, if he hadn't done that at that time, the old tortoise's yuan qi would have long been completely exhausted by the formation that trapped him in the stone forest, and he would have died. How could he have survived until now? Melting the pseudo-heaven and earth into the stone tortoise shell was a last resort, and it turned out that the old tortoise's choice was right. The stone tortoise shell was indestructible, and was indeed the most powerful defensive treasure in the world. As long as the stone tortoise shell was not destroyed, the pseudo-heaven and earth would not be destroyed. This eventually allowed the old tortoise to survive in the stone forest formation, and he even met Gu Fei, who actually had more than one treasure on him. Treasures were not the weapons in the mortal world, nor were they the Dharma treasures of cultivators. In the entire Tinglong continent, divine treasures that could be called treasures were even rarer than phoenix feathers and qilin horns. The old tortoise's luck had taken a turn for the better. With the power of the treasures, he and Gu Fei had successfully escaped. Since then, the god of luck had been on the old tortoise's side. The old tortoise had found the mountain and river cauldron in the primordial ominous city. As a super antique, the old tortoise more or less knew some of the secrets of the mountain and river cauldron. The mountain and river cauldron was breeding a chaotic origin embryo, a perfect seed of the world. If the old tortoise could obtain this seed of the world, his pseudo-heaven and earth would once again have the potential to grow into a real world. This was also the reason why the old tortoise was unwilling to leave the ominous city even at the cost of his life. However, the god of luck did not favor the old tortoise this time. The chaotic origin embryo was not suppressed in the mountain and river cauldron again, nor was it taken away by the remnant soul in the Tai Chi Yin and Yang diagram. Instead, it had unfortunately burrowed into Gu Fei's Naiwen palace. While the old tortoise was shocked, he could not help but feel jealous. However, since things had come to this, he had no choice but to accept the reality. Why hasn't that kid come out yet? Even the old tortoise himself did not know how many times he had said this. He stood on a boulder by the stream, and from time to time, looked at the void where Gu Fei had disappeared. According to Gu Fei, they could only stay in the ruined sky realm for 10 days. Once the time was up, the spatial passage in and out of the ruined sky realm would close. At that time, they would be trapped in the ruined sky realm with no way out, and could only wait for the ruined sky realm to open again in 260 years. It had been 8 days since Gu Fei and the others had entered the ruined sky realm, and there were only 2 days left before the ruined sky realm closed. However, Gu Fei had entered the space he had created at this time, and no one knew when he would come out. This made the old tortoise anxious. They no longer had any time to waste. The old tortoise decided to wait one more day. If Gu Fei still did not show up, he would randomly grab someone and have them take him out of this damned place. That damn pervert actually left a spiritual brand in this false realm. It will be as difficult as ascending to the heavens to take this false realm, the old tortoise muttered to himself. I can only come back after my cultivation base has recovered. At that time, this false realm will be mine. After he broke free, he had wanted to take the risk of heading to the central area of the ruined sky realm to try to take this false realm and refine it into his own false realm. However, after discovering the contingency plan left behind by the Archean Almighty, he completely dispelled this idea. The spiritual brand left behind by that damn pervert was enough to kill him countless times over. Thinking of this, the old tortoise did not want to stay in this false realm for even a moment longer. He could not wait to get out. However, Gu Fei did not tell the old tortoise how to get out. Moreover, the old tortoise and Gu Fei had gone through life and death situations together, and had experienced many dangers together. Unless it was absolutely necessary, the old tortoise would not leave Gu Fei behind and leave alone. The red sun was setting in the west, and the western sky was dyed red by the afterglow of the setting sun. On the horizon, a flock of birds formed a V formation and flew toward the mountains in the south. In a dense forest that had not lost its vitality and the essence of plants had not been plundered, tiger roars could be heard from time to time. This forest was the territory of a ferocious tiger. Swoosh! A tall figure suddenly appeared outside the forest. Then, the ferocious tiger in the forest seemed to have sensed danger and stopped roaring. The mountain forest became quiet. This was the silence of the coming storm. Swoosh! With a swoosh, the tall figure blurred and rushed into the dense forest, leaving an afterimage on the spot. Soon, another tiger roar that shook the forest was heard, and the forest became quiet again. Then, a strange sound came from the forest. Then, the tall figure carrying a saber-toothed tiger walked out of the forest. He went out to hunt for some game for so long. My doppelganger is really efficient. The old tortoise held a green foxtail grass in its mouth and lay on a big rock by the stream. It crossed its legs and sighed. The old tortoise did not think that the aura on its body was the nemesis of all birds and beasts. After sensing the aura of this great monster, which living thing would dare to stay nearby? As long as it could still move, it would stay far away from the great monster, the old tortoise. You're finally back. As soon as the old tortoise finished speaking, a stalwart figure carrying a ferocious tiger appeared beside the stream. Chapter 194. Night fell, the moon was bright, and the stars were sparse. A cool breeze blew gently in the mountains. Between the rolling mountains, there was a withered yellow, and the flowers and trees had lost all vitality. This was the result of Gu Fei's sacrificial refining of the pseudo-space and the predatory devouring of the world's essence energy. There was still no movement in the sky above the completely devoid of greenery. Outside the lifeless mountain forest, a bonfire was lit next to a stream. The flames danced in the trees next to the stream. A large piece of golden beast meat was being roasted on the bonfire. Sizzle. 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 Oil was constantly dripping from the roasted golden beast meat, an tempting aroma of meat wafted by the stream. Next to the bonfire, a guy with a dragon head and a turtle body was staring at the roasted meat on the bonfire. Saliva oozed out of the corner of his mouth and almost fell to the ground. How many years has it been since I smelled meat? Old Tortoise swallowed a mouthful of saliva, then stretched out his hand and tore off a piece of roasted golden beast meat. He tossed it into his mouth without caring if it was hot or not, chewed it a few times, and swallowed it. Then, the old turtle directly grabbed the piece of roasted beast meat that was dripping with oil and chewed it in big chunks. After a while, the 7 or 8 kilograms of tiger hind leg meat was stuffed into the old turtle's stomach. He was like a hungry ghost in hell that had been starving for thousands of years. 7 or 8 kilograms of roasted meat could not satisfy his appetite at all. Therefore, the old turtle put another piece of tiger meat on the bonfire and concentrated on roasting the tiger meat. Behind the old tortoise stood a 9 feet tall man in battle armor. He looked extremely mighty. This was the ancient corpse general that the old turtle had refined into his outer body incarnation. The old turtle stared at the roasted meat on the bonfire and murmured, "Gu Fei, Gu Fei, if you still don't come out of your pseudo-space by tomorrow, this old turtle will have to leave." In Gu Fei's pseudo-space, Gu Fei was still coiled on the ground, as if he had turned into a stone statue. He was motionless as if he had existed since ancient times. His divine sense spread out and filled the space within a radius of 5 meters, merging with this space. Here, he was the sky and he was the earth. Gu Fei felt like he was in control of the world. He could control this space completely. The laws of heaven and earth were born from his heart. The universe was in his palms. In this space, he was the master. However, this was not the main point. At that moment, Gu Fei was only thinking about how to get out of this space. Since he could come in, he could also get out. He had grasped the way to come in, but he had no idea how to get out of this space. The primal chaos rift on his forehead kept opening and closing, emitting rays of primal chaos divine light. Since it was the power in his Niwen palace that allowed him to enter his own space, then the way out should also be from this aspect. After thousands of attempts, Gu Fei finally discovered the aura of the outside world between his eyebrows. The passage connecting this pseudo-space to the outside world was the chaos rift on Gu Fei's forehead. Gu Fei tried to use his divine sense to touch the passage connecting to the outside world and tried to unblock it. After a lot of effort, Gu Fei gradually sensed that the exit that was sealed by the aura of primal chaos was connected to the outside world. As the dazzling primal chaos divine light swept across, the space in front of Gu Fei shattered and the aura of the pseudo-space surged in. He saw the scenery outside and the stars in the sky. Gu Fei was overjoyed and stood up from the ground. However, the moment Gu Fei moved, the passage in front of him turned into primal chaos and dissipated into the void with a loud bang. Did I sense it wrong? The moment Gu Fei connected to the outside world, Old Tortoise in the distance sensed an extremely weak and strange fluctuation in the air. However, this extremely weak fluctuation soon disappeared, which made the Old Tortoise bewildered. Gu Fei, who was in the pseudo-space, did not know that Old Tortoise had sensed the strange fluctuation caused by his brief connection to the outside world. However, this fluctuation did not mean anything. It only meant that Gu Fei was trying to come out of his pseudo-space. When the passage collapsed, Gu Fei's divine sense was once again trapped in this space. Such a strange fluctuation did not happen again. Even when the stars receded from the sky, the bright moon sank below the horizon, and the eastern horizon turned white, there were no more strange movements in the sky above the withered forest where Gu Fei had disappeared. When the sun rose from the eastern horizon, Old Tortoise took his corpse general avatar and headed in the direction of the rising sun. Without any hesitation or reluctance, Old Tortoise had fulfilled his duty as Gu Fei's friend. The 9th day was a special day. However, not long after Old Tortoise left, a part of the space above the withered forest suddenly shattered without warning. Then, a figure walked out of the shattered space. The person who walked out of the void was a black-haired young man. He wore a white robe and was tall and straight. His long eyebrows reached his temples, and his eyes were like stars. Who else could it be if not Gu Fei? Although Gu Fei was very calm, when he walked out of the void, his body exuded an unusually strong sense of oppression. He did not deliberately reveal his powerful strength. It was a natural aura. The chaos rift on his forehead closed, cutting off the pseudo-space's connection with the outside world. Only a faint vertical mark was left between Gu Fei's eyebrows. However, the moment the chaos rift on Gu Fei's forehead closed, Gu Fei, who was high in the sky, suddenly fell from the sky. Gu Fei's shock was no small matter. He wanted to open the crack on his forehead again, but he couldn't do so for the time being. Although he could now communicate with the pseudo-space and the outside world, he was not proficient enough. Roar! Gu Fei roared, and a dazzling 5-colored light suddenly emitted from his body. It was as if his body was suddenly covered with a layer of 5-colored flame. An energy wave as majestic as the sea and as heavy as a mountain suddenly spread in all directions. The birds that were resting nearby were so shocked that they flapped their wings in panic and rushed out of the forest, flying into the distance. Gu Fei was at least 200 to 300 feet above the ground. Falling from such a high place, even Gu Fei could not help but feel nervous and did not dare to be careless. Like a 5-colored flame falling from the sky, it rapidly fell towards the withered forest below. Boom! With a bang, a large crater appeared in the forest below. Soil and tree fragments flew in all directions, and the earth trembled a little. A figure shrouded in 5-colored light walked out of the big pit. Although the force of falling from a high altitude was great, Gu Fei's body had been tempered to be extremely strong. The originally fragile 5 viscera and 6 bowels could not withstand the impact at this time. The qi of the 5 elements originated from the essence of the flesh and blood. It rose from the outside to the inside and rose between the 5 viscera. Gu Fei cultivated the most primitive and purest power in the human body. With Gu Fei's current cultivation base of Awakening Heaven Peak 9th Heaven, he was able to use the 5 elements and 5 energies to constantly refine his organs, flesh, tendons and bones. His body was strong enough to take on ordinary magic treasures head-on. However, in the end, he still did not take the step to break away from the mortal body. If he encountered a powerful magic weapon, such as a sword immortal flying sword, Gu Fei would still be injured. Especially when he did not have the essence of the divine weapon in his body to protect his body. The magical power of transforming into a weapon and refining the body could allow Gu Fei to have the characteristics of a divine weapon. However, he had temporarily lost the essence of the divine weapon in his body. If he encountered a swordsman like Zhao Xuanji again, Gu Fei's life would be in danger. There was no sun or moon in the pseudo-space. As soon as Gu Fei came out, he was shocked. How many days had it been today? Thinking of this, Gu Fei's expression changed dramatically, and his body trembled. If the 10-day deadline had passed, it meant that he was trapped in the ruined sky realm. Although the ruined sky realm was also like an endless world, Gu Fei did not want to stay in the ruined sky realm, which was like a barren land. There were countless places of great danger in the ruined sky realm. It seemed that the only outcome for being trapped in the ruined sky realm was death. In the ruined sky realm, all external forces higher than the awakening state were suppressed. Here, no matter how hard one cultivated, one's cultivation base could not break through to the transcending mortality realm. Without the cultivation base of the transcending mortality realm, one's lifespan was only 100 or so years. Those who were trapped in the ruined sky realm would never be able to survive for more than 2 60-year cycles. This was also the reason why none of the Dao disciples who had been trapped in the ruined sky realm had ever survived. Whoosh! Gu Fei no longer thought about it, and directly turned into a white shadow, rushing in the direction of the rising sun. He wanted to go to Heaven Burial Valley, because that was the place where the 9-colored grass grew as recorded in the jade slip. If it was not time yet, he would be able to meet the Dao disciples who were looking for the 9-colored grass in Heaven Burial Valley. If the 9-colored grass was picked, it meant that the passage to and from the ruined sky realm had been closed. Gu Fei passed through the primitive old forest where fierce beasts roamed, crossed the canyon across the land, and came to a waterfall at the end of a mountain stream at noon. Below the waterfall was a pool, and the water was so dark that the bottom could not be seen. It was obvious that the pool was very deep. The reason why Gu Fei came here was that he was attracted by a unique fragrance of plants when he passed by nearby. The fragrance came from behind the waterfall. He could vaguely see that there seemed to be an emerald green plant growing behind the waterfall, and the fragrance seemed to be coming from that plant. A natural treasure. Gu Fei's heart skipped a beat. The thing growing behind the waterfall seemed to be the essence of heaven and earth. The faintly discernible fragrance immediately refreshed one's spirit, and made one's mind much clearer. Gu Fei was about to go forward to see what it was, but just as he was about to move his feet, an extremely faint smell of blood suddenly drifted into Gu Fei's nose. Gu Fei was immediately taken aback. There were no traces of people here, and there didn't seem to be any powerful fierce beasts nearby. Why was there a smell of blood here? Something was wrong. With a thought, Gu Fei's muscles and bones immediately burst out with a thunderous sound, and an obscure power emanated from his body. His whole body was like a fully drawn bow, and the power hidden in his body would immediately erupt like a volcano at the slightest change. Chapter 195. A white stream hung down from the cliff and fell into the deep pool below. The water rumbled and splashed, and the surface of the pool was shrouded in a layer of faint mist. Under the midday sun, the layer of mist that shrouded the pool reflected a colorful glow. Vaguely, one could see a faintly discernible rainbow spanning across the sky above the pool. Other than the sound of water, the surroundings were very quiet, without any other noise. The pool was surrounded by crushed stones, and on both sides were lush flowers and trees. Perhaps because it was close to a water source, the surrounding vegetation grew vigorously. However, it should be strange that in such a place full of vitality, there was no sign of any other animals. This was very abnormal, and it made Gu Fei feel alarmed. He did not dare to rashly go forward to examine the plant behind the waterfall that emitted bursts of refreshing fragrance. He did not know what it was. However, one thing was certain, that thing was definitely a kind of spiritual essence, because Gu Fei sensed a trace of spiritual energy coming from behind the waterfall. Why is there a smell of blood here? What really made Gu Fei feel a sense of danger was an extremely faint smell of blood floating in the air. Gu Fei cultivated the martial way and walked the path of martial arts. It was particular about tempering one's own body, so that one could control all the minute details of one's body. Starting from refining one's qi and blood to produce spiritual energy, one would gradually refine the meridians, tendons, bones, muscles, skin and hair, and then from the outside to the inside, the spiritual energy would permeate into the internal organs and even the bone marrow, causing it to gradually transform. The inside and outside of the body would be transparent, and the tendons, bones, flesh, and spirit would be integrated into one, so that one could control the body's skin, pores, muscles, meridians, tendons, and bones, without missing anything. Gu Fei, who was at the peak of the ninth heaven of the awakening realm, had already refined his tendons, bones, flesh, and internal organs. His body had produced the 5 elements and 5 qi, refining his body to an incomparably powerful level. The transformation of his body caused Gu Fei's 5 senses and 6 senses to become extremely sharp. Every part of his body was constantly sensing the situation in the outside world and making accurate judgments. This was the terror of a cultivator. They could see in all directions and listen in all directions. Even the pores on their skin could sense the strange movements in their surroundings. Even if someone showed hostility towards Gu Fei from a distance, he would be able to sense it at the same time. Of course, unless the person who was hostile to Gu Fei had a much higher cultivation level than Gu Fei and hid very well, he wouldn't be able to escape Gu Fei's detection. Gu Fei scanned his surroundings. There didn't seem to be anything wrong with his surroundings. However, with his sharp eyesight, he still noticed that there were a few black spots on the pebbles beside the pool. Bloodstains, dried bloodstains. Gu Fei could tell at a glance that the dark brown spots on the cobblestone were blood splattered on it. Cautiously, he walked to the edge of the pool and swept his eyes over it. Suddenly, Gu Fei saw a pale face appear in the pool. This face was submerged in the water. If he hadn't come close, he would never have noticed it. Gu Fei was taken aback. A chill ran down his spine, and all the pores on his body opened up. Goosebumps immediately appeared on his skin. Gu Fei stretched out his right hand and made a grabbing motion with his 5 fingers. Pang! A head was immediately sucked out of the water and fell onto the gravel beside the pool. In fact, this head that was submerged in the water only had a face left intact. There was a big hole on the top of the skull, as if something had pierced through it and sucked out the brain matter inside. It looked very horrible. A Daoist. Gu Fei couldn't help but be shocked when he saw this person's face. He had met this person once before. This person was one of the high-ranking disciples who had entered the ruined sky realm. In addition to Gu Fei and the 33 people from the 3 great Taoist sects who had entered the ruined sky realm, there were more than 10 high-ranking disciples in the transcending mortality realm who had entered the ruined sky realm. Why did he die here? Gu Fei was shocked. It seemed that this picturesque place was not a good place. It was inexplicably dangerous. Pang! Gu Fei didn't dare to be careless. His gang qi came out of his body, as if he was wearing a layer of colorful divine armor. A powerful aura also burst out of his body without any concealment. Just then, the deep pool under the waterfall suddenly exploded with a bang. A pillar of water shot up high into the sky. Amidst the splashing of water, a black shadow rushed out of the pool. Whoosh! Without thinking, Gu Fei moved his legs and quickly retreated, leaving an afterimage that hadn't dissipated in time. Bam! The ground shook with a bang. The monster that had suddenly rushed out of the pool without any warning jumped onto the shore. At this time, Gu Fei had already retreated to a big tree 20 zhang away. After he steadied his body, he looked at the monster, and his pupils immediately shrank. It was a ferocious beast that looked like a pangolin. It was as big as a tiger, and covered with pitch-black scales that flickered with black light. It had a snake tail that was 30 to 40 zhang long, like a divine whip. It had 4 thick, powerful, and incomparably sharp claws under its abdomen. There was no doubt that the sharp claws of this ferocious beast had the terrifying power to pierce through stone and metal. And the most peculiar thing was that this pangolin-like ferocious beast had a sharp mouth that looked like a spear. The ferocious beast's blood-red eyes were staring fiercely at Gu Fei. What kind of monster is this? Gu Fei hadn't seen any description of this ferocious beast from the books. In his opinion, this was an unknown ferocious beast. Gu Fei had no idea what kind of terrifying ability this ferocious beast had. Obviously, the unlucky guy from before had his body torn apart by this ferocious beast, and died tragically in the pool after his brain was sucked dry. He ended up with a tragic ending without a corpse left. The ferocious beast suddenly made a hissing sound. Then, a layer of black light was emitted from the ferocious beast's body. An extremely tragic aura immediately spread from the ferocious beast. Demonic aura. Gu Fei's expression changed. This monster didn't seem to be a ferocious beast, but a demonic beast. Although there was only a word difference between ferocious beast and demonic beast, the difference in strength between the two was like heaven and earth. The fact that it could emit demonic aura proved that the ferocious beast's crystal core in this monster's body had been transformed into a demonic pill, and it had embarked on the demonic path to gradually get rid of its bestial nature. The strength of this kind of demonic beast was comparable to a cultivator in the transcending mortality realm, and Gu Fei's cultivation was only at the peak of the awakening mortality ninth heaven. This made Gu Fei's expression change. Hiss. The beast that looked like a pangolin but had a snake's tail and a sharp mouth like a spear, let out a roar, and the four short but thick legs under its abdomen slammed on the ground. Pang! The incomparably hard gravel ground suddenly exploded, and the gravel on the ground under the beast's feet was immediately blown away, shooting in all directions. At the same time, the beast seemed to have turned into a black lightning, directly rushing towards Gu Fei. The distance of more than 10 feet was crossed in an instant, and the jet-black mouth, like a big spear, directly pierced towards Gu Fei's chest and abdomen. Whoosh! The demonic beast had not yet pounced, and a strong gust of wind with a fierce aura had already hit him. So fast! Gu Fei was shocked. The demonic beast's speed had already exceeded his imagination. He quickly used the desolate steps, showing the extreme speed of 8 steps, and dodged to the side. Then, Gu Fei used his palm like a blade, and a bright blade light surged out from the edge of his palm, sweeping towards the demonic beast. The blade's aura was vast, and the blade light was like a rainbow, like a passing shadow. Gu Fei did not hold back, and attacked with all his strength. This was a martial artist, although there was no blade in their hands, but the blade was in their heart, and every move was a blade. The path of martial arts also emphasized intent, and the more profound the cultivation, the more inclined it was towards martial intent. Blade intent, sword intent, fist intent, when used to the extreme, they would return to the same destination, returning to the Great Way. Therefore, on the path of martial arts, there was a saying that the skill is close to the Great Way. Of course, Gu Fei did not have the terrifying cultivation of the skill as close to the Great Way. He had only just started on the path of martial arts. However, when used in his hands, the power of martial arts was also unparalleled. Boom! Without any suspense, Gu Fei's blade fiercely struck the demonic beast's body, causing it to fall to the side. However, Gu Fei did not feel happy at all. Because he realized that the unparalleled blade's aura could not break the layer of pitch-black scales on the demonic beast's body, and instead, his palm was shaken to the point of numbness. Such a strong defense. Gu Fei was secretly surprised. Whoosh! When the demonic beast was struck down, the snake tail behind it, like a divine whip, turned into a black shadow, tearing through the void, and lashed at Gu Fei's waist. Humph! With a cold laugh, Gu Fei pushed his feet off the ground and shot up into the sky like a sharp arrow, dodging the whip's attack, and then took a step toward the demonic beast below. This time, it was not the 8 steps extreme speed, but the 8 steps 8 kill, the 8 desolation 8 kill steps. With the first step, the void under Gu Fei's feet immediately trembled, and the vast power caused the space to tremble. As he exerted the cultivation technique with all his strength, Gu Fei once again felt a strong sense of oppression in his heart, which came from heaven and earth. It must be said that Gu Fei's strength was already infinitely close to the transcending mortality realm. Moreover, he was a martial artist, and his cultivation base was at the peak of the ninth heaven, which was comparable to a cultivator who had just entered the transcending mortality realm. Therefore, even though Gu Fei's cultivation base was still in the range of the transcending mortality realm, he could still feel the oppressive power from the ruined heaven realm. The demonic beast seemed to have sensed the danger, and before Gu Fei could take the step, it turned into a black light and dodged at the critical moment. Rumble. The ground shook, and then collapsed. When Gu Fei's step landed, the terrifying power immediately created a huge pit in the ground within a radius of 10 zhang under his feet. While Gu Fei was fighting the demonic beast, a blue figure stood silently under a tree in the forest in the distance, looking coldly at the scene. Chapter 196. Gu Fei's 8 steps 8 kills. The first step of the 8 desolation steps could not step on the demonic beast. Therefore, he immediately left an afterimage in the air and quickly fell to the ground. At this moment, swoosh. With a soft sound, a black light shot from the side and suddenly dispersed the afterimage of Gu Fei. As long as Gu Fei hesitated a little, the black light would hit him. Hiss. With a hiss, the demonic beast's body suddenly surged with a black mist. The black mist quickly spread, and in the blink of an eye, it became a black cloud that covered half of the sky. The figure of the demonic beast was hidden in the black ink like black clouds. Suddenly, the demonic aura around the pool soared into the sky. It was like falling into the dark night, making people feel endless pressure. The speed at which the black demonic cloud spread was too fast. Gu Fei had only just landed on the ground when he was enveloped by the black mist. Gu Fei couldn't help being startled by what he saw. With a thought, the 5-colored light rushed out of his body and blocked all the black mist. However, in this way, Gu Fei fell into an absolute passive position. The enemy was in the dark, and he was in the light. Gu Fei could not help but secretly complain. Swoosh! The sound of the air tearing sounded in the black mist, and a vast demonic aura quickly approached Gu Fei from the right. Fire fist. Gu Fei did not think too much. His body naturally made a counterattack. He punched forward with his right fist, and a fire suddenly appeared in front of Gu Fei's fist. The unparalleled fire element fist force swept out like stormy waves. Under the blazing red aura, the black qi and demonic mist were all evaporated and dissipated by the terrifying heat. A black light lashed at Gu Fei like a big whip. It was the demonic beast's snake tail, like a divine whip, lashing at Gu Fei. The demonic beast, hiding in the black mist, launched an attack at Gu Fei. The demonic beast's behavior seemed to be no longer dominated by its bestial instincts. It should have already developed some intelligence. This was the fundamental difference between ferocious beasts and demonic beasts. Ferocious beasts did not shed their bestial nature, and their actions were dominated by bestial nature. Demonic beasts, on the other hand, had already developed some intelligence and were no longer ignorant. They knew to seek fortune and avoid calamity. Boom! The ferocious and violent fire element fist force instantly collided with the black light. Gu Fei retreated. His raging fire fist force was dispersed by the demonic beast. He had no choice but to retreat. Facing the demonic beast head-on, Gu Fei was at a disadvantage. Another cry came from the black demonic fog. Bang! 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 The ground trembled as if a huge creature was charging towards Gu Fei. Preposterous! Great 5 elements exterminating seal, fire seal. Gu Fei formed a seal with both of his hands and a vast amount of fire elemental energy gushed out from his fingers. At this moment, Gu Fei used his martial skill to communicate with the fire elemental energy inside and outside. A monstrous flame swept out from the seal and surged forward. The surging black qi and demonic mist turned into green smoke and dissipated. Being suppressed by the demonic beast, Gu Fei was very depressed. Gu Fei used this ancient combat skill and the power of fire in his body to draw the spiritual qi of fire from the outside world to push the power of the fire seal to the apex. However, he had some scruples. The black mist in front of him was dispersed by the power of fire, and the figure of the demonic beast was immediately revealed. This demonic beast, like a black lightning, rushed towards Gu Fei. The sharp mouth at the front of the demonic beast, like a long spear, emitted bursts of black light, and the vast and terrifying demonic power fluctuated, directly broke through the layers of power of fire of Gu Fei, and like a sharp arrow, stabbed towards Gu Fei. The power of the fire seal could not withstand the impact of this demonic beast. What a powerful beast! Gu Fei could not help but change his expression, and retreated again. This demonic beast seemed to have suppressed Gu Fei, making his unique skill useless. Gu Fei was very unwilling, because his power was suppressed. However, Gu Fei was not a person who would give up so easily. The strength of the demonic beast, on the contrary, aroused his fighting spirit, and made him high-spirited. Kill! Gu Fei shouted, and his feet used the desolation steps. The 8 steps were extremely fast, and actually left 8 illusory figures in the air, and then he took a second step towards the demonic beast. Rumble! Gu Fei took a step forward, and the space under his feet suddenly made a muffled sound, as if the space under his feet had collapsed. Even though the demonic beast was hidden in the black mist, but Gu Fei's 5 senses were extremely sensitive, and the vast demonic aura from the body of the demonic beast was as eye-catching as a bright light in the night. Even without using his eyes, Gu Fei could accurately determine the position of the demonic beast. With the second step, the black mist immediately dissipated, and the figure of the demonic beast appeared. But, this time, the demonic beast was not so easy to be pushed away. Gu Fei's movement speed was extremely fast, and the demonic beast was directly stepped on the back of the demonic beast. Bang! The demonic beast was directly stepped on by Gu Fei. Even if your body is as hard as iron, you still have to eat my foot. Gu Fei did not give the demonic beast any chance to breathe, and took a third step. With a rumble, the ground collapsed, and dust flew. Under the terrifying destructive power, the ground undulated violently like waves, and cracks spread into the distance. Gu Fei's third step actually had the terrifying power to shake the earth and the mountains. However, Gu Fei was not happy, because he could still sense a strong demonic power coming from the ground, and the demonic beast seemed to have not been trampled to death by Gu Fei. Moreover, in this ruined sky realm, Gu Fei's power was suppressed, and he could not fight the demonic beast at his peak state at all. The power of the desolation steps could not be fully displayed, and the power of the 9 heavens could not kill this demonic beast whose strength was comparable to that of a transcending mortality cultivator. This made Gu Fei very depressed. This demonic beast was born in the ruined sky realm, and was not an outsider, so the power of the demonic beast was not restricted by the ruined sky realm. Pang! As the soil and gravel flew, the demonic beast that Gu Fei had stomped into the ground broke out of the ground, and then opened its mouth, shooting out a black bead that was surrounded by rays of black light towards Gu Fei. The black bead was only the size of a pigeon's egg, but the terrifying demonic power it exuded made even Gu Fei's heart palpitate. A demonic beast's inner core. Gu Fei could not help but be shocked, but there was no time for him to think about other things, because the black bead was smashing towards him like a mountain. The small bead actually emitted a terrifying power fluctuation as vast and mighty as a mountain. However, what really shocked Gu Fei was that a force field constructed from demonic power enveloped the surroundings and sealed off a part of the world, making it impossible for him to dodge. This demonic beast indeed had an extraordinary divine ability, which forced Gu Fei to confront it head-on. The demonic beast seemed to know that in a head-on confrontation, this human who had intruded into its territory was definitely no match for it. However, the 2 steps that Gu Fei had taken had also seriously injured the demonic beast. Traces of blood seeped out of its pitch-black scales, and there was actually a bloody footprint on its back. The scales on the footprint had disappeared, revealing the flesh and blood inside. The demonic beast was furious. It had never been so seriously injured before, so it spat out the inner core that it had cultivated for countless years in its stomach, and fought desperately against Gu Fei. Roar! Gu Fei let out a furious roar. His long hair fluttered in the wind, and the 5-colored aura around him rose like a 5-colored divine flame. He formed a seal with his hands and pushed it forward at a steady pace. Boundless blue water immediately enveloped heaven and earth. Gu Fei seemed to be standing in the middle of the waves of the sea, and his body was surrounded by surging blue aura. The water element seal of the 5 elements exterminating seal art. There seemed to be water waves everywhere between heaven and earth. The power of the water element seal art seemed to have really drawn in a vast ocean, and the power of the seal art seemed to have taken a tangible form. Boundless water was drawn in, surging between heaven and earth, breaking through the layers of black aura and demonic mist, and engulfing the inner core of the demonic beast that was smashing towards him. This was the amazing power of the 5 elements exterminating seal art. However, when he performed the seal art, Gu Fei's mind was impacted by heaven and earth. The power of the seal art was already infinitely close to the level of the transcending mortality stage, and the omnipresent sealing power in the ruin heaven realm immediately reacted. Gu Fei's strength could not be improved any further. If he did, he would be attacked by the sealing power from the ruin heaven realm. At that time, if he could not escape into the space he had created in the Mud Pill Palace in time like last time, his life would be in danger. Gu Fei felt very helpless and depressed. He had a powerful battle prowess that was comparable to the transcending mortality stage, but he could not use it to fight the demonic beast, which made Gu Fei very unhappy. It was not a Dao law, nor was it a divine ability, but it was better than a Dao law and a divine ability. The combat skill that Gu Fei displayed was a kind of Dao that was cultivated and comprehended from martial. This was the sublimation of a martial skill, and then the martial Dao that it evolved into was a kind of invisible manifestation of the great Dao. The power of the water element was the softest in the world. Facing the desperate attack of the demonic beast, Gu Fei took a defensive stance. The current situation forced him to do so. If his strength was not suppressed by the ruin heaven realm, Gu Fei was confident that he could take on this demonic beast head-on, but now, it was a fact that his strength was suppressed. Endless water-blue aura surged like waves, and thunder rumbled in the sky, as if thousands of soldiers and horses were galloping, or as if the Milky Way had fallen from the 9th heaven, and 3,000 streams of water were pouring down. The vast power was blocking, moving, and counteracting the terrifying demonic power that was surging out of the demonic beast's inner core. The 2 forces kept colliding and rubbing against each other, causing the sky to tremble and the earth to tremble. Boom! With a loud bang, as if the sky was falling and the earth was cracking, the demonic beast's inner core that was smashing towards Gu Fei suddenly burst out with a shocking demonic power, directly shattering the water element power that was protecting Gu Fei. Ugh! Gu Fei let out a miserable cry and was sent flying backward while vomiting blood. Chapter 197. With his strength suppressed, it was difficult for Gu Fei to contend with this strange demonic beast that looked like a pangolin, but had an arrowhead mouth and a snake tail. The attack of the demonic beast's inner elixir directly caused him to be seriously injured. The mighty power of water from the water seal of the 5 elements exterminating seal instantly collapsed, and Gu Fei flew back while vomiting blood. The demonic beast, like a black lightning, rushed over and swallowed the inner elixir that emitted a mighty and terrifying demonic power. Then, the snake tail, which was 30 to 40 feet long and covered with pitch-black scales, swung towards Gu Fei like a long rope. The pitch-black long tail, which was shaped like a snake's tail, rapidly swept through the void, tearing the air, making a hissing sound of friction, and suddenly entangled Gu Fei, who was flying backward. Hiss! The demonic beast let out a strange hiss, and its mouth, which was as sharp as an arrowhead and as sharp as a spear, immediately stabbed towards Gu Fei's chest. From swallowing the inner elixir, to the long tail entangling Gu Fei, and then to the sharp arrow stabbing towards Gu Fei, these attacks were extremely fast. Gu Fei, who was entangled by the demonic beast's long tail, was instantly shocked. He felt his entire body tighten, and then the long tail violently constricted, causing the bones in his body to emit a burst of popping sounds. Gu Fei's left hand and body were entangled by the demonic beast's tail, but his right hand could still move freely. When the demonic beast's sharp mouth stabbed towards him like an arrow, Gu Fei stretched out his right hand and grabbed the demonic beast's sharp mouth. Roar! Gu Fei roared, and endless power of fire immediately surged out from Gu Fei's right hand. A fire immediately engulfed the demonic beast. Hiss! The terrifying temperature made the demonic beast roar, and its 4 sharp claws pounced on Gu Fei, pouncing on Gu Fei from the air. Like a meteorite shrouded in raging flames, one man and one demonic beast entangled with each other. With a boom sound, they ruthlessly smashed into the ground. The ground shattered as the man and the demonic beast smashed a huge crater into the ground. The 4 limbs of the demonic beast were short, but they had thick, sharp claws. They ruthlessly tore at Gu Fei, who was entangled by its tail. Gu Fei's clothes were immediately torn to shreds, and his bronze skin was covered with streaks of blood. The demonic beast's sharp claws, which could pierce through stone and gold, emitted a faint black light. As they clawed at Gu Fei's body, it was as if countless divine weapons were cutting at Gu Fei's body. Although Gu Fei had tempered his flesh, blood, and bones to the point that they were as tough as refined iron, he was still injured. The sharp claws of the demonic beast tore open his skin, causing blood to ooze out. The claws of the demonic beasts were even sharper than ordinary divine weapons. However, the demonic beast's claws could only cause so much damage to Gu Fei's body. The sharp claws could not hurt his muscles, bones, and internal organs at all. One man and one demonic beast rolled on the ground, struggling and tearing at each other with all their might. The hard rock ground was as fragile as flour. Under the unparalleled power of the man and the demonic beast, it collapsed one after another. The ground undulated violently like waves. Dust flew everywhere, and gravel flew everywhere. Evil beast! Gu Fei roared. His right hand grabbed the demonic beast's sharp beak, and a blazing aura with a terrifying temperature enveloped the demonic beast, burning it fiercely. The vast power of fire surged violently. The man and the demonic beast seemed to be trapped in a ball of raging flames. Everywhere they passed, the soil was burnt, and the flowers and trees were all charred. It was a real hand-to-hand fight. Gu Fei was fighting with an extremely powerful demonic beast with his bare hands. If this news spread, no one would believe it. The body of a demonic beast was many times stronger than that of a human. No one was willing and no one dared to fight with a demonic beast in close combat. This was using one's weakness to attack the enemy's strength. It was an extremely stupid behavior. The azure-robed Daoist who was spying in the dark was also extremely shocked when he saw this scene. His eyes flickered, and no one knew what he was thinking. But one thing was certain, this person would definitely not help Gu Fei. Roar! Gu Fei desperately roused the yuan qi in his body to resist the long tail that was strangling him. After struggling with all his might, he finally broke free from the entanglement of his left hand. With a thought, the power of the metal element gathered on his left palm. Then, he ruthlessly struck the long tail that was wrapped around him with 17 or 18 palm strikes. Only when the scales on the long tail were broken and blood splattered, did the demonic beast's tail gradually loosen its grip on Gu Fei. Gu Fei took the opportunity to struggle free from the long tail that was wrapped around him. With the 8 desolation steps, Gu Fei loosened his right hand that was grabbing the demonic beast's sharp mouth. Like a bolt of lightning, he instantly retreated, leaving afterimages in the void. In the process of retreating, Gu Fei spat out a few mouthfuls of blood. His internal organs had been injured in the hand-to-hand fight with the demonic beast. Both the man and the demonic beast were injured, and they seemed to be equally matched. However, Gu Fei knew that he was at an absolute disadvantage. Because his strength was suppressed by the ruined sky realm, he was in a passive position. And that demonic beast's strength was not suppressed by the ruined sky realm. Its strength was definitely much stronger than that of an ordinary transcending mortality realm cultivator. Gu Fei's defeat seemed to have been decided long ago. 8 steps extreme speed. Gu Fei moved very fast, but the demonic beast's speed was not slow either. The demonic beast's ferocity was also aroused by Gu Fei. Vast demonic energy surged out of its claws and chased after Gu Fei like a shadow. Hissing sounds came from the demonic beast's mouth. Its sharp claws emitted a black light that was as sharp as a demonic sword as it pounced towards Gu Fei. Those terrifying claws emitted a vast amount of demonic energy, tearing through the void and emitting ear-piercing sounds. This demonic beast was much more ferocious than before. Swish! 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 Gu Fei and the demonic beast moved like 2 bolts of lightning, one gold and one black. Rumble! The demonic beast's claws repeatedly struck at Gu Fei. The demonic energy surging out shook heaven and earth, shaking the sky and the earth. The demonic beast's strength was not suppressed by the ruined sky realm at all. Incomparably violent, Gu Fei had no choice but to retreat and block the powerful demonic energy with the metal element fist. The two forces collided violently, and the eruption of an energy storm wreaked havoc, shaking heaven and earth, as if this part of the world was about to collapse. There was no doubt that Gu Fei was at an absolute disadvantage. Wherever the man and the demonic beast passed, loud noises rang out. The earth sank, huge rocks were sent flying, and countless huge rocks rolled down from the cliffs and smashed into the deep pool below the waterfall. It was as if the end of the world had come. However, both Gu Fei and the demonic beast deliberately avoided the cliff waterfall because they did not want to affect the fragrant spirit extract behind the waterfall. Wherever the spirit extract appeared, there was bound to be an extremely powerful spirit beast guarding it. This demonic beast should be guarding the spirit extract behind the waterfall. When the spirit extract ripened, or when its effects came to an end, the spirit beast guarding the spirit extract would immediately enjoy the spirit extract it had guarded for countless years. All humans or other beasts who dared to covet the spirit extract were the demonic beast's enemies. This demonic beast would never allow other humans or other beasts to touch the spirit extract it was guarding. The broken head Gu Fei had found in the pool earlier should have been attracted by the strange fragrance, just like Gu Fei, and died tragically in the pool. Go to hell! Gu Fei let out an explosive roar, and the metal element power inside his body surged. With a clang, a dazzling golden sword light appeared in each of his hands. He did not want to retreat. He wanted to become stronger and stronger, and press forward bravely. His long hair fluttered in the wind, and blood flowed from the corner of his mouth. However, he used the 8 desolate steps and soared into the sky, no longer retreating. Golden light filled the sky, and the vast, sharp metal power condensed into unparalleled sword chi that filled every inch of space, making it difficult to open one's eyes. As Gu Fei moved his hands, the golden sword chi that filled the sky crisscrossed and interwove into a golden sword net that enveloped the pursuing demonic beast. The sword chi soared into the sky with unparalleled sharpness. However, the power of the sword technique was still suppressed to the 9 heavens awakening, which made Gu Fei so depressed that he almost vomited blood. Hiss! The demonic beast let out a strange hissing sound, waved its sharp claws, and directly shattered the sword net, and charged at Gu Fei. Gu Fei performed the 8 desolate steps to the limit, which made him look like he was flying, and flashed past the demonic beast's charge like a bolt of lightning. However, the demonic beast's long tail swept Gu Fei away. The powerful whip force made Gu Fei vomit a large mouthful of blood. I can't accept this. Gu Fei's power was suppressed by the ruin heaven realm, so he could not fight this demonic beast to his heart's content. This feeling of having all his power but being unable to use it drove him crazy. Boom! Gu Fei's body smashed into the gravel ground and slid for 7 or 8 feet before coming to a stop. A sense of helplessness rose in Gu Fei's heart. He did not lose in terms of strength, but in the power of this pseudo-realm. If it were not for the irresistible suppression from this heaven and earth, Gu Fei was absolutely confident that he could kill this demonic beast. Whoosh! As the fierce wind rose, the extremely fierce aura emitted by the demonic beast once again surged towards him. Bang! 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 Extremely heavy footsteps moved towards Gu Fei, and the ground shook along with the footsteps. A dangerous aura enveloped Gu Fei. At this moment, an idea suddenly flashed in Gu Fei's mind. He immediately flipped over from the ground, wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, and stared coldly at the demonic beast that was approaching him step by step. A hint of a cruel smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Then, the vertical mark between Gu Fei's eyebrows began to shine brilliantly, like a closed vertical eye that was about to open. A strange fluctuation began to spread out from the vertical mark. Heaven and earth are created in the Mudpill Palace, and the laws of heaven and earth are created by me. Gu Fei muttered to himself. The fluctuation that came out from between his eyebrows instantly enveloped him. At this moment, the place where Gu Fei was seemed to have become a world of its own, as if he had jumped out of the 3 realms and was no longer part of the 5 elements. His aura, and even the fluctuation of power, all disappeared in an instant. The void around Gu Fei seemed to be a space independent of the ruin heaven realm. If one did not look with the naked eye, no one would be able to sense his existence. He seemed to have entered another world. Gu Fei's strength was increasing, and he was no longer under any restrictions. The power of the ruin heaven realm could no longer affect him. Just as I thought. Gu Fei could not help but feel ecstatic. Meanwhile, the demonic beast that was approaching Gu Fei suddenly stopped. This demonic beast's spiritual intelligence had gradually been awakened, and it sensed a dangerous aura from Gu Fei. This was a dangerous aura that was enough to threaten its life. This made the demonic beast vigilant, and it stopped moving towards Gu Fei. Chapter 198. Gu Fei was unable to contend against the bizarre demonic beast that had rushed out of the deep pool of the waterfall, and was forced to retreat while coughing up blood. Just when he thought that he had lost and had no choice but to retreat, an idea suddenly flashed across his mind. He remembered the divine ability that the old turtle had displayed in the primordial ominous city. By enveloping himself with the pseudo-power of heaven and earth that he had refined, it was as if he was in a pseudo-world, and was not suppressed by the ruin heaven realm, and could fully display his cultivation base. He had also opened up a space in his body in the chaos of his Mudpill Palace. So, as long as he guided the power of the inner space out, he could get rid of the suppression of the ruin heaven realm. It seemed that Gu Fei had succeeded. He had successfully guided the power of the inner space in his Mudpill Palace. As the vertical line on his forehead flashed with rays of light, the spreading power of the inner space enveloped Gu Fei. Roar! Gu Fei threw his head back and roared, his black hair fluttering wildly. The suppressed power in his body suddenly erupted like a volcano, and his body slowly rose from the ground. The powerful aura emanating from his body made the demonic beast feel fear and involuntarily retreat. The power of the inner space had completely removed the shackles on Gu Fei, and the power of the ruin heaven realm could no longer affect Gu Fei. This allowed Gu Fei's real power to be completely released, and was no longer suppressed. Shrouded by the power of the inner space, Gu Fei got rid of all the interference from the ruin heaven realm. In the space around him, he was like a god who ruled over everything, giving him a feeling that the whole world was in his hands. Boom! Like a five-colored divine flame, a five-colored aura rushed out of Gu Fei's body, making Gu Fei look like he was wearing a five-colored divine armor. The power of the five elements interweaved, pushing Gu Fei's aura to the peak. The vast power of the five elements surged within his body, and a momentum that originated from the spirit, but was also higher than the spirit, emanated from Gu Fei's body. Gu Fei felt that his entire body was filled with an inexhaustible amount of power. Under the envelopment of the inner space's power, every move he made could shake a part of the world and destroy a part of the void. The power of the inner space allowed Gu Fei to stay in the void for a short period of time and move within the void. Even though Gu Fei was not a great cultivator of the imperial void realm, he was already able to soar into the sky without the help of external objects. Although Gu Fei's strength did not increase by much after opening up his own internal space in his Naiwen palace, he had obtained a new ability that allowed him to soar into the sky. The demon beast grew more and more uneasy. Suddenly, it let out a strange hiss and spat out the inner core in its belly. It wanted to completely destroy the source of its uneasiness. The inner core, which was only the size of a pigeon's egg, was black and shiny. It was surrounded by rays of black light that resembled lightning, and the terrifying demonic power that emanated from it caused the surrounding space to distort. The power emitted from the small inner core was as heavy as a mountain, and its power was unparalleled. It charged towards Gu Fei in the sky like a huge mountain. Rumble. The entire heaven and earth shook, producing a sound that sounded like muffled thunder. Humph! Gu Fei sneered, and took a step forward. Swoosh! He disappeared from where he stood, and appeared directly above the inner core that was emitting endless waves of demonic power. The desolate steps, the first step. A terrifying power surged under Gu Fei's feet, and he directly stomped down on the inner core below him. He broke through the layers of demonic power, and stepped on the demon core that the demon beast had spat out. Boom! A loud sound shook the sky, and the surging power shook the heaven and earth. The dazzling light caused the noon sun to lose its color. The huge airwave caused a tornado to form in the sky. A great pressure enveloped the surroundings, and the aftermath of the mighty airwave caused the entire region to tremble. Although they were already far away from the waterfall pool, the place was still affected. The strong tremors caused a large number of rocks to roll down from the cliff, smashing into the pool below and causing water to splash in all directions, causing water pillars to rise. As if a huge mountain had been crushed, the powerful demon core was stepped down from the sky by Gu Fei, and the heaven and earth shook. The demon beast seemed to have suffered a great impact at the same time, and its body swayed, and it could not stand steadily. Boom! The second step was taken, and it also stepped on the demon core. The demon core immediately dimmed, and it quickly flew back to the demon beast. The demon beast opened its mouth and swallowed the demon core. The demon beast seemed to have suffered a heavy blow, and the demonic power in its body actually showed signs of weakening. Rumble. The third step was taken, and Gu Fei was like a god of death. The vertical scar between his eyebrows emitted a bright light. The earth trembled under his feet, and the terrifying power seemed to cause the space to collapse. In an instant, the demon beast below was enveloped. The desolate steps included the extreme speed of 8 steps, which could be used to escape if one couldn't win. There was also the unparalleled power of 8 steps, which could be used to kill 8 steps. When Gu Fei took the third step, what he displayed was not extreme speed, but killing. Destructive energy surged beneath his feet. The space beneath his feet was sealed by a terrifying domain that could seal the heavens and earth. The demonic beast couldn't dodge Gu Fei's third step at all. The vertical scar between his eyebrows vibrated, and the light flowed, as if a closed eye was about to open. The power of the space in the Naiwen Palace was vast and mighty, and it enveloped Gu Fei. At this moment, Gu Fei used all his strength, and the situation was reversed in an instant. Bang! Like a divine kick, Gu Fei's third step landed solidly on the demonic beast's body. The demonic beast's pitch-black scales, which were flowing with dark light, immediately shattered and blood and flesh splattered everywhere. The demon beast immediately cried out in pain, and fell to the ground, sliding backwards. What goes around comes around, and what goes around comes around. Previously, this demon beast had also forced Gu Fei into an extremely embarrassing situation. The ancient combat skill displayed great power. Taking the third step, Gu Fei was already exhausted, but he did not stop and took the fourth step. 8 steps, 8 kills, with each step, the power was superimposed. If the power of the second step was twice that of the first step, then the power displayed by Gu Fei's fourth step would be 8 times that of the first step. Then the power displayed by Gu Fei's fourth step was 8 times that of the first step. Swoosh! As if he had teleported, Gu Fei directly appeared in the sky above the demon beast that had just stabilized its body. He took the fourth step, and a terrifying power surged under Gu Fei's feet. The space was distorted, and the space shook violently, as if it could collapse at any time. The terrifying power displayed by this ancient combat skill actually had the power to shatter the void. This made the azure-robed Daoist, who was watching from the side, feel his heart palpitate. Before he could take his fourth step, the weather had already changed. Bolts of lightning seemed to be faintly discernible beneath Gu Fei's feet. A biting cold astral wind swept down like a heavenly blade. The incomparably hard cobblestones on the ground were all turned into dust by this astral wind. The demon beast had already been pressed to the ground by the terrifying pressure that was like 100,000 mountains. Its 4 short, thick legs desperately pushed up, but it could not move. The power of the fourth step had been raised to the limit. This was the ultimate killing step that Gu Fei could use with his current cultivation. It was actually very difficult to take the fourth step. The terrifying power that erupted from his legs was already the limit that Gu Fei could withstand. If he were to take the fifth step, Gu Fei's legs would explode from the powerful force that would erupt from his body. Bang! Without any suspense, a muffled sound rang out as Gu Fei's right leg stepped on the demonic beast's back. In that instant, the sound of bones shattering could be heard from the demonic beast's body. Hiss! The demon beast let out a sorrowful hiss, and its incomparably hard black scales were suddenly covered with cracks. Blood spurted out from the cracks. One of the demon beast's spines suddenly shattered, and then, with a pang sound, its entire body exploded into pieces. Blood evaporated, and flesh and bones flew everywhere. The pungent smell of blood immediately filled the air. As the blood spurted out, a black, shiny pearl flew out from the demon beast's body. A demon beast's inner core, good stuff. Gu Fei made a grabbing motion with his right hand towards the black bead, and the bead was immediately sucked into his palm. Gu Fei floated down from the sky, and the inner space energy that enveloped his body retreated like the tide, entering the vertical mark between his eyebrows. So what if it was a powerful demon beast that was comparable to a transcending mortality cultivator? Under Gu Fei's full strength, his battle strength was unparalleled, and he still crushed it under his feet. Gu Fei, who had landed on the ground, staggered and almost fell. Gu Fei, who had expended a large amount of yuan qi, actually felt a little unsteady on his feet. Although he had killed this demon beast, it could be said that Gu Fei had won a Pyrrhic victory. His clothes were torn into pieces by the demon beast's sharp claws, revealing his bronze-colored upper body. His skin was covered with crisscrossing claw marks, and each of the claw marks was bleeding. After Gu Fei stood up, he immediately felt a wave of dizziness. Drawing out the inner space energy from his Niwen palace had consumed a large amount of his divine sense, causing him to feel dizzy. Gu Fei was very clear about his own situation. His divine sense was too weak, and he could not communicate with the treasures in the chaotic zone in his Niwen palace to regain control of it. Even drawing out the inner space energy from his Niwen palace was very strenuous. After the battle with the demon beast, Gu Fei had expended a lot of energy, and his internal organs were also injured. Therefore, he put the demon beast's inner core into his magic treasure pouch, and then sat down beside the deep pool at the bottom of the cliff. He circulated his Xian Qi, drawing out the large amount of Yuan Qi in his body to heal his injured body. Just as Gu Fei sat on the ground and circulated his Xian Qi, an extremely faint light blade, so faint that it was almost invisible to the naked eye, shot out from the dense forest in the distance, and silently strangled the back of Gu Fei's head. It was a sword light that was almost transparent, and it did not emit any sword qi. The one who attacked Gu Fei was the green-robed Daoist who was hiding at the side and spying on the scene. Chapter 199. Gu Fei sat cross-legged beside the pool, operating his qi to heal his injured body. The muscles all over his body were surging silently, and the claw marks on his body were healing at a speed visible to the naked eye. The 5 qi in his chest were vibrating in his internal organs. There was a faint sound of thunder in Gu Fei's chest and abdomen. The clotted blood in his internal organs was being forced out of his body through his pores. However, just as Gu Fei was operating his qi to heal his injuries, an almost transparent sword light, like a transparent ripple, quickly crossed the void and silently slashed at the back of Gu Fei's neck. There were no signs, and there was no fluctuation of sword qi. The sword light seemed to have escaped into the heaven and earth, and did not cause any abnormalities. If it was an ordinary cultivator, his 5 senses and 6 senses would not be able to detect the existence of this sword light. He would definitely be killed by the sword light, and he would not even know what happened when he died. However, Gu Fei was different. He did not practice Daoist magic, but martial arts. When one reached the peak of martial arts, he would have the absolute reaction, and the qi activity of the whole body would constantly sense everything around him. Even the slightest movement of grass in the wind would be immediately detected. Just as the invisible sword light suddenly appeared and flew toward Gu Fei, who was lying on the ground, immediately felt the skin at the back of his neck go numb, as if he had been pricked by a bone-piercing cold needle. A chill suddenly ran from his tailbone, along his spine, all the way to the top of his head, and all the pores on Gu Fei's body instantly exploded. Oh no! Gu Fei was greatly alarmed. Without a second thought, his body abruptly crouched forward. In that split second of life and death, an almost transparent and sharp sword light flew past Gu Fei's scalp. A lock of hair fell from the air. The next moment, Gu Fei's body rolled to the side like a python, and at the same time, he stood up from the ground. He quickly touched the back of his neck and sucked in a breath of cold air. Only then did Gu Fei feel a faint killing intent coming from the forest in the distance. Someone had launched a sneak attack on him, wanting to kill him instantly. The invisible sword light made a turn in the air and shot back silently into the forest on the other side. Then, a Daoist in indigo walked out of the forest on the other side. Who are you? Gu Fei had already vaguely guessed the origins of this azure-robed Daoist. Among the 3 major Dao sects, only the people from the Guangqing Immortal sect cultivated the sword Immortal Dao. Upon seeing the people from the 3 great Daoist sects, Gu Fei felt as if a heavy burden had been lifted from his shoulders. He knew that the ruined heaven realm hadn't been resealed, and the 10 days hadn't passed. Although this person wanted to kill him, Gu Fei was still very happy. The person who suddenly attacked Gu Fei was the azure-robed Daoist who had been watching from the side. The azure-robed Daoist looked to be in his 30s or 40s. His eyes shone brightly as he blinked. His entire person was like a divine weapon that hadn't been unsheathed. Obscure sword qi surged from his body. His killing intent towards Gu Fei was undisguised. You don't need to know who I am, because in my eyes, you're already a dead man, the middle-aged Daoist said indifferently. The middle-aged Daoist said calmly. His expression was still calm, as if he was talking about something that couldn't be more ordinary. The middle-aged Daoist was extremely domineering as he approached Gu Fei step by step. His aura gradually increased with each step he took, and the obscure sharpness on the Daoist's body began to reveal itself, like a divine weapon that was slowly being unsheathed from its scabbard. The Daoist's long hair fluttered despite the lack of wind, and his indigo robe swayed slightly. There seemed to be a gust of wind shrouding his body. That was definitely not a gust of wind, but an extremely sharp, invisible sword qi. Humph. Want to kill me? Just you? Gu Fei couldn't help but sneer. In the next moment, a vast and powerful force erupted from Gu Fei's body, and a five-colored light swirled around his body. Gu Fei's eyes shot out two solid rays of light that shone on the approaching middle-aged Daoist. A monstrous murderous aura swept out from his body, filling every inch of the space. The surrounding temperature dropped sharply. Even under the scorching sun, a chill lingered around the waterfall and pool. Stop putting on an act. I've been watching your battle with that demonic beast from start to finish. I didn't miss a single detail. You've been severely injured. The middle-aged Daoist said disdainfully. Is that so? Gu Fei's expression remained calm and there was even a hint of a smile on his face. It was true that he had been severely injured in his battle with the demonic beast. However, the middle-aged Daoist seemed to have overlooked the most important point, and that was, Gu Fei was not a cultivator, but a warrior. In the cultivation world of the soaring sky continent where martial Dao had completely declined, there were not many people who still knew how terrifying a successful martial artist was. The middle-aged Daoist did not seem to know this either. The vast primordial qi in Gu Fei's body had long suppressed his injuries. In fact, his strength had not decreased by much and he still had the strength to fight. The physical body of a warrior was extremely strong and was not something that a cultivator could imagine. On the surface, it seemed that Gu Fei was constantly being attacked by the demonic beast and vomiting blood as he retreated. His injuries were very serious, but the surging primordial qi in his muscles, bones, flesh, and even his organs was constantly nourishing his organs, flesh, and bones. One could say that Gu Fei's injuries were healing as he was injured. Although he would not be completely healed in a short period of time, he was indeed improving rapidly. You're already exhausted from your injuries, but I'm full of vitality. The outcome has long been decided. You'd better accept your death. The middle-aged Daoist continued to use words to destroy Gu Fei's fighting spirit. By then, the middle-aged Daoist had already arrived less than 4 feet away from Gu Fei and stopped. However, his words did not have any misleading effect on Gu Fei. Gu Fei's mental fortitude was unimaginable to ordinary people. If you want to fight, let's fight. There's no need to talk so much nonsense. Don't tell me that the people of the Guangqing Immortal sect only know how to talk. Gu Fei said as he glanced at the middle-aged Daoist with disdain. Humph. The middle-aged Daoist did not say anything else. He took a step forward. In an instant, ripples appeared on his body and his figure blurred. It was as if he had transformed into a sharp sword that charged towards Gu Fei. At this moment, the middle-aged Daoist was the sword, and the sword was the middle-aged Daoist. One with the sword. Gu Fei was shocked. The other party's cultivation realm seemed to be terrifyingly high. He was definitely a rare expert in the sword Dao. If he had encountered this fellow outside the Sky Ruin realm, he would probably have been killed in an instant. Fortunately, the power of the Sky Ruin realm had suppressed the strength of this expert in the sword Dao, so he could only use the power of the 9 heavens awakening. This was Gu Fei's good fortune. Boz! A crisp sword cry rang out from the body of the green-robed middle-aged Daoist who seemed to have transformed into a sword. His faint and illusory figure pierced through the air like a sharp sword, emitting a vast and mighty wave of sword qi. The void seemed to be on the verge of being split apart wherever the sword passed. The softest thing in the world is water. Water is boundless. Gu Fei let out a low cry and punched forward with his right fist. A water-blue aura immediately surged out from the front of his fist. The surging power of the water element instantly met the middle-aged Daoist who had become one with the sword and turned into a divine sword. Gu Fei's punch seemed to have attracted a monstrous flood. The power of the water element fluctuated and vibrated, constantly blocking, wearing down, and guiding the astonishing sword qi emitted from the faint and illusory figure. The middle-aged Daoist directly rushed into the power of Gu Fei's fist, soundlessly breaking through the surging fist power. The edge of his sword pointed straight at Gu Fei. No matter how Gu Fei blocked and guided it, he could not stop the middle-aged Daoist. Boom! Gu Fei's fist collided with the middle-aged Daoist's divine sword and made a loud noise. The vast power of the water element fist collapsed in an instant, and the peerless sword qi also collapsed at the same time. The space around them shook violently, and the ground between them was blasted into a large crater by the mighty invisible force. Gu Fei retreated, and the middle-aged Daoist could no longer maintain the state of one with the sword. His faint figure then became clear. You actually have such strength. This is really surprising. The middle-aged Daoist said in surprise. At the same time, an almost transparent sword gleam rushed out of the Daoist's magic treasure pouch. The sword gleam circled around the Daoist's body silently. Gu Fei recognized at a glance that this fellow had used this sword gleam to sneak an attack on him just now. With a sword in hand, I can break all techniques. Invisible flying sword. As the middle-aged Daoist shouted, the almost transparent sword gleam that circled around the Daoist's body immediately grew by 50 feet. It cut through the void and rushed towards Gu Fei. Why can't I feel the fluctuation of the sword qi? Gu Fei saw the sword gleam shooting towards him like a bolt of lightning. However, what shocked him was that the peerlessly sharp sword gleam did not emit any sword qi at all. He could not help but wonder if the seemingly transparent sword gleam was transformed from a flying sword. The sword Dao that the middle-aged Daoist cultivated was very unique. The sword gleam was invisible and did not emit any sword qi, making it impossible to guard against. It was no wonder that Gu Fei was almost injured by the sword gleam just now. In truth, if the sword qi in his body had not been suppressed by the ruined sky realm, the middle-aged Daoist's flying sword gleam would not have been visible to the naked eye. This was because he cultivated a unique sword Dao of the Guangqing Immortal sect called the Invisible Flying Sword. Unfortunately, the middle-aged Daoist's cultivation was suppressed to the self-awakening realm, making it difficult for him to use the invisible flying sword in the ruined sky realm. Dazzling light erupted from Gu Fei's nearly transparent body. He leaped into the air like a flood dragon and dodged to the side with the 8 desolation steps. ZZZT. A sword mark over 30 meters long appeared where Gu Fei had been standing a moment ago. Wherever the sword gleam passed, the soil and rocks were all reduced to dust. Gu Fei was seriously injured after all, so he could not move as fast as before. Fighting with his injured body, he could not resist the middle-aged Daoist's invisible flying sword. In the end, he was forced to flee. He had no other choice. Gu Fei had used up a lot of his divine sense during the battle with the demonic beasts, and could no longer open the inner space in his mud-pill palace again to draw out the power of the inner space and break free from the suppression of the ruined sky realm. However, it was no different from a fool's dream for the middle-aged Daoist to kill him. He could only choose to retreat. This time, Gu Fei could be said to have made a wedding dress for someone else, which made him so depressed that he almost vomited another mouthful of blood. Needless to say, the natural treasure behind the waterfall must have fallen into the hands of this despicable, shameless, and scoundrel middle-aged Daoist. Chapter 200. Gu Fei was no match for the middle-aged Daoist who had suddenly appeared. He had no choice but to retreat. The heaven-earth spirit extract behind the waterfall was about to be obtained, but he was forced to leave. This made Gu Fei go crazy. Even if he was unwilling, Gu Fei had no choice. The situation was stronger than him. Since that damned guy's fist was harder than his, the wisest choice was to retreat. Ha! Gu Fei quickly passed through the forest. He was furious. That guy was too despicable. He could not let him go like this. It was one thing for the heaven and earth spiritual essence to be snatched away, but Gu Fei could not take this lying down. That guy from the Guangxing celestial sect had obviously been watching from the side. Otherwise, he would not have been able to grasp the timing so accurately and appear so timely. After all, after killing a demonic beast that was comparable to an ascended mortality cultivator, Gu Fei was at his weakest. Humph. Let's wait and see. Today's humiliation, I will return it to you tenfold in the future. Gu Fei was filled with hatred. He identified the direction and headed east. Under the waterfall, the middle-aged Daoist who had forced Gu Fei away looked in the direction where Gu Fei had disappeared. He was lost in thought and only recovered after a while. This little guy from the Taishan sect is not simple. If I can't kill him this time, it will be very troublesome in the future. The middle-aged Daoist frowned, then turned and walked towards the waterfall. The limitless potential that Gu Fei had displayed made him apprehensive. No one was willing to make an enemy with limitless potential. If this enemy grew up in the future, he would be a huge threat. After breaking through the water curtain and entering behind the waterfall, the middle-aged Daoist finally walked out with a satisfied expression. Who would have thought that it would be a 9-leaf ginseng? It was not in vain that I waited for so many days to refine it into a cauldron of immortal pills. It will also increase my lifespan by 100 years, so that I can adventure in Heaven Burial Valley. The middle-aged Daoist smiled, then disappeared from the bottom of the cliff. Gu Fei, who had been forced away by the middle-aged Daoist, finally found a suitable place to recuperate in the forest. It was a cave on a mountain wall. The mountain walls were surrounded by thriving vegetation. The tall and dense forest blocked the scorching sun, casting a large area of shade. The cave was not big and could only accommodate one person. This was enough for Gu Fei. Now, what he needed to do was to heal himself. Gu Fei was sitting cross-legged in the cave, running his mysterious technique to heal his injured body. Amidst his long and steady breathing, tiny rays of light that were almost invisible emerged from his skin. The 5 elemental qi in Xiao Chen's body washed through his flesh and blood, entering his internal organs and bones. Every inch of his body glowed with multicolored light. Then, when he exhaled, the impure energy in his internal organs, bones, and flesh would be expelled from his body through his pores. The impure vital energy brought out the impurities in the body and the clotted blood between the organs. As his flesh trembled, the claw marks on Gu Fei's body began to heal and form scabs. His body, which had been tempered by endless spiritual energy, had an amazing healing ability. As long as he did not suffer a fatal injury, Gu Fei's injured body could quickly recover. The exuberant vital energy in his body made Gu Fei's life force abnormally strong. The vast vital energy surged in his body with the frequency of his breathing. His internal organs, muscles, and bones all faintly emitted the sound of thunder. This meant that Gu Fei had already refined his body to the point that it was transparent from inside out. With a thought, the 5 elemental vital energy in his body could reach every inch of his body. In fact, as long as he broke through the last cultivation bottleneck, he could enter the realm of transcending mortality and become the first person in the green spirit peak of the Taishan sect to cultivate this ancient martial art to the realm of transcending mortality in hundreds of years. With Gu Fei's strength, he was already qualified to break through the cultivation bottleneck. Unfortunately, he was in the ruined sky realm, which was not a place for cultivation. Not only was he suppressed by the power of the ruined heaven realm, but Gu Fei also had no time to cultivate. After all, there was a time limit for him to enter the ruined heaven realm. With the passage of time, the surface of Gu Fei's body began to flicker with a sparkling luster. His body seemed to be shrouded in a layer of hazy radiance. Under the guidance of the Xian skill, the surrounding world essence continued to gather. The small cave became dense with spiritual qi. In the void, there was a faint glow that seemed to be lingering. In the primitive mountain forest, there was endless essence qi and all kinds of energy. Gu Fei circulated the ancient qi refinement art, gathering and absorbing the essence of heaven and earth to nourish his injured body. Unknowingly, 4 hours passed and Gu Fei awoke from his meditative state. He opened his mouth and spat out a mouthful of stinky congealed blood. In the short span of 4 hours, Gu Fei's internal injuries had all healed. The scratches on the surface of his body had also scabbed off, revealing his smooth skin. His weak divine sense had also become stronger, penetrating both inside and out, full of spiritual qi. Gu Fei stood up from the ground. His whole body suddenly emitted a series of crackling sounds like popping beans. After taking out a set of clean clothes from his storage bag and changing into them, Gu Fei walked out of the cave. The red sun was setting in the west. The afterglow shone on the mountains, making the western sky look bright red. It was already evening. Humph! Suddenly, Gu Fei let out a cold snort. His eyes suddenly became as sharp and threatening as the edge of a blade. A chilling murderous aura immediately emanated from his body. Swish! Gu Fei's body directly disappeared from outside the cave. He quickly passed through the dense forest and went back the way he came. After recovering from his injuries, the first thing he did was to find that despicable and shameless guy to settle the score. Gu Fei took it as a fart that a gentleman could wait 10 years for revenge. If there was a grudge, there was a grudge, there was a grudge. If there was a grudge, there was a grudge. Since he could get his revenge, why wait until tomorrow? Repaying kindness and enmity quickly. This was Gu Fei's principle. Soon, Gu Fei's figure once again appeared under the waterfall where he found the spiritual essence. What he saw was a mess. These were the traces left behind by the battle between Gu Fei and the demonic beast. The demonic beast's corpse was still scattered on the ground in front of the deep pool. The smell of blood still lingered in the surrounding air. Gu Fei directly broke through the waterfall and entered the back of the waterfall. Soon, he rushed out from the back of the waterfall. The spiritual essence being taken away by that despicable guy was already within his expectations. However, Gu Fei was still incomparably angry. That spiritual essence should have been his. He was the one who put in all his effort to kill that powerful demonic beast with the strength of the transcending mortality realm. However, someone else actually took advantage of it. This made it hard for Gu Fei to swallow this anger. Even if that person was an expert from the Guangqing Immortal sect, Gu Fei still wanted to wash away this humiliation. If people don't offend me, I won't offend them. If people offend me, I will definitely kill them. He was a decisive person, and not one who was afraid of trouble. He would settle this score with that despicable guy sooner or later. Even if he had to spill blood, he would definitely not let it go just like this. Gu Fei scanned his surroundings. After identifying the direction, he continued heading east. Heaven Burial Valley. Rather than calling it a valley, it would be better to call it a sinkhole. A sinkhole that had suddenly sunk in the boundless primordial forest. When the afterglow of the sun disappeared under the mountains in the west, Gu Fei arrived in the vicinity of Heaven Burial Valley as described on the map in the jade slip. Along the way, he discovered many traces left behind by humans in the forest. The younger generation of disciples from the 3 great Daoist sects had entered the ruined sky realm for the longevity grass, which was also the 9-colored immortal grass described on the jade slip. In the area that had been explored in the ruined sky realm, there was only one place where the 9-colored immortal grass grew, and that was Heaven Burial Valley. In addition to the people of the Taishan sect, the people of the Guangqing Immortal sect and the Xianxia sect had all converged on Heaven Burial Valley. Even the high-ranking disciples of the transcending mortality realm had come for the longevity grass. This was already a tacit understanding among the 3 great Daoist sects. Low-ranking disciples like Gu Fei were not qualified to know about the longevity grass. They only knew that it was a kind of 9-colored immortal grass. However, those high-ranking disciples had cultivated in the sect for many years, and more or less knew some of the secrets of the sect. The purpose of these high-ranking disciples taking the risk to enter the ruined sky realm was to find a way to break through the bottleneck of cultivation, and to find a chance of survival when their lifespans were about to end. Therefore, the purpose of these high-ranking disciples was to find an opportunity to break through the bottleneck of cultivation and find a miracle pill that could extend their lifespans. However, although the high-ranking disciples had the cultivation of the transcending mortality realm, they had no advantage in the ruined sky realm. Heaven Burial Valley was surrounded by cliffs that were thousands of feet tall without any slope. Moreover, Heaven Burial Valley was so large that Gu Fei could not see the end of it when he stood on the edge of the cliff and looked across. Below, clouds and mist lingered, and now that night had fallen, the mountain mist was rising, making it even more difficult to see the scenery below. However, intuition told Gu Fei that Heaven Burial Valley was not a good place. It was probably more terrifying and dangerous than the ancient battlefield of bones and the ancient ominous city. Since he had already come here, it was impossible to retreat. Gu Fei could only bite the bullet and jump off the cliff. Of course, even Gu Fei could not bear the huge impact of jumping off a cliff. Every time he fell 1,000 feet, Gu Fei had to hit the cliff wall to neutralize the force of the fall. After hitting the cliff wall 17 or 18 times, Gu Fei finally passed through the mist and landed at the bottom of the cliff. The height of the cliff was much higher than he had imagined. Gu Fei found that the place where he was surrounded by a faint mist. His vision seemed to be unable to see through the mist, and the scenery in the distance was blurry. There was a forest in front of him. Even with Gu Fei's eyesight, he could only see about 100 feet around him. Gu Fei did not dare to be careless. He fully activated his 5 senses and 6 senses. In an unknown area, maintaining the highest level of vigilance was the guarantee of survival. Gu Fei was about to step forward. Roar! Suddenly, a faint roar that made Gu Fei's scalp tingle came from the distance. Although the sound was already very weak, it still made Gu Fei's hair stand on end, and goosebumps rose on his skin. This was a martial artist's premonition of danger and vigilance against unknown dangers. Damn it, this is indeed not a good place. As the roar entered his ears, Gu Fei's expression immediately became solemn. Chapter 201. After Gu Fei entered the Heaven Burial Valley, he had already walked several miles in the dense forest. The dense primitive forest was filled with huge trees that required several people to wrap their arms around. Beneath his feet was a thick layer of withered leaves. Walking on them was like walking on a layer of cotton. There was a rotten smell lingering in the forest. Mist drifted in the air, and with the help of the night, the surroundings were hazy. It was as if one had walked into a dream, giving off an unreal and illusory feeling. This place is not an immortal place where spiritual energy gathers. Why does the 9-colored immortal herb grow here? Gu Fei couldn't help but suspect. Any place that could nurture spiritual energy of heaven and earth was a land of immortal spiritual energy. Just like the waterfall and deep pool in the mountain, it was also a rare and beautiful place. Although the Heaven Burial Valley was not barren, it was definitely not a place of immortal spiritual energy. Logically speaking, it should not be able to nurture spiritual energy of heaven and earth. The deeper he went into the Heaven Burial Valley, the more Gu Fei felt that something was wrong. This was because among the withered leaves on the ground, white bones began to appear. White bones that were as clear as jade. These white bones were no different from the white bones that he had seen in the primordial battlefield and the primordial savage city. They were crystal clear like white jade. Although they had been corroded by the passage of time, there was still a layer of luster flowing on the bones. It was a luster that could only be seen on the finest jade. These were not ordinary bones. They seemed to be the jade bones that only immortals had. They were the bones left behind by immortals after they died. Gu Fei was shocked to discover that there were actually many bite marks on the bones that were scattered among the withered branches and withered leaves. Even though countless years had passed, the bite marks were still clearly visible. This reminded Gu Fei of the beast's roar that he had heard from the depths of the Heaven Burial Valley when he had just descended. He felt a chill in his heart. These immortal bones were like some animal that had thrown them on the ground after it had finished eating. Treating immortals and gods as food was simply too terrifying. One should know that in the Tinglong continent, even a demigod rancor was a rare existence. Gu Fei carefully traversed through the forest. The unknown dangers made him feel incomparably oppressed. About 10 kilometers into the forest, they still hadn't reached the center of Heaven Burial Valley. At this moment, Gu Fei suddenly sensed a great danger approaching rapidly. Gu Fei's heart trembled. In the next moment, a black light, like the scythe of the Grim Reaper, shot out from the fog in front of him, stabbing towards him. Swoosh! Gu Fei was shocked. He used the 8 desolation steps and dodged to the side, leaving behind an afterimage. That streak of black light instantly dispersed the afterimage. Boom! At the place where Gu Fei had been standing, a large tree was swept by the black light. The tree trunk, which was so thick that it would take several people to wrap their arms around it, immediately snapped and fell. Rumble! The ground shook. Withered branches and withered leaves rolled up along with the soil. A huge creature was crawling out of the ground. Under Gu Fei's shocked gaze, 2 huge pincers stretched out of the ground. The pitch-black pincers were thicker than the trunks of the trees in the forest. Then, a gigantic scorpion crawled out from the soil. It was a gigantic black scorpion the size of a house. A layer of black light flowed on its thick black shell, and a ferocious aura immediately pervaded the forest. Only now did Gu Fei see clearly that the black light that attacked him was the long tail of the huge scorpion with a poisonous sting. The poisonous sting at the tip of the huge scorpion's tail emitted a cold black light. Not only was it extremely sharp, but it was also highly poisonous. Whoosh! The huge scorpion waved its 2 big pincers and swept towards Gu Fei. A strong wind suddenly appeared out of nowhere. Immediately, a strong wind blew in the forest. The withered branches and withered leaves on the ground were also swept up into the air and flew randomly. Such a huge creature made Gu Fei feel that it was difficult to resist. He took a step forward and instantly moved several feet horizontally, avoiding the sweep of the huge pincers. Then, a dazzling golden light burst out of his right fist and blasted towards the huge scorpion. The metal element fist seemed to have aroused the power of the metal element between heaven and earth. The golden light surged forward like a stormy sea, illuminating a part of the world. The mighty power of the metal element came out. The trees around Gu Fei were like ice and snow under the scorching sun. They all collapsed and the sky was filled with sawdust. Boom! With a loud noise, the space trembled. The vast fist strength of Gu Fei's metal element fist solidly blasted on the huge scorpion. However, the huge body of the huge scorpion, which was as huge as a house, actually remained motionless under Gu Fei's fist strength. Gu Fei's fist strength was actually unable to shake the huge scorpion. Gu Fei gasped. This huge scorpion was much more powerful than the demonic beast that he had killed before. No one knew better than Gu Fei the power of his fist strength. Whoosh! The long tail of the huge scorpion once again stabbed towards Gu Fei. The poisonous sting at the tail turned into a black light, tearing the void and shooting at lightning speed. He couldn't fight it. Gu Fei instantly judged the current situation. He made a prompt decision and chose to retreat. His body retreated like a phantom. The huge scorpion chased and attacked. The trees in front of the huge scorpion were immediately broken. The whole forest was suddenly in chaos, startling countless birds in the forest. Gu Fei did not stop and directly rushed into the depths of the dense forest. Soon, he completely got rid of the huge scorpion's pursuit and escaped far away. Such a huge monster was not something that Gu Fei could deal with his current cultivation. It was not easy for him to retreat calmly. How could he dare to fight against it? After a thrilling encounter with the huge scorpion, Gu Fei became more cautious. In the primitive old forest, danger was everywhere. Many people died because of carelessness. Roar, howl. After advancing for a few kilometers in the forest, Gu Fei faintly heard the roars of beasts coming from the right ahead. In the beginning, Gu Fei did not pay attention to it. Because in this primitive old forest that seemed to have returned to the primordial times, the jackals, wolves, tigers, and leopards were too weak, and there were countless ferocious beasts that were 100 times more formidable than them. But after that, a wave of lion roars, ape cries, and other wild beasts that he was unable to recognize sounded out. In this way, Gu Fei felt that it was slightly strange. It seemed that there were a large number of ferocious beasts fighting in the depths of the forest ahead on the right. This was rare. Something extraordinary must have occurred. Gu Fei's curiosity was aroused, and he instantly changed the direction he was heading in. He wanted to see what was going on. Needless to say, Heaven Burial Valley was truly enormous. It was enormous to the point that it didn't seem like a sinkhole that had suddenly appeared in the boundless forest, and it was more like a region. The terrain ahead on the right gradually rose and fell, and it seemed to be a low mountain ridge. It seems to be not far from here. It seems to be on the other side of the mountain ridge. Gu Fei distinguished the direction of the sound and silently passed through the dense forest. Following the beast roars, Gu Fei passed through an ancient primitive forest and went over a low mountain ridge. When he carefully walked out of a thistle, his field of vision suddenly widened, and everything that he saw shocked Gu Fei to the extreme. What appeared in front of him was actually a large canyon. This canyon seemed to have been formed by a mountain ridge that had suddenly split open. This canyon appeared very abruptly. The surrounding terrain was all low mountain ridges, and it seemed to be impossible for such a canyon to appear. It didn't seem to be formed naturally. Gu Fei was standing on the cliff of the canyon. Under the night sky, he saw that there was actually an enormous skeleton that was like a mountain ridge lying in the canyon. The enormous skeleton seemed to have no end in sight. The enormous trees that were tens of meters tall and the 1,000-year-old wild vines that were hundreds of meters long were unable to cover it. At the end of the canyon, more than 10 kilometers away, a huge dragon's head completely stunned Gu Fei. It was the skull of a dragon that was as large as a mountain ridge. How amazing was this? The skeleton of a giant dragon actually appeared in front of him. This was the legendary divine dragon. The legendary godly dragon actually existed, causing Gu Fei to lose his ability to think for a moment, as he was utterly shocked. The beast roars that shook the mountains came from below the canyon. This canyon seemed to be about 20 to 30 kilometers long, and it was not more than 1 or 2 kilometers wide. In the middle of it, there was a huge skeleton that was more than 10 kilometers long. One could imagine how terrifying this powerful divine dragon was when it was alive. In the hinterland of the canyon, there seemed to be a great battle between fierce beasts. When Gu Fei recovered from the shock, he directly jumped down from the cliff into the canyon. The cliffs on both sides of the canyon were not high, only about 2 to 3 kilometers high. This was the height that Gu Fei's body could withstand. At such a height, the force of the fall would not be able to hurt Gu Fei. After descending to the bottom of the canyon, he saw that in the forest, among the weeds, there were the corpses of wild beasts. The dragon skeleton that was as large as a mountain, under the reflection of the night sky, glowed with a pure white light, and the huge skeleton seemed to be shrouded in a faint layer of light. With one look, one could tell that even though this divine dragon was dead, the skeleton that was left behind was not ordinary. The closer to the middle of the dragon skeleton, the more corpses there were, and the blood of the beasts was splattered all over the forest. When Gu Fei approached the middle of the canyon, the battle between the fierce beasts had already come to an end. In the forest, among the rocks, there was a large number of beast corpses. Blood mist rose, and a large part of the forest had been destroyed. The pungent smell of blood permeated the forest. 2 saber-toothed tigers that were as large as giant elephants had their heads shattered, and their corpses were lying in the forest. 7 to 8 gray wolves with wings under their ribs had their bodies torn apart, and their corpses were lying in the grass. 2 giant golden eagles that were 5 to 6 meters in length had their chests pierced through, and they hung on a broken tree. A giant one-horned bear that was as large as a small mountain had its head separated from its body, and it fell into a large pit. There were actually dozens of strange beast corpses lying here. This was a rare massacre between fierce beasts. Even for Gu Fei, who grew up in the mountains, he had never seen such a tragic scene. The law of the jungle, where the weak were prey to the strong, was vividly displayed at this moment. No wonder he did not encounter any powerful fierce beasts along the way. Perhaps all the fierce beasts in this area had already gathered in this narrow canyon. An earth-shaking roar came from ahead, and a desolate aura surged in the forest. In front, there seemed to be a battle between tyrannical fierce beasts like the Beast King. The truly powerful fierce beasts, or rather, demonic beasts, were still fighting. The forest in front of him began to tremble. Chapter 202. In the ruined sky realm, it seemed that anything could happen. There were ancient ruins, ancient battlefields, and places of great danger. There were simply too many incredible things. In less than 10 days, the things that Gu Fei had experienced could be said to be soul-stirring, and he had risked his life. However, there had never been anything that had shocked him as much as what had happened today. In the Heaven Burial Valley, there was actually a place where dragons were buried, and a divine dragon was buried in a low mountain ridge. The huge skeleton that looked like a winding mountain greatly stimulated Gu Fei's nerves, and impacted the scope of his knowledge. The skeleton of a dragon that was more than 10 miles long was lying in a long and narrow valley. There was nothing more shocking and inconceivable to Gu Fei than this. Even a dragon could appear here. Of course, what appeared in front of Gu Fei was only a huge skeleton, but it also proved that there used to be dragons in the ruined sky realm. The ruined sky realm was far more mysterious than Gu Fei had imagined. According to the old tortoise, the so-called ruined sky realm was only a false realm that was refined by an almighty expert in the ancient times. Because it was not a complete world, the almighties of the primordial era called the world that was created with great magic power and divine power a false realm. Gu Fei was in such an incomparably real world. This world was not an illusion, but a real existence. However, it was not a perfect world. If the master of this world returned, this world would be taken away and controlled again. It would even become a tool of the master of this world. Gu Fei could not help but look forward to this world. He wanted to see what other incredible things he would encounter and see in this strange world. Under the night sky, in the middle of the long and narrow valley, there was a woodland in the middle of the dragon skeleton. There were broken trees everywhere, and the whole woodland was in a mess. Blood dyed the ground red. The corpses in front of them were a ghastly sight. They were killing each other for the sake of a strange plant in the dragon bones. In the middle of the dragon bones that were as large as a mountain ridge, there was a strangely shaped rock. On the rock grew a small tree that was only around 2 meters tall, but it was red like coral. It had vermilion stems and green leaves, looking extremely clean and neat. The tree trunk was only the size of an adult's finger, but it seemed to be flowing with light. On the tree was a golden fruit that looked like both a dragon and a snake. This fruit was very mystical. There was only one fruit growing on the entire tree. Rays of golden light swirled around the dragon-shaped fruit. Vaguely, there seemed to be a hazy golden shadow of a dragon coiling around the dragon-shaped fruit. Gu Fei was shocked. He could feel that this dragon-shaped fruit was emitting an enormous wave of spiritual energy, causing the spiritual energy around the magical tree to fluctuate. Although Gu Fei did not know what kind of spirit herb this dragon-shaped fruit was, he was certain that it was a rare spirit herb in this world. No wonder all the wild beasts, and even demonic beasts in this area would go crazy over it, risking their lives to fight for it, leaving corpses lying in the wild. The war between the demonic beasts was incomparably fierce. Boundless beast power surged out, and there were still 3 or 4 incomparably powerful demonic beasts fighting each other. However, those demonic beasts purposely didn't want the explosive power to affect the magical tree in the dragon bones, and only fought in the distance. Gu Fei didn't dare to get too close. He just hid in the distance, watching the soul-stirring war between the demonic beasts. There were 4 demonic beasts fighting for the last piece of the battle. One was a huge, earthy yellow snake with a single horn on its head, one was a golden lion with 2 heads, and the last one was a beast that looked like a crocodile, covered in scales and spewing out divine flames. What surprised Gu Fei the most was the 4th demonic beast, or rather, it wasn't a demonic beast. It was hiding in a clump of green mist, emanating an endless amount of wood power. The true form of the shape-shifting demonic beast seemed to be a spirit tree, as if it was a spirit tree that had cultivated itself into a demonic beast. When a spirit tree became a demonic beast, it didn't mean that a beast had attained the Tao. It could no longer be called a beast, but a demonic tree. The 3 demonic beasts and the demonic tree fought fiercely, risking their lives to kill each other. The single-horned serpent's horn kept emitting hazy, earthy yellow lightning bolts, bombarding the other 3 demonic beasts. Thick earth power kept rising from the ground and converging towards the serpent, forming the mighty earth element divine thunder on its horn. Its demonic essence seemed to be endless, and it was extremely frightening. The 2-headed golden lion's body, which seemed to be made of metal essence, was extremely powerful. It waved its claws, and 10 beams of golden light shot out from its sharp claws. They tore through the void like divine swords, shattering the earth element divine thunder and fiercely attacking the vital spot of the single-horned serpent. The fire crocodile that emitted boundless fire chi and the tree demon also unceasingly launched extremely swift and fierce attacks at the other 3 opponents. This chaotic battle shook the heavens and the earth, and the vast and mighty demonic energy seemed to be on the verge of shattering, as if doomsday had arrived. Gu Fei was secretly shocked. The power displayed by the 3 demonic beasts and the demonic tree was too strong. The demonic beasts he had encountered before couldn't be compared to them at all. These 4 fellows were definitely powerful demonic beasts. Conservatively speaking, their cultivation bases had already reached the shape-shifting stage, which was equivalent to the terrifying cultivation bases of the 9th heaven of the ascended realm. How could there be such powerful demonic cultivators in the Heaven Burial Valley? Then, wouldn't the people of the 3 great Daoist sects who had entered the Heaven Burial Valley be doomed? In the ruined sky realm, the power of outsiders would be suppressed by the power here, and their cultivation bases would be sealed within the range of the 9th heaven of the awakened realm. However, the powerful demonic beasts that had grown up in the ruined sky realm weren't subject to this restriction. In this way, even Dan Chenzi, Lu Ruhai, and Ding Yangzi, who were experts at the 9th heaven of the ascended realm, wouldn't be able to fight back when they encountered such terrifying demonic beasts, and would only end up being killed by them. Gu Fei didn't dare to be careless. He slowly activated the power of space in his mud-pill palace with his divine sense, and the vertical mark between his eyebrows immediately lit up. Then, the power of the inner space was guided out and enveloped Gu Fei. Gu Fei's aura was immediately isolated and completely disappeared from the ruined sky realm, as if he had jumped out of this world. If one didn't look with the naked eye, even a void-controlling cultivator would not be able to detect his existence, let alone the 4 demonic beasts that were fighting in front of him. However, just as the 4 monsters were fighting fiercely, causing the sun and moon to lose their luster, a figure silently scuttled out from the shrubbery beside the dragon bones and stealthily made his way toward the strange tree in the dragon bones. Someone actually dared to covet the dragon-shaped fruit under the eyes of the four great demonic beasts. Gu Fei couldn't help but be taken aback when he saw this scene. And when he saw the reckless fellow clearly, he was even more surprised and overjoyed. The fellow who was sneaking toward the strange tree in the dragon bones was shaped like a tortoise, but instead of a tortoise's head, it had a dragon's head. Who else could that sneaky fellow be but the old tortoise? Gu Fei was overjoyed to see the old tortoise all of a sudden. He almost wanted to rush out from his hiding place, but he resisted the urge in the end. He didn't know if the four fighting demonic beasts really couldn't detect the old tortoise's presence, or if the old tortoise was just lucky, but the old tortoise actually managed to sneak into the dragon bones and arrived in front of the strange red coral-like tree. The old tortoise stared at the dragon-shaped fruit with greed in its eyes, and a crystal-clear liquid could even be seen flowing out from the corner of its mouth. Without any hesitation, the old tortoise plucked the golden dragon-shaped fruit from the strange tree. Then with a whoosh, it scuttled out of the dragon bones and ran up the cliff without looking back. Roar! A lion's roar was earth-shattering, and the huge sound waves caused the heaven and earth to tremble. The two-headed golden lion emitted a golden flame-like demonic aura and turned into a golden lightning bolt, streaking across the void and chasing after the old tortoise. The three demonic beasts and the tree demon immediately noticed the abnormality in the dragon bones. When the dragon-shaped fruit was plucked, the strange red coral-like tree withered in an instant. As if it had been weathered in an instant, a gentle breeze blew past, and the withered tree turned into dust that drifted into the air. At this time, the old tortoise had already rushed to the cliff beside the canyon. Rumble! A huge golden beast claw descended from the sky, emitting a terrifying demonic aura that could make one's heart palpitate as it fell on the old tortoise's head. At the same time, streaks of earthy yellow lightning interweaved into a terrifying electric net from the bottom of the cliff and bombarded the dragon turtle. The sky was filled with raging flames that burned the void and rushed towards the old tortoise. The tree demon directly turned into a pale green demonic cloud and wrapped around the old tortoise. Countless vines rushed out from the demonic cloud and entangled the old tortoise. The three demonic beasts and the tree demon attacked at the same time. The demonic aura sealed the heaven and earth, and the attack was so powerful that it shook the heaven and earth. In an instant, all the old tortoise's escape routes were cut off. Ah! You little brats who don't know the immensity of heaven and earth. I didn't want to attack at first. Why did you force me? The old tortoise said with a sigh. Then, the old tortoise unhurriedly took out his ever-victorious killer weapon, the stone tortoise shell, out of nowhere. It had to be said that this was a killer weapon. Although it was very inconspicuous, once the stone tortoise shell appeared, it was like a bottomless black hole that sucked in the vast demonic aura that was rushing towards it. The golden beast claw that shrouded the old tortoise from the sky quickly faded, and the mighty terror and demonic aura was forcibly sucked away. The earthy yellow lightning also disappeared into the stone tortoise shell. The tens of thousands of vines that rushed out from the green demonic cloud and entangled the old tortoise were shattered and turned into green demonic aura that was absorbed by the stone tortoise shell. The sea of flames that the fire crocodile had created was also sucked into the stone tortoise shell. The terrifying attack of the four demonic beasts was completely dissolved in an instant. What made the four demonic beasts extremely depressed was that the unparalleled demonic aura that they had unleashed seemed to have become nutrients for the stone tortoise shell, providing it with a vast amount of demonic aura. Not only were the four demonic beasts dumbfounded, but even Gu Fei, who was watching everything in the dark, could not help but be dumbfounded. The old tortoise, the great demon, was pretending to be a pig to eat a tiger again. Chapter 203. Bang! 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 The old tortoise swung the stone tortoise shell and smashed it in all directions, sending the four attacking monsters flying hundreds of feet away. The stone tortoise shell displayed a great power that could smash anything. Look, I said I didn't want to fight with you little guys. You've hit me too hard. Sigh, I'm really sorry. The old tortoise carried the stone tortoise shell and looked compassionate. The two-headed golden lion was so enraged that it spat out a mouthful of blood with specks of golden light from its two bloody mouths. In just one move, the four extremely powerful monsters were easily defeated by the old tortoise. Hiss! The khaki-colored single-horned giant snake suddenly let out a hair-raising roar, and its body erupted with a misty khaki-colored light that flickered continuously. Then, the giant serpent's head dived straight down towards the ground. When the horn on its head touched the ground quickly melted away. In an instant, a hole large enough for the giant serpent to crawl into was formed. After swinging its tail in the air, with a whoosh, the snake's tens of meters long body disappeared from the ground at an astonishing speed. Even the hole it made disappeared without a trace after its tail burrowed into it, as if it had never been there. Earth burrowing. Interesting. When the old tortoise saw this, he could not help but show a mocking expression on his face. He then directly stomped on the ground with his right leg. Boom! The entire ground suddenly shook violently. The next moment, the ground cracked, and soil flew everywhere. The khaki-colored single-horned giant snake that had burrowed into the soil was directly shaken out of the ground. Whoosh! The thick khaki-colored body of the snake swung violently in the air like a khaki-colored divine whip. It cut through the void with a sharp piercing sound and lashed at the old tortoise. This fierce snake was extremely ferocious. Of course, this also meant that the dragon-shaped golden fruit in the old tortoise's hand was very important to the fierce snake. It was so important that it did not hesitate to risk its life to snatch it from the old tortoise. Sigh. Why bother? Old Tortoise shook his head helplessly. However, Gu Fei, who was hidden at the side, almost laughed out loud when he saw Old Tortoise's expression. This old tortoise was really good at acting. The old tortoise helplessly waved the butcher's knife. No, it should be a tortoise shell, a stone tortoise shell. Then, the body of the khaki-horned snake broke into 17 or 18 pieces, and a mist of blood erupted in the air. This vicious snake was sacrificed heroically just like that. Amidst the bloody mist, the snake's body, which had been broken into 17 or 18 pieces, fell from the sky. A yellow light rushed out of the bloody mist, wanting to break through the sky and fly away. Demonic beasts in the transformation stage had already nurtured their primordial spirits from their demonic cores. Even if their physical bodies were destroyed, they would suffer heavy injuries. However, as long as their primordial spirits were not destroyed, they could be reborn. However, since Old Tortoise was able to smash the snake's body and shell into 17 or 18 pieces, it would definitely not let the demonic snake's demonic core fly away. Old Tortoise opened its mouth, and suddenly, as if a black hole had suddenly appeared in the void, a boundless suction force directly sucked the yellow light into its mouth and swallowed it. Quack! Not bad, not bad. Old Tortoise looked at the remaining 3 demonic beasts. The 3 demonic beasts immediately trembled with fear and turned to flee without looking back. Old Tortoise's bloody means of killing the snake demon and devouring its demonic core immediately shocked the 3 demonic beasts. How would they dare to stay here? The 3 demonic beasts, who were already bitterly disappointed, immediately fled. There's nothing else to play with. It's so boring. Old Tortoise opened his pseudo-heaven and earth, then split the dragon-shaped fruit in his hand into 2 halves. He threw one half into his mouth, chewed it a few times, and swallowed it. Old Tortoise threw the other half into his pseudo-heaven and earth. Vaguely, a green shadow could be seen flashing in Old Tortoise's pseudo-heaven and earth, collecting the other half of the dragon-shaped fruit. Old Tortoise's endless vitality had been worn away by the power of the formation day and night in the stone forest formation. His realm was still there, but what he lacked was power. Therefore, whether it was the demonic core that contained pure demonic aura or the huge spiritual yuan nurtured by the spiritual essence of heaven and earth, they could all replenish the depleted power in his body. The demonic core also nurtured the snake demon's primordial spirit, which was also a great tonic for Old Tortoise. The primordial spirit was transformed from the snake demon's natal essence and was the purest power. That was also why some demonic cultivators often exorcised the souls of living creatures to improve their own cultivation base. However, this kind of behavior of killing to improve one's cultivation base was against the harmony of heaven and was not tolerated by the righteous path. Old Tortoise closed his pseudo-heaven and earth, put away the stone turtle shell, and was about to leave. However, at that moment, Old Tortoise seemed to have sensed something and looked doubtfully at the forest next to him. The stone turtle shell that he had just put away silently appeared in Old Tortoise's hand. Hee hee. Old Tortoise, how come you don't even recognize me? A voice rang out from the forest. Then, a white figure walked out from the forest. You are. Old Tortoise's eyes immediately lit up as he looked at the figure that slowly walked out of the forest with surprise and joy. The figure that walked out of the forest was a black-haired young man dressed in white, with long eyebrows that reached his temples and eyes that were like cold stars. The strangest thing was that there was a vertical mark that was flashing brightly between the young man's eyebrows. The vertical mark was like a closed vertical eye that could open at any time. A strange power spread from the vertical mark between the black-haired young man's eyebrows and shrouded him in a strange fluctuation. No divine consciousness could sense any aura from this young man. It was as if he had escaped into the void, or as if he did not exist in this space at all. Brat, so it's you. Old Tortoise's expression gradually became extremely surprised. He looked up and down at the black-haired young man and then said, hee hee. Unexpected, really unexpected. Unbelievable, unbelievable. The black-haired young man in white who walked out of the forest was none other than Gu Fei. Old Tortoise's burning gaze kept moving back and forth on him, causing him to feel a little creeped out. Old Tortoise's expression was as if he had seen a treasure. He looked as if he could not wait to swallow Gu Fei into his stomach. He was just short of drooling. Old Tortoise, what are you looking at? Haven't you seen a handsome man before? Gu Fei said cautiously. Pfft. Old Tortoise immediately gave Gu Fei the middle finger. What haven't I seen? Back then, I dominated the 3 realms. All right, I know you have a glorious past, but you don't have to keep talking about it all day long. Gu Fei could not help but despise the old tortoise who always talked big. By the way, why are you here? Gu Fei asked. Humph. Let me ask you this instead. When did you come out of your fake world, and why did you suddenly appear here? Old Tortoise said. It's been less than a day since I came out of the inner space. As for why I'm here, don't you already know? Why ask when you already know the answer? Gu Fei looked at Old Tortoise and said. I don't know why you guys are so desperate to get those few grasses, even to the point of fighting. Old Tortoise thought for a moment and then said. What? They found the 9 colored grasses. Gu Fei was shocked. Of course, if I hadn't driven those beasts away, you guys would have become their food. You guys really don't know what's good for you to come to a place where beasts run rampant. Old Tortoise's words were filled with pride and disdain. What happened next? Gu Fei quickly asked. What next? Old Tortoise asked. After you drove the beasts away. What happened next? Gu Fei hurriedly asked. He vaguely felt that things were not going well. Old Tortoise glanced at Gu Fei and then said snappily, what else could it be? It seems that those people had a conflict, and then they started fighting over those grasses. No way, Old Tortoise. Why didn't you pick those 9 colored grasses for me? Gu Fei couldn't help but glare at Old Tortoise. Old Tortoise shrugged and said indifferently, how would I know if you didn't tell me? If you wanted them, you should have told me. You. Gu Fei couldn't help but go crazy. This 10,000-year-old tortoise is doing this on purpose, absolutely on purpose. This is outrageous, purposely trying to anger me. Inhale, exhale, inhale, exhale. Gu Fei kept chanting in his heart, trying hard to suppress the anger in his chest. Old Tortoise secretly glanced at Gu Fei, and a proud expression appeared on his old face. After calming down the anger in his chest, Gu Fei asked calmly, "Why didn't you leave the ruined sky realm with those people? Why did you appear here alone?" "I came for the dragon yuan fruit. This is the land of dragon burial. After a divine dragon dies, its dragon aura does not dissipate, and its essence does not dissipate. Its blood essence can give birth to a rare spirit of heaven and earth, the dragon yuan fruit." Dragon yuan fruit. Gu Fei was surprised. This was the first time he had heard of such a spirit of heaven and earth. When Gu Fei heard about the origin of the dragon yuan fruit from Old Tortoise, he realized why he hadn't seen any description of the dragon yuan fruit in any ancient records. In truth, the origin of the dragon yuan fruit was truly astonishing. The conditions for it to become such a wondrous fruit were simply too harsh. Even in the 3 realms and 6 paths, it had only appeared a few times. In ancient times, celestials roamed the land, and wild beasts roamed the land. The dragon race was one of the few divine beasts that could contend against the celestials born from heaven and earth. The wondrous fruit grown from dragon essence contained a trace of true dragon aura, and after countless years of absorbing the essence of the sun and moon, as well as the chi of the earth veins, it possessed an incomparably wondrous effect. Chapter 204. After Old Tortoise swallowed half of the dragon yuan fruit, the aura on his body became much stronger. Like rain after a long drought, it injected a huge amount of vitality into his exhausted body. Of course, for an antique like Old Tortoise, the essence contained in half of the dragon yuan fruit was just a drop in the bucket. At most, it could only help him recover some of his vitality. Who knew how long it would take for the Old Tortoise to completely recover its past cultivation? Because it was a spiritual essence nurtured by the divine dragon's blood essence, the dragon yuan fruit contained a wisp of real dragon chi, which was of great benefit to Xiaoqing's transformation into a dragon. The half of the dragon yuan fruit that Old Tortoise threw into the pseudo-heaven and earth was consumed by Xiaoqing, who was cultivating in the pseudo-heaven and earth. At Gu Fei's request, Old Tortoise opened the pseudo-heaven and earth and the two of them walked into it. After the battle of the 18 fighting souls, the pseudo-heaven and earth, which had been riddled with holes and broken, had turned into yellow sand. At this time, it was gradually regaining its vitality. Above the yellow sand, green began to appear. The bamboo forest in the small valley no longer existed. The small lake in the bamboo forest had also dried up. The pseudo-heaven and earth, which was originally like a fairyland, had completely changed and become barren. In the small valley, there was an azure figure coiled around a patch of grass. Its huge azure body was as thick as a water bucket, and it was covered in azure scales that flickered with an azure light, as if there was a layer of light flowing around it. A strong wave of energy spread from Xiaoqing's body. It seemed to be in a deep sleep, refining the huge amount of spiritual qi contained in the dragon blood fruit. The Xiaoqing snake that was less than a foot long and the size of a chopstick had now become a huge monster. It should no longer be called Xiaoqing, but Daoqing, which would be more appropriate. This was a strange green snake. If its body stretched out, it would be a conservative estimate that it would be more than 10 feet long. Its body was comparable to the one-horned demon snake that Old Tortoise had killed. This was because the dragon yuan fruit contained the true dragon qi, which was extremely beneficial to snake-type demonic beasts. It could even play a decisive role when a snake was transforming into a dragon. This was also the reason why the single-horned demon snake was so desperate to obtain the dragon origin fruit. However, it was a pity that in the face of absolute power, even if they risked their lives, it would be futile. They would only end up with a tragic death. This little fellow's potential is limitless. If it can completely refine the true dragon qi nurtured within the dragon yuan fruit, its foundation will become even more profound. It is not impossible for a snake to transform into a dragon. Old Tortoise said. For a super antique like Old Tortoise, no one knew the cultivation of mutants better than him. After all, the Old Tortoise was a figure from the ancient times. Countless almighties from the ancient times had now disappeared from the world, annihilated in the endless passage of time. It was already a miracle that the Old Tortoise had survived until now without being destroyed by the ancient formation. Gu Fei did not want to disturb Xiaoqing, so he came out of the fake world with Old Tortoise. After a brief discussion, the two headed straight for the depths of the Sky Burial Valley. The nine-colored immortal herb could not be obtained by the Guangqing Celestial Sect or the Xianxia sect. Although Gu Fei did not know what the nine-colored immortal herb could be used for, it seemed like the sect attached great importance to it. Since the people from the three major Daoist sects that entered the ruined sky realm were willing to fight over the nine-colored immortal herb, it seemed like the herb would definitely be of great use. Not only the Taishan sect, but the Guangqing Celestial sect and the Xianxia sect also seemed determined to get their hands on it. Moreover, with the help of a monster like Old Tortoise, it would be enough to wipe out the Guangqing Celestial sect and the Xianxia sect. Wouldn't the nine-colored immortal herb be easy to obtain? Under the cover of the night, the man and the tortoise left the land of the buried dragon and quickly traveled through the primitive forest. That Old Tortoise was indeed a monster. Almost no demonic beasts dared to stand in its way. Of course, there were some unlucky demonic beasts that did not dodge in time and were directly slapped away by Old Tortoise. Old Tortoise seemed to have little intention to kill. Even when it made a move, it would only slap away the demonic beasts that were in its way. It did not do anything like exterminating the demonic beasts and taking their demon cores. Under Old Tortoise's lead, they traveled about 30 to 40 miles through the seemingly endless primitive forest and mountain ridges. Then, they arrived at the foot of a conical mountain that was shaped like a volcanic crater. This mountain rose from the ground and abruptly appeared in the endless sea of forest, towering between heaven and earth. The pitch-black mountain seemed to be formed after solidifying magma. There was no vegetation on it, not even a blade of grass. It was completely bare and looked very strange. Gu Fei, who had arrived at the foot of the mountain, immediately sensed the fluctuations of magic power coming from the mountain. He could vaguely see strong beams of light shooting from the top of the mountain and shooting into the sky. Could it be that the nine-colored immortal herb grew on this strange, bare mountain? Gu Fei could not help but wonder. The surrounding area was lush with vegetation, but this pitch-black mountain was the only place where there was no greenery at all. There was not even any sign of vegetation growing. Gu Fei did not think too much about it. He and Old Tortoise turned into two rays of light and rushed up the mountain. This mountain was extremely steep, but Gu Fei and Old Tortoise were not ordinary people. Soon, they stepped on the shiny black rocks and reached the top of the mountain. When Gu Fei reached the top of the mountain, he was shocked by what he saw in front of him. It turned out that the top of the mountain was not flat but sunken, forming a huge cave with a radius of hundreds of acres. It was as if the entire mountain was hollow. Waves of Dharma power and sharp sword chi came out of the cave. Indistinctly, the sound of fighting could be heard echoing in the spacious cave. Standing at the edge of the cave entrance and looking down, all one could see was a patch of gray, and the scenery below was very blurry. However, from time to time, sharp sword lights would break through the gray fog and shoot up from below. Under the illumination of the sword chi, one could clearly see that the cone-shaped mountain was hollow. Moreover, it was narrow at the top and wide at the bottom, like an inverted funnel. It seemed that the people from the three main Daoist sects were still fighting for the nine-colored immortal herb. The brilliant light and cold sword chi that erupted from the magic treasures illuminated the huge cave. Just as Gu Fei was about to climb down the cave wall, a voice suddenly rang out. Suddenly, Old Tortoise, who was standing next to Gu Fei, pulled him back and said with a smile, "Why are you in such a hurry to go down?" Puzzled, Gu Fei looked at Old Tortoise and asked, "Why are you stopping me?" Gu Fei was very puzzled. He did not know what Old Tortoise was thinking about at the expense of others. Old Tortoise chuckled and said, "Hee hee, we might as well sit on top of the mountain and watch the tigers fight. It won't be too late to go down after the winner is decided." "Sit on top of the mountain and watch the tigers fight. How can we watch the tigers fight when we can't even see a shadow here?" Gu Fei said snappily. This old tortoise always came up with bad ideas. "Ah. That seems to be true. Hee hee." Old Tortoise said embarrassedly. Gu Fei paid no more attention to Old Tortoise. He went straight down the shining cave wall and climbed down with his hands and feet like a nimble monkey. "What the hell, is there a need to do this?" Old Tortoise could not help but roll his eyes when he saw that Gu Fei was really climbing down. Then, with a swoosh, he disappeared from where he was and appeared next to Gu Fei the next moment. Old Tortoise reached out and grabbed Gu Fei's collar rudely. He pulled him down from the cliff and held him in his hand. Gu Fei was shocked by Old Tortoise's sudden action. His hands and feet felt sore and powerless. Although Gu Fei's eyes could not penetrate the layer of gray mist that shrouded the cave, judging from the fluctuations of mana and sword aura coming from below, it was at least 1,000 feet from the top of the mountain to the bottom of the cave. Even if Gu Fei's body was tempered like steel, his tendons and bones would be broken and he would die from falling from such a high place. The terrifying impact of falling from 1,000 feet high was enough to cause a fatal shock to Gu Fei's internal organs. "What are you doing, Old Tortoise? I was almost scared to death," Gu Fei said angrily. The feeling of being carried by Old Tortoise made Gu Fei very depressed. "Humph. My kindness is not rewarded. I'm just helping you get down faster," Old Tortoise said. Then, he carried Gu Fei and slowly descended into the cave. Gu Fei found that Old Tortoise seemed to be able to fly in the air. There seemed to be a special fluctuation that shrouded Old Tortoise and himself. This fluctuation. Gu Fei vaguely felt that the strange fluctuation that shrouded Old Tortoise and himself seemed to be very similar to the spatial fluctuation that he guided from the inner space. This guy is using the heaven and earth power of the pseudo-world to fly in the air. Gu Fei quickly understood that the pseudo-world power could be used in this way. He was inspired. In that case, wouldn't I also be able to fly in the air and enter Qingming? Thinking of this, Gu Fei could not help but feel excited. Riding the clouds and roaming the 9 heavens did not seem to be something that was out of reach. It should be noted that in the cultivation world of the Tinglong continent, cultivators who could fly in the air without the help of any Dharma treasures or flying swords were incomparably great cultivators of the Imperial Void Realm. Even cultivators of the transcending mortality realm could only rely on Dharma treasures or flying swords to enter and exit Qingming. Gu Fei did not try it right away. Instead, he suppressed the excitement in his heart. At this time, Old Tortoise carried him through the layer of gray fog that shrouded the sky above the cave. The vision of the man and the tortoise suddenly widened. Below the fog was a huge space that was more than 10 times larger than the cave above. Figures were moving quickly in the rubble below like bolts of lightning. Old Tortoise carried Gu Fei and flew through the air. He quickly flew to a hidden spot at the side. No one noticed that someone had entered the cave. At this time, the people of the 3 major Daoist sects, Taishan sect, Guangxing Immortal sect, and Xianxia sect, where Gu Fei was from, were fighting under the leadership of Dan Chenzi, Lu Ruhai, and Ding Yangzi. Chapter 205. It had to be said that the cavern in the belly of the mountain was simply too huge. During the battle between the 3 great Daoist sects, bursts of strong light had only illuminated a part of the void in the central area. Further away, it was still pitch black, as it was shrouded in absolute darkness. No one knew how big the cavern in the belly of the mountain was. In fact, no one paid any attention to how big the cavern was, because everyone's attention was focused on the central area of the cavern. In the central area, directly facing the entrance of the 1,000 feet tall cavern, there was a dark red zone about 7 or 8 feet wide, emitting a misty dark red glow. With the help of the misty red glow, one could see wisps of gray mist rising from the dark red zone and drifting upward. It was only now that Gu Fei, who was hiding in the dark, realized where the layer of gray mist that shrouded the top of the cavern came from. The dark red zone was the source of the gray mist. From the old tortoise's voice transmission, Gu Fei learned that the enormous cavern in the mountain was actually the lair of an extremely powerful demonic beast. In exchange for driving away the demonic beast, the old tortoise had obtained the method to leave the ruined sky realm. As a result, the demonic beast was out of luck. Although the demonic beast was extremely powerful, and its strength was comparable to a void-controlling cultivator, the old tortoise had still beaten the demonic beast half to death before letting it go. The dark red zone in the central area of the cavern was actually a magma pool. The dark red color was the surface layer of the magma that was in a semi-solidified state. It was not hard to imagine that this pitch-black mountain was a dormant volcano. The magma pool with a diameter of 70 to 80 feet appeared here. The huge cavern in the belly of the mountain was the crater of the volcano. Moreover, the magma in the volcano seemed to still be active, and had not completely solidified. At the center of the magma pool was a huge pitch-black rock, on which grew 3 magical plants. These plants looked like grass, and were only about a foot tall. This was not the amazing thing about these 3 plants. The amazing thing about these 3 plants was that no one could distinguish the color of these 3 plants that looked like grass. That was because the 3 plants that looked like grass were constantly changing colors. There was no one color that could completely dominate them. These 3 strange plants were the heaven and earth spiritual essence that the 3 great Daoist sects were determined to obtain, the 9-colored longevity grass. The battle in the field was extremely intense. The ripples of magic power shook the entire heaven and earth. Rocks were constantly being blown away, crushed, and even turned into dust. The people of the Guangqing celestial sect, on the other hand, held their swords in their hands. Dazzling sword lights tore through the air and headed towards the disciples of the Taishan sect and the Shangqing sect. Their attacks were extremely aggressive. Everyone wanted to rush into the magma pool and pluck the 3 9-colored grasses on the black rock in the center of the magma pool. However, every time someone wanted to break away from their opponent and rush into the magma pool, the people from the other 2 sects would act at the same time to stop them. Then, they would start fighting again. Gu Fei hid in the dark. He was not in a hurry to make a move. Together with the old tortoise, he sat on the mountain and watched the tigers fight. Gu Fei realized that the 3 great Daoist sects seemed to be evenly matched. It seemed like no one could completely suppress the people from the other 2 sections. In the field, Li Lingfeng was up against the eldest disciple of the Guangqing celestial sect, Ren Wuming, and the number 1 cultivator of the Shangqing sect's younger generation, Lin Xian. The battle between these 3 people was extremely intense. Li Lingfeng emitted a terrifying wave of magic power. Above his head, a purple-gold 8 trigrams floated. 8 mighty trigrams circled around his body. The 8 trigrams represented the 8 original powers in the world. Li Lingfeng continued to merge with the trigrams, using the power of the trigrams to attract the power of the 8 trigrams to his body. He continued to fight against Ren Wuming's starlight sword lights. At the same time, 4 mysterious talismans rushed out of Lin Xian's body. Every single talisman. They corresponded to the east, west, north, and south. They attracted the power of the 4 symbols and condensed into an azure dragon, a white tiger, a vermilion bird, and a black tortoise. They attacked Li Lingfeng and Ren Wuming. Talismans. The way of the 4 symbols was the main cultivation method of the Shangqing sect. Lin Xian cultivated the 4 symbols talisman. The power of the 4 symbols was enough to shake Ren Wuming's starlight sword lights and Li Lingfeng's 8 trigrams. The 3 young cultivators attacked each other. As long as one of them showed the intention to rush into the lava pool, the other 2 would attack that person at the same time as if they had agreed to. Lin Xian, why don't we work together to take down Ren Wuming? Li Lingfeng's body merged with the Gen trigram. He attracted the power of the mountains and fiercely clashed against Ren Wuming's unparalleled sword lights. Then, he suddenly said to Lin Xian, "You and I work together." Lin Xian was very surprised. If he accepted Li Lingfeng's suggestion, the balance of power on the field would be broken. If the Taishan sect and the Shangqing sect worked together, they would have the power to suppress the Guangqing celestial sect. Lin Xian couldn't help but feel a little tempted. After all, if this endless battle continued, the result would be unpredictable. It would be better to work together with the other party to break this stalemate. Ren Wuming saw that these two were talking about taking him down right in front of him. His face couldn't help but turn a little ugly. Buzz! The flying sword trembled and let out a crisp sword sound. The vast and mighty cold sword qi caused the surrounding temperature to drop rapidly. The sword light was like a rainbow. Suddenly, it split into two and tore through the void, slashing towards the two of them at the same time. Li Lingfeng's body merged with the Gen trigram. Every move he made was like a mountain that was constantly bombarding. Ren Wuming's rainbow-like sword light was instantly shattered. Roar! A tiger roar shook the world. The mysterious talisman that represented the white tiger of the West among the four symbols talismans turned into a ferocious white tiger. It turned into a ferocious white tiger, and collided with the sword light that Ren Wuming had slashed at it. Boom! With a loud sound, the sword light and the white tiger were both shattered. The vast and mighty energy waves caused the space to tremble. All the rocks in the surroundings were immediately blown away. Ren Wuming and Lin Xian retreated at the same time. The two of them clashed head-on and seemed to be equally matched. Roar! There was another tiger roar. The white tiger that was destroyed by the sword light appeared again next to Lin Xian. It circled around Lin Xian's body along with the green dragon, vermilion bird, and black tortoise. The four symbols talismans that Lin Xian had refined had already been melted into his body. As long as the talismans in his body weren't destroyed, the green dragon, white tiger, vermilion bird, and black tortoise wouldn't be destroyed. You want to work together to take me down? Let's see if you have the strength to do so. Ren Wuming shouted coldly. He then formed a sword technique and pointed at the flying sword in the air. One sword to 7 stars. Ren Wuming shouted. The flying sword in the air immediately gave a buzz sound and shook violently. The vast and mighty sword qi caused transparent ripples to appear in the void and spread out in all directions. Ren Wuming attacked with all his strength without holding back. A vast sword qi was emitted from the flying sword. The sword light instantly grew to around 100 feet. As it shook, the sword light turned from 1 to 7. The 7 sword lights were like shooting stars as they shot towards Li Lingfeng and Lin Xian respectively. Li Lingfeng had undoubtedly received special treatment from Ren Wuming. Out of the 7 sword lights that were like shooting stars, 4 of them were actually heading towards Li Lingfeng. Qian Tian, Kuan Di, Qian Kuan reverse. Li Lingfeng shouted loudly. The Qian trigram and Kuan trigram that circled around him instantly gave off a bright light. The power of heaven and earth seemed to have been reversed. The void around Li Lingfeng's body twisted. The 4 sharp sword lights were actually pulled back by the terrifying power of Qian Kuan reverse, causing them to lose their aim. The other 3 sword lights that slashed towards Lin Xian were blocked by the green dragon, white tiger, vermilion bird, and black tortoise formed by the Dao talismans. Just as Li Lingfeng and Lin Xian were blocking Ren Wuming's sword lights, Ren Wuming left an afterimage on the spot and pounced towards the magma pool with lightning speed. Ren Wuming's calculations were very accurate. He had been waiting for this moment. His sword transformed into 7 stars and he attacked with all his strength. He had successfully caused Li Lingfeng and Lin Xian a lot of trouble. Swoosh! Ren Wuming's body was like the wind and lightning. In the blink of an eye, he had crossed a distance of 200 to 300 feet and directly rushed into the magma pool. The others were all engaged in battle. No one had the time to stop him. Everyone was taken aback. Just as Ren Wuming was about to step onto the black stone in the magma pool, a vast power wave surged towards him at a high speed. Then, a giant golden palm materialized out of thin air and headed straight for him. The vast power of the golden palm shook the void. The extremely fierce wind from the palm made Ren Wuming almost unable to breathe. Ren Wuming instantly took in a deep breath of cold air. He was extremely shocked. Without thinking, the 7-star sword lights instantly condensed in his palm and slashed forward. Boom! With a loud sound, Ren Wuming slashed out a bright sword light at the critical moment. It violently collided with the golden palm that was emitting the vast power of the golden element. The terrifying power swept out from the point of collision. The semi-solidified magma below cracked instantly. The hot magma was undulating like waves. However, even though it was very close, the black stone in the middle of the magma pool with the 9-colored longevity grass growing on it did not move at all. It did not receive any impact. Obviously, someone had used a great power to protect the black stone and the 9-colored longevity grass on it. The bright sword light and the giant palm that was emitting the terrifying power of the golden element collapsed at the same time. The vast power that erupted directly sent Ren Wuming flying. And the person who had collided with Ren Wuming was extremely powerful. He took a step forward. Swoosh! With a sound, he moved like the wind and lightning. In an instant, he arrived in front of Ren Wuming who was flying. It's you. Ren Wuming had already seen the person's face clearly, and he couldn't help but exclaim. He wanted to make a move, but a slender and pure white palm had already pressed against his chest at this moment. A faint golden light surged out from that palm, and Ren Wuming's eyes immediately widened into round circles. Bang! Without any power to fight back, Ren Wuming was hit and sent flying. His blood spilled all over his clothes. The person who had hit Ren Wuming was a black-haired young man in white. This young man had long eyebrows that reached his temples. His eyes were like cold stars. His knife-like face revealed a sense of maturity and firmness that did not match his age. Gu Fei made a move. Chapter 206. Whoosh! Gu Fei left behind an afterimage where he had been standing. He instantly caught up with Ren Wuming, who was flying backward. Then, he turned around in the air, and his right leg swept down like a huge whip towards Ren Wuming's waist. Ren Wuming was shocked. He quickly formed a sword seal, and his natal flying sword immediately blocked in front of him. The bright sword light turned into a sword shield, protecting him within it. Boom! Gu Fei's leg was extremely powerful, and he directly ignored the sharpness of the flying sword. His foot swept onto the sword shield in front of Ren Wuming. The sword shield instantly shattered, and the flying sword was knocked away. Ren Wuming fell from the sky like a cannonball. The dark brown hard ground below him immediately shattered, and the ground shook. Ren Wuming's body directly smashed into the ground, creating a large crater. Gu Fei slowly descended from the sky with unparalleled power. This sudden scene shocked the people of the 3 great Daoist sects. Ren Wuming's defeat shocked the people of the Guangqing Celestial sect even more. Ren Wuming was the eldest disciple of the younger generation of the Guangqing Celestial sect. His flying sword could be said to have been practiced to perfection, and he had already stepped into the realm of being one with the sword. If even he was defeated in an instant, then it was easy to imagine what would happen to the others. Gu Fei stood next to the magma pool and coldly glanced at everyone present. Everyone, stop. These 3 9-colored herbs belong to the Taishan sect, he said coldly as he glanced coldly at everyone present. Li Lingfeng and the others were surprised and happy to see that the person who defeated Ren Wuming was Gu Fei. But when they heard what Gu Fei had said, their expressions immediately changed. Didn't Gu Fei's words push the Taishan sect into the limelight? How could the Guangqing Celestial sect and the Shangqing sect allow him to pick the 9 colored herbs? The Guangqing Celestial sect and the Shangqing sect were likely to join forces because of Gu Fei's arrogant words. They would first drive away the people of the Taishan sect. At this moment, Dan Qinzi, Lu Ruhai, and Ding Yangzi stopped fighting and backed off. Dan Qinzi's expression was unsightly. Tens of thousands of fine threads of golden light circled around Dan Qinzi. Each thread of golden light was a tiny golden needle. This was Dan Qinzi's self-refined golden needle magical treasure. Cauldron Yangzi's body exuded a vast and mighty fluctuation of magical power, and numerous transparent and profound talismans. They kept appearing on his body, and then they kept vanishing. There was no end to them. At this moment, Lu Ruhai glared at Gu Fei and said coldly, "You little brat, how dare you speak so arrogantly? You're simply courting death." As he spoke, Lu Ruhai actually pointed at the flying sword in front of him. After that, surging sword qi immediately surged out from the flying sword. The light from the sword grew by 60 m, and it shot towards Gu Fei like a shocking ray of light. Lu Ruhai. Dan Qinzi could not help but be shocked when he saw that Lu Ruhai had disregarded his status and attacked a junior. He then took out his flying needles and attacked Lu Ruhai. Amidst the mighty magical power, tens of thousands of golden threads shot out like rain, as if piercing through the void. With a loud chi-chi sound, they enveloped the sky and trapped Lu Ruhai within the golden threads. "Old tortoise, what are you waiting for?" Facing Lu Ruhai's unparalleled sword light, Gu Fei's expression was calm. There was not the slightest trace of panic on his face. I'm coming. I didn't want to make a move. I'm really sorry." A helpless voice came from the darkness. Then, a stone tortoise shell suddenly appeared in front of Gu Fei. The sword light, which was like a rainbow with terrifying sword qi, suddenly struck the stone tortoise shell. There was a dull, hollow sound, and the sword light collapsed. Not only that, even the flying sword and the sword light instantly turned into thousands of specks of cold light and exploded like a ball of fire. The old tortoise's stone tortoise shell actually smashed Lu Ruhai's flying sword. This scene shocked everyone. The people from the Guangqing Immortal sect were completely dumbfounded. At this moment, Lu Ruhai was using the pure sword energy in his body to form an astral sword to protect his body. Like a divine sword, he broke through the thousands of golden threads and rushed out. However, Lu Ruhai's body immediately trembled when his natal flying sword was destroyed, as if he had suffered a heavy blow. He opened his mouth and spat out a mouthful of blood. His face instantly became as pale as paper. He stumbled a few times and actually fell to the ground. Seeing Lu Ruhai in such a miserable state, Dan Qinzi could not bear to continue attacking him, so he called back the thousands of golden threads. Although the destruction of the natal flying sword did not mean that Lu Ruhai had become a cripple, what was certain was that Lu Ruhai's Daoist foundation could be considered half destroyed. If he wanted to refine a flying sword again, who knew how much time and effort it would take? Ding Yangzi's expression also changed at this moment. At this moment, he finally understood why Gu Fei had said that the 9-colored longevity grass belonged to the Taishan sect. With that abnormal old tortoise making a move, even if they joined forces with the Guangqing Immortal sect, they would still be no match for the old tortoise's stone tortoise shell. Ding Yangzi was secretly shocked. A layer of cold sweat appeared on Ding Yangzi's forehead as he looked at the figure walking out of the darkness and said respectfully, "Old senior, how can you do this? How can you go back on your word? You had an agreement with us. You promised not to help either side." Lu Ruhai glared at the approaching old tortoise, his eyes almost spitting fire. "Humph." The old tortoise snorted coldly and said with a sullen face, "Who do you think you are to dare to criticize an old man like me? Back then, when I was dominating the 3 realms and the 6 paths, I didn't even know where the founder of your sect was. As he spoke, the old tortoise seemed to be very angry. He stretched out his hand in the air toward Lu Ruhai. Lu Ruhai's entire body suddenly exploded. He didn't even have the time to let out a scream before he turned into a mist of blood. Everyone here was scared silly by this scene. An expert of the Guangqing Immortal sect was actually killed just like that. He didn't even have the strength to retaliate. In the mist of blood, a fist-sized golden light soared into the sky, wanting to break through the air and fly away. That was the sword core that Lu Ruhai had cultivated within his body. Lu Ruhai, who was at the ninth heaven of the transcending mortality realm, had not only cultivated a sword core, but also nurtured a primordial spirit from the sword core. Although his body had been destroyed, the primordial spirit hidden within the sword core was not destroyed. However, today was destined to be the day of Lu Ruhai's death. The old tortoise stretched out his right hand. A huge hand directly appeared in the void and grabbed the sword core. Then, the vast and unparalleled primordial sword power contained within the sword core was continuously refined into the old tortoise's body and turned into a part of his power. Not long after, the sword core was completely refined by the old tortoise. Just like that, Lu Ruhai had completely disappeared from this world. The old tortoise was killing one to warn the others. The huge cave was completely silent. No one dared to make a sound or even breathe loudly. The people of the Guangqing Immortal sect felt a chill down their spines. Although they were angry and wanted to draw their swords to kill the old tortoise, no one dared to actually draw their swords. Apart from the young disciples of the three major Daoist sects, there were also 7 or 8 green-robed high-ranking disciples present. The strength of these high-ranking disciples was not inferior to Dan Chenzi, Lu Ruhai, and the others. However, their strength was suppressed in the ruined sky realm. On the other hand, the old tortoise's strength was unrestricted due to the fact that he possessed the pseudo-heaven and earth. As a result, the old tortoise was basically invincible among these people. No one was willing to provoke the old tortoise because they could lose their lives at any time. Lu Ruhai was a good example of this. With the previous example in front of them, who would still dare to make a sound? This old man can do whatever he wants. You have no right to criticize me. The old tortoise's face darkened as he scanned the people present. His cold words made everyone feel suffocated. The stone tortoise shell had already been put away by him, but it could reappear in his hand at any time and be thrown around. Old tortoise, why are you talking so much nonsense? Hurry up and put away the 9-colored immortal herb and get out of here, Gu Fei said impatiently. Even Gu Fei was surprised that the old tortoise had actually killed Lu Ruhai. However, he did not have a good impression of the people of the Guangqing Immortal sect, so he did not mind killing them. You stinking brat, can't you save some face for me in front of so many people? The old tortoise was somewhat displeased. The cold and ruthless aura that the old tortoise exuded immediately disappeared. Ha, you actually killed my master. Just as the old tortoise was about to open the pseudo-heaven and earth and put the 9-colored immortal herb in the magma pool into the pseudo-heaven and earth, a voice suddenly rang out. Ren Wuming stood up from the ground unsteadily. His eyes had become bloodshot as he stared at the old tortoise like a wild beast. Everyone was shocked again. Lu Ruhai was Ren Wuming's master. This was really unexpected. Apart from the people of the Guangqing Immortal sect, the people of the Taishan sect and the Xianxia sect were all shocked. The old tortoise looked at Ren Wuming, who was walking out of the pit step by step, and said calmly, "So what if I killed him? What can you do to me? I want you to die." Ren Wuming gritted his teeth and said fiercely. He had been seriously injured by Gu Fei and his body was covered with blood. He could not even walk steadily, but he still walked towards the old tortoise step by step. He was simply courting death. No one thought that Ren Wuming would be able to survive. Eldest brother, come back. The young disciples of the Guangqing Immortal sect could not help but become nervous. Lu Yunhe could not help but yell at Ren Wuming. However, Ren Wuming turned a deaf ear and continued to walk towards the old tortoise. The dull flying sword on the ground also began to vibrate and began to emit a bright sword aura. Whoosh! The flying sword on the ground leaped up from the ground like a snake, and flew towards Ren Wuming. It hovered around his body and danced in the air. Eldest brother, you are no match for him. It is never too late to take revenge. At this time, a clear and sweet but extremely anxious voice rang out. The one who spoke was a beautiful girl in a white dress. This girl was the junior sister of the Guangqing Immortal sect, Li Mengyao. After hearing Li Mengyao's voice, Ren Wuming's body seemed to shake a little, but he still continued to walk towards the old tortoise step by step. Humph. Since you want to die, I will grant you your wish. The old tortoise sneered. He was laughing at this guy for overestimating himself and being extremely stupid. A smart person would choose to endure at this time, bury the hatred in the bottom of their heart, and wait for an opportunity to take revenge in the future. The old tortoise's right hand moved again. Everyone knew that if the old tortoise's right hand pressed towards Ren Wuming would follow in the footsteps of his master, Lu Ruhai, and die tragically on the spot. Chapter 207. Swoosh! 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 A few figures rushed over from the side and blocked in front of Ren Wuming. However, the old turtle remained unmoved and still raised his right hand. At this moment, everyone couldn't help but turn pale. As long as the old turtle pressed down with his right hand, this disciple of the Guangqing Immortal sect would be completely erased from this world in an instant. Their souls would scatter and they would disappear from this world forever. Old Senior. Dan Chenzi couldn't help but say. The old turtle killing Lu Ruhai had already made Dan Chenzi and Ding Yangzi's expressions a bit ugly. Now, if the old turtle killed these young disciples of the Guangqing Immortal sect in front of everyone and they just stood by and watched, the alliance between the three great Daoist sects would probably break. Old turtle, that's enough. Gu Fei couldn't help but change his expression. He also didn't want things to get out of hand because it wouldn't be good for the three great Daoist sects. Humph. The old turtle sneered. He raised his right hand but didn't press down. Instead, he waved it at Ren Wuming and the others. Ren Wuming and the others immediately flew out and fell into the rubble, unable to get up for a while. You old turtle, you don't even have the slightest bit of tenderness for the fairer sex. Really? Gu Fei cursed in a low voice. Among the people blocking in front of Ren Wuming, one of them was the junior sister of the Guangqing Immortal sect, Li Mengyao. You stinking brat, could it be that you want to be a hero and save the beauty so that the girl will repay you with her body? The old turtle looked at Gu Fei with an evil smile and said with ill intentions. I'm not as dirty as you, old turtle. Although Gu Fei said so, his eyes lit up and completely exposed his inner thoughts. TSK. The old turtle couldn't help but look down on Gu Fei. This brat isn't a good person either. Calling me dirty. I'm afraid he's even dirtier than me. Seeing that the old turtle didn't really kill the young disciples of the Guangqing Immortal sect, everyone couldn't help but secretly let out a sigh of relief. Thank you, old senior, for showing mercy. Dan Chenzi and Ding Yangzi hastily saluted the old turtle respectfully and said in unison. The old tortoise's cultivation base was unfathomable. In the Ruin Heaven realm, it could not be suppressed by the power of the Ruin Heaven realm. It was definitely an invincible existence. A wise man submits to circumstances. Dan Chenzi and the others were not stupid. They understood the implications of this. Even if the old tortoise killed Lu Ruhai, the two of them would not dare to disrespect the old tortoise, let alone mention the previous agreement. If old tortoise turned hostile, it would not benefit anyone. If you want to take revenge on me, you must be prepared to die. The old tortoise said coldly to Ren Wuming, who had been blown 100 feet away and had yet to stand up from the rubble. The old tortoise did not care about these disciples of the Guangqing Immortal sect at all. If the old tortoise wanted to kill them, it would be as easy as killing an ant. How could an ant-like existence pose a threat to him? At this moment, a few other people from the Guangqing Immortal sect had already rushed to the front of Ren Wuming and the others and helped them up from the rubble. Although it was just a light flick, who was the old tortoise? The force of the flick also made Ren Wuming, Lu Yunhe, and Guangqing's junior sister Li Mengyao feel as if their bones were about to fall apart. They rolled among the rubble. The tearing pain caused by the collision of their bodies with the rubble made them feel as if they were being tortured by 1,000 cuts. Their muscles and bones were shaken, making them feel weak and powerless all over. They could not stand up for a while. Ren Wuming was supported by a junior brother. After hearing the old tortoise's words, his bloodshot eyes were filled with hatred. He looked at the old tortoise. Lu Ruhai's death was a great blow to him. The master-disciple relationship between Lu Ruhai and Ren Wuming seemed to be very deep. It made Ren Wuming want to get even with the old tortoise, even though he knew he would die. Unfortunately, although he wanted to kill the old tortoise, he did not have the strength to do so. Ren Wuming's life was actually in the hands of the old tortoise. If the old tortoise was bent on killing Ren Wuming, not to mention Dan Chenzi and the others, even Gu Fei would not be able to stop him. Ren Wuming would not be able to survive even if he had 10 lives. The old tortoise ignored Ren Wuming and reached out his hand to draw a line in the void. As if tearing the void, a space crack of more than 10 feet long appeared above the magma pool. Like an open mouth, it shrouded the magma pool. When everyone saw this scene, they were all moved. It was the breaking of the void. Everyone was inexplicably shocked. The magical power displayed by the old tortoise was so terrifying that it stunned everyone. Legend had it that only the supreme saints, who were comparable to immortals, had the terrifying cultivation of breaking the void. Could it be that this dragon tortoise had the supreme cultivation of a supreme saint? In fact, Dan Chenzi and the others were wrong. What the old tortoise broke was not the big heaven and earth, but his own fake heaven and earth. This did not mean that the old tortoise's cultivation was comparable to immortals. The fake heaven and earth was the world that the old tortoise had sacrificially refined. If he wanted to break his fake heaven and earth and open a crack to connect with the outside world, it was as easy as turning over his hand. The old tortoise opened the fake heaven and earth and was about to put the 9-colored longevity grass in the magma pool and the black stone where it had taken root into the fake heaven and earth. Suddenly, a figure flashed beside the magma pool. A white figure suddenly rushed out from the side and directly rushed into the magma pool. Junior brother Gua, what are you doing? Li Lingfeng recognized the person who rushed into the magma pool at a glance. It was Guo Bufan, one of the top 10 young masters of the Taishan sect. He hurriedly shouted at Guo Bufan. Among the top 10 young masters of the Taishan sect who had entered the ruined sky realm, except for Shenqiru who had disappeared, the other 9 masters had all gathered here. Guo Bufan's sudden action of diving into the magma pool had shocked everyone. Did he want to snatch the 9-colored grass from the hands of the old tortoise? Guo Bufan's move was undoubtedly stupid. The 9-colored longevity grass was taken by the old tortoise, which was equivalent to the Taishan sect taking it. Why did he do that? In the eyes of a young master like Guo Bufan, the magma pool with a radius of 7 or 8 feet was a distance that could be crossed in an instant. Guo Bufan directly swept over the magma pool and his right foot had already stepped on the black stone in the center of the magma pool. Pang! Just as Guo Bufan stepped on the black stone, the shoes on his right foot and even the bottom of his trousers on his calf suddenly caught fire. The temperature of the magma pool didn't seem to be that terrifying. Everyone only felt waves of heat assaulting their bodies. However, the black rock in the pool was able to set Guo Bufan's shoes and trousers on fire. One could imagine how terrifying the temperature of the magma pool was. However, to everyone's surprise, Guo Bufan completely ignored his burning right leg. Instead, he reached out to grab the 3 9-colored longevity grasses growing on the black rock. Something's wrong. Gu Fei could not help but be shocked when he saw this. Without thinking, he took a step forward and displayed the 8 steps extreme speed. Swoosh! With a sound, he left an afterimage on the spot and appeared beside Guo Bufan in an instant. Then, he threw a punch at Guo Bufan. Metal movement fist. A dazzling golden light surged forward from Gu Fei's fist and rushed toward Guo Bufan like a golden wave. The golden element fist was firm and unyielding, and its fist force was incomparably ferocious. Under Gu Fei's full strength, the terrifying fist force shook the void, and even the semi-solidified magma in the magma pool was pressed down by the fist force. Hey! Guo Bufan's hands stopped in the air and he suddenly raised his head to look at Gu Fei. When Gu Fei saw Guo Bufan's face, he couldn't help but be stunned because Guo Bufan's eyes were no longer like a human's eyes. Blood-colored pupils and sclera. Gu Fei felt as if he was being stared at by a venomous snake even though he only glanced at him for a moment. Whoosh! Without saying a word, Guo Bufan directly punched out to meet Gu Fei's fist. Surging demonic qi immediately surged towards Gu Fei like a great river. A cold and evil fiendish aura immediately spread out from Guo Bufan's body and filled every inch of space, causing one's heart to palpitate. Boom! With a loud bang, Gu Fei's metal movement fist collided violently with Guo Bufan's demonic fist. The surging power shook the heavens and the earth, and the dazzling light illuminated the entire cavern. The huge airwave that erupted caused a tornado to blow in the air, and the magma in the magma pool was also swept up into the sky. Gu Fei and Guo Bufan flew back at the same time. The two of them collided head-on, and it seemed that they were evenly matched. Fortunately, Old Tortoise protected the 3 9-colored longevity grasses with his great power. Otherwise, the longevity grasses would have been destroyed by the surging power. What's going on? Xianxia was secretly shocked. With a wave of his hand, the thousands of golden threads around him immediately shot towards Guo Bufan, who was flying back. Demonic. Old Tortoise's face turned ugly. Guo Bufan was obviously being controlled by the demonic creature. Layers of demonic qi surged from his body, and after he stopped retreating, he directly blasted his palm towards the thousands of golden threads that were shooting towards him. Rumble. The demonic qi that was as black as ink condensed into a giant palm. It directly shattered the thousands of golden threads and grabbed towards Xianxia. However, in the next moment, a stone tortoise shell suddenly appeared above Guo Bufan, and then smashed down. The pseudo-power of heaven and earth from the stone tortoise shell sealed off all directions, making it difficult for Guo Bufan to dodge. Bang! Without any suspense, Guo Bufan's body was instantly blasted apart by the stone tortoise shell, and he transformed into a mist of blood. However, the mist of blood did not sprinkle on the ground. Instead, it erupted with a dazzling bloody light. Every drop of blood was glowing, and the world seemed to have turned into a sea of blood. The evil and terrifying power was vast and mighty, surging. Then, the endless sea of blood turned into hazy bloody shadows. Pang! They rushed out in all directions. The demonic blood escape technique. Old Tortoise could no longer maintain his composure. Chapter 208. Since the beginning of the world, demons seem to be the greatest enemy of all living beings in the world, the source of all evil. Demons strengthened themselves with the blood of all living beings and the destruction of all things. The nature of demons was ferocious and brutal. The battle between justice and evil had always been regarded as a battle between all living beings and the source of evil. It could be said that demons were the greatest enemy of all living beings in the 3 realms and 6 paths. All the cultivators on the Tinglong continent took it as their duty to eliminate demons and defend the Dao. No one on the righteous path was willing to associate with demons. Of course, there were also people who could not resist the temptation of demons and fell into the demonic path, becoming great demons, slaughtering all living beings, using the blood and souls of all living beings to enhance their cultivation and condense the true demon body. On the Tinglong continent, the Daoists prevailed and the evil Dao disappeared. The forces of the righteous Dao occupied the absolute upper hand. However, for thousands of years, the evil Dao did not perish. In every period of time, there would always be evil cultivators who fell into the evil Dao. They would come out from the northern evil region and bring endless slaughter to the common people of the world. Demons were everywhere and impossible to guard against. Even the ruined sky realm, such a secret place, was still infiltrated. Guobufan, a disciple of the Taishan Peak, one of the top 10 young experts of the Taishan sect, was controlled by the demon. At the critical moment, he suddenly tried to snatch the 9-colored longevity grass. He was smashed to pieces by the stone turtle shell of the old turtle, and his whole body turned into a mist of blood. The sudden turn of events caused everyone present to be stunned. Especially the people of the Taishan sect, they never thought that Guobufan had become a puppet of the demon. When the demonic thoughts entered his brain, Guobufan could not be more dead, but the wisp of demonic thoughts that invaded his body did not dissipate. He also took the opportunity to use the demonic blood escape technique, causing the blood mist to turn into a sea of blood. Every drop of blood was emitting an evil bloody light, illuminating the entire cave in the belly of the mountain in the color of blood. A great demonic aura that struck fear into the hearts of all living beings exploded and filled every inch of space in the huge cavern. Boom! With a bang, the surging blood clouds suddenly exploded, and countless blood-red light condensed into countless blood-red shadows, rushing out. Dodge! Old Tortoise could no longer maintain his composure and shouted at the people around him. Following that, Old Tortoise pressed his right hand into the void, and a great suction force emerged from his palm. Endless blood was instantly sucked toward him. The surrounding people were greatly alarmed and hurriedly took out their flying swords and magic treasures to dodge in a panic. Old Turtle's palm seemed to form a bottomless black hole, sucking in the countless blood shadows that rushed out of the sea of blood. A ball of blood the size of a fist condensed in the Old Turtle's palm. It flashed with dazzling blood-red light, as if there were countless demonic shadows struggling on the blood ball. Faint demonic howls came from the blood ball. Despite the Old Tortoise's speed, more than 10 illusory crimson shadows managed to escape. One of the crimson shadows even lunged at Gu Fei. What the hell is this? Gu Fei was taken aback. Before the blood shadow pounced in front of him, an incomparably foul smell had already rushed into Gu Fei's nose, making him want to vomit. Don't let the demonic shadow pounce on you. Old Tortoise shouted. The 5 elemental yuan qi surged violently in Gu Fei's body, and a 5-colored aura emanated from his body. Without much thought, Gu Fei directly punched at the blood shadow that pounced on him. The power of the 5 elements rotated in his body, and Gu Fei directly punched the fire element fist of the 5 elements fist. The power of the peak of the awakening 9th heaven surged in front of his fist. The fiery aura burned the sky like a great fire, and the terrifying temperature seemed to burn everything in the world. The earth-shattering fire instantly enveloped the blood-colored demonic shadow that was pouncing over. The vast power of fire trapped the blood-colored demonic shadow inside. In the flashing red light, the demonic shadow let out ear-piercing roars. Finally, its illusory body was completely obliterated by the fire, and it turned into a wisp of smoke that dissipated into the void. Even demons were suppressed in the ruined sky realm. The blood-colored demonic shadow looked terrifying, but in fact, it could only exert the demonic energy of the awakening 9th heaven, and it was not necessarily stronger than the people present. However, the others did not seem to be as lucky as Gu Fei. Several people were pounced on by the blood-colored demonic shadow in succession. The blood-colored demonic shadow seemed to be tangible and intangible, and it actually passed through their bodies. The flesh and blood of those who were pounced on by the demonic shadow withered in an instant. The demonic shadow that passed through their bodies seemed to have sucked all their essence, qi, and spirit, turning them from living people of flesh and blood into lifeless mummies. The way those people died was very horrifying. They looked like skeletons covered in human skin. Even their eyes had collapsed, and all their flesh and blood seemed to have been sucked dry. Hiss. Seeing that those people had died so miserably, the crowd could not help but gasp. They hurriedly summoned their magical treasures and flying swords, and while dodging the blood-colored shadows, they also kept attacking the blood-colored shadows. As for the blood shadows that passed through the bodies of those practitioners, they actually became a lot more solid. It was obvious that they had become a lot stronger than the other blood shadows. Old Tortoise, hurry up and do it. Gu Fei shouted at the old tortoise, and then used the 8 desolation steps to pounce on the battlefield, leaving an afterimage on the spot. At this time, 3 blood-colored shadows had already forced the exhausted Ren Wuming, Lu Yunhe, and Li Mengyao to keep retreating. It was obvious that it was only a matter of time before the blood-colored shadows pounced on them. In an instant, the old tortoise had completely absorbed the sea of blood into his palm and turned it into a fist-sized ball of blood. Then, he refined it into pure essence and absorbed it into his body, becoming a tonic for the old tortoise. The power of the devil was actually a kind of energy between heaven and earth. As long as the demonic nature in the power was refined, it could also be absorbed. Brat, I also want to be faster, but there's something strange about that black stone. The old tortoise said. He controlled the fake world and shrouded it from above the magma pool. He wanted to put the black stone and the 9-colored longevity grass in the magma pool into the fake world, but things did not seem to go as smoothly as expected. Swoosh! Gu Fei's figure suddenly appeared beside Li Mengyao. He formed a seal with both his hands and a vast amount of fire elemental energy surged out from the seal. Bang! The blood-red demonic shadow that pounced towards Li Mengyao suddenly exploded into pieces. The power of fire seemed to be the nemesis of these blood-colored shadows. The high temperature it emitted instantly evaporated the blood mist that exploded and completely dissipated in the air. Li Mengyao was very surprised by Gu Fei's help. Due to the old tortoise, Li Mengyao did not have a good impression of Gu Fei. She did not thank Gu Fei, but directed the flying sword to kill the other 2 blood-colored shadows. Gu Fei touched his nose and smiled bitterly. The effect of the hero saving the damsel in distress did not seem to be very good. He had to admit that Li Mengyao was indeed a girl who could move any man's heart. In particular, Li Mengyao's unique temperament revealed a sense of heroism in her fragility, which made Gu Fei look at her in a different light. However, it seemed that this junior sister Guangqing did not appreciate it. It was no wonder that everyone present, except for Dan Chenzi and the others, had already noticed the close relationship between Gu Fei and the old tortoise. Moreover, the old tortoise had just mercilessly killed Lu Ruhai, the leader of the Guangqing Immortal sect's expedition to the Ruin Heaven realm. Although the people of the Guangqing Immortal sect would not vent their anger on Gu Fei, they did not treat Gu Fei kindly either. Those blood-colored shadows were indeed very strange. Li Mengyao's flying sword cut one of the shadows that was pouncing toward Ren Wuming in half like a snake. However, in an instant, the 2 halves of the shadow recovered with a flash of blood-colored light, as if they had not suffered any damage at all. On the contrary, Li Mengyao's flying sword light that was like a waterfall became a little dimmer. By then, the remaining disciples of the Guangqing Immortal sect had also noticed the strange situation. The Guangqing Immortal sword, which was said to be able to break all kinds of magic with a single sword in hand, seemed to be unable to do any damage to the strange blood-colored shadows. The fierce flying sword could not cause any damage to the shadows. However, the blood-colored shadows that were emanating terrifying evil fluctuations seemed to be able to corrode the spiritual nature of the flying sword, causing it to gradually weaken. This was not a good thing. After all, without spiritual nature, flying swords were no different from ordinary weapons, except for their sharpness. However, things were not absolute. A sword cultivator from the Guangqing Immortal sect, who was riding a blazing flying sword, managed to slay a blood-colored shadow that was pouncing toward him with a sword light. The blood-colored shadows were not afraid of other flying swords or magical treasures, but they seemed to be afraid of pure yang true fire. This might be the reason why Gu Fei was able to slay the blood shadows with his fire elemental power. Therefore, some of the cultivators who had cultivated pure yang true fire started to use their fire elemental power to slay the blood-colored shadows. In the cave, flames suddenly shot up to the sky, and the temperature increased tremendously. Although Li Mengyao did not appreciate it, Gu Fei could not leave her in the lurch. Moreover, although he did not have a close relationship with Lu Yunhe, they were still friends. Gu Fei continuously performed the 5 elements exterminating seal art. The fire elemental power flowed along with his hands, and it was as if the fire elemental seal art had activated the purest fire elemental power between heaven and earth. After that, it gathered in his hands, and then surged out violently, turning the entire space into a sea of fire. The other 2 blood-colored shadows were also killed by Gu Fei's attack. Li Mengyao and Ren Wuming did not say anything about Gu Fei's rescue. Only Lu Yunhe nodded at Gu Fei and cast him a grateful look. The Guangqing Immortal sect's trip to the Ruin Heaven realm could be said to be extremely miserable. Of the 11 people who had entered the Ruin Heaven realm, apart from Ren Wuming, Lu Yunhe, and Guangqing's junior sister Li Mengyao, the others, including Lu Ruhai, had all died. Of course, the green-robed high-ranking disciples were not among them. There were still a few high-ranking disciples in the cave who were from the Guangqing Immortal sect. Just as the blood-colored shadows that were attacking Li Mengyao and the others were taken care of, a rumble that sounded like muffled thunder suddenly rang out in the cave, causing the entire enormous cave to shake. Everyone couldn't help but be shocked. They all looked in the direction of the sound, and saw that the magma pool at the center of the cave had begun to boil at some point. The old turtle's figure stood in the air above the magma pool, and with great difficulty, guided the pseudo-power of heaven and earth downward. In the midst of the violent shaking, the black stone less than 10 feet in diameter in the magma pool was slowly rising from the magma pool. Chapter 209. The old tortoise was using the pseudo-power of heaven and earth to collect the black stone in the magma pool, and of course, the 3 9-color longevity grasses that were surrounded by 9 different colors on the black stone. The vast energy fluctuations completely broke the limit of the ruined sky realm. The entire huge cave in the belly of the mountain was shaking. To be precise, the entire Black Mountain was shaking. Loud noises of boulders hitting the ground kept coming from all around the cave. It was as if the whole world was shaking, and the earth was shaking. Everyone was stunned by the sudden change, including Gu Fei. The entire Black Mountain was hollow. If it collapsed, everyone would be buried in the belly of the mountain, and no one would survive. However, the old tortoise, who was standing in the air above the magma pool, did not care about that. If the mountain collapsed and the earth cracked, no one would survive, but he would. The pseudo-power of heaven and earth was so vast that the black stone in the magma pool slowly rose. However, as the black stone rose from the magma pool, everyone found that it was not a black stone at all, but a pitch-black stone pillar. The smooth black stone exposed in the magma pool was just one end of the stone pillar. The stone pillar seemed to be as heavy as a mountain, and the old tortoise seemed to be struggling. The energy fluctuations emanating from its body were as majestic as the sea and as heavy as a mountain. It did not seem easy to put it into the inner world. Moreover, as the stone pillar slowly rose, the whole cave was shaking more and more violently. The ground around the magma pool began to crack, and hot magma began to seep out of the ground. This was not a good sign. Everyone felt danger. This place might really be a volcano, and an active one at that. Rumble. The world was shaking. Gu Fei found that the muffled sound that sounded like thunder came from the depths of the earth, and the temperature in the cave was rising rapidly. Seeing that the situation was not going well, some people chose to retreat. With the abnormal old tortoise here, everyone present had lost the qualification to fight for the 9-color longevity grasses. Because no one was a match for the old tortoise. Since there was no hope, choosing to retreat was the wisest choice. Moreover, there were 7 or 8 extremely dangerous demonic light and blood shadows pouncing on them in the cave. If the blood shadow pounced on them, the blood shadow would penetrate their bodies and suck their blood essence, magic power, and even their souls dry to strengthen themselves. It could be said that demon shine and blood shadow were equal to the god of death. However, this wasn't an invincible death god. Demon shine blood shadow feared pure yang true fire. In front of a cultivator that cultivated pure yang true fire, demon shine blood shadow had no advantage at all. He was completely suppressed. However, not everyone could cultivate the pure yang true fire of the Daoist school. Flying swords, magic weapons, Dao techniques, none of them were able to damage demon shine and blood shadow. As for those that couldn't cultivate pure yang true fire, they were forced into a perilous situation by demon shine and blood shadow. Li Mengyao, Ren Wuming, and Lu Yunhe, the 3 most outstanding young disciples of the broad accomplishment Immortal sect in the Void Heaven realm, chose to leave as well. The 7 or 8 crimson demonic figures seemed to have sensed danger as well. They suddenly stopped attacking the crowd and gathered together. With a flash of crimson light, the 7 or 8 crimson figures emitting terrifying demonic fluctuations actually fused together, turning into a nearly solid crimson figure. The blood-red figure had a head of long blood-red hair and a devilish appearance. It actually looked very similar to the great devil of the Devil Dao, the devil monarch of 6 paths, Roar. The blood-red figure threw its head back and roared. A gloomy and terrifying aura spread out from it, causing everyone to feel an indescribable pressure. The power of the blood-red figure was also suppressed by the power of the Void Heaven realm, so it couldn't break through to a higher level than the 9 heavens awakening. However, the boundless baleful aura emitted by the blood-colored demon made one's heart palpitate. It was a frightening feeling that made one's skin crawl. Humph! How dare a little demon brat act so presumptuously in front of me? Damn it! The old turtle, who was standing in the air above the lava pool, suddenly turned around and pointed a finger at the blood-red figure. Chee! With a soft sound, a beam of divine light immediately shot out from the old turtle's finger. The divine light shattered the void and shot at the blood-red figure. The blood-red figure that was hit by the divine light roared. In the next moment, with a bang, it instantly exploded and turned into a strange blood mist that emitted a dazzling blood-red light. However, the blood mist did not completely dissipate. Instead, the instant it exploded, it quickly condensed again, and a faint and illusory blood-red demonic figure appeared again. The old turtle's attack didn't kill the figure. The blood-red figure that reappeared was no longer as solid as before. It looked like a real person. The blood-red figure seemed to have been seriously injured by the old turtle's attack and became faint and illusory. Roar! With a roar, the blood-red figure suddenly emitted endless blood-red light. It then shot up into the sky like a blood cloud and flew toward the exit above. Humph! The old turtle snorted heavily and stopped attacking. This was because it was a critical moment for him to collect the stone pillar with the power of the fake heaven and earth. He couldn't be distracted anymore. At this time, the pitch-black stone pillar in the lava pool had already emerged from the ground. The lava was 10 feet long, but it seemed to have no end. Moreover, the rumbling that sounded like muffled thunder from deep underground seemed to gradually become clearer. The source of the sound seemed to be rapidly approaching the surface from deep underground. While Gu Fei was shocked, he began to feel a monstrous wave of vitality surging out from under the lava pool. This was not right. Could it be that a Terra vein fire chi was gushing out from the surface? Gu Fei vaguely guessed something and his face couldn't help but turn a little ugly. If there was really a Terra vein fire chi erupting from deep underground and gushing out from the surface, it would form a volcano. This kind of power belonged to the fire of the four original powers of the world: earth, water, wind, and fire. When the earth fire erupted, the power was enough to shake the world and turn it into a sea of fire. It was not something that could be resisted by humans. At this time, the old turtle seemed to have also noticed something strange. He suddenly shouted at Gu Fei, "Brat, get out of here quickly. This volcano may be erupting soon. That damn pervert actually used a precious treasure to suppress the Terra vein fire chi and freeze the earth, water, wind, and fire here. Once this stone pillar is pulled out, not only will this black mountain collapse, but the surrounding 100 miles will also become a sea of fire." No way. Is it that serious? Then why did you collect that black stone pillar? Leave after collecting the 9-colored immortal herb. Gu Fei couldn't help but be shocked when he heard this. As the sky and earth shook, huge cracks began to appear on the hard rocky ground. The ground seemed to be on the verge of collapsing at any time. Glaring Terra fire rushed out from the cracks, and within the Terra fire, hot magma gushed out. The magma gradually covered the ground and converged into a liquid magma lake. "What do you know, brat? I'd rather give up those few grasses and collect this stone pillar." The old turtle's tone was firm. It seemed that the stone pillar in the magma lake was very important and vowed to obtain it. Boom! With a loud quake, Gu Fei's body swayed. He almost lost his balance and fell to the ground. Rocks fell from the sky like raindrops. There seemed to be a terrifying power suppressed deep underground. Moreover, this power was gradually awakening and erupting, wanting to rush out of the ground. The others had long felt that a great danger was approaching and had chosen to retreat. In the huge cave, only Gu Fei and the old turtle, who was collecting the black stone pillar, were left. "You old turtle." Gu Fei was helpless. Seeing that the whole cave was about to collapse, he could not help but feel anxious. Swoosh! Gu Fei turned into a shadow and swept over the surging magma. He pounced into the old turtle's pseudo-world and arrived above the black stone pillar. "Brat, what are you doing? Get out of the way." The old turtle's strength surged and the entire void trembled. The void where he was at seemed to be on the verge of collapsing at any time. The old turtle had exerted all his strength, but it was still difficult to completely collect the stone pillar into the pseudo-world. This showed that the stone pillar was extraordinary. Gu Fei turned a deaf ear to the old turtle's words. He directly stretched out his right hand and grabbed the 3 9-colored longevity grasses on top of the stone pillar. He plucked them and put them into his storage bag. Then, Gu Fei rushed out of the old turtle's pseudo-world. From the moment he rushed into the old turtle's pseudo-world, the vertical mark on Gu Fei's forehead began to shine. The power of the inner space enveloped his body. The old turtle's pseudo-world power could not affect Gu Fei at all. Gu Fei could come and go freely in the old turtle's pseudo-world. Of course, this was because the old turtle did not stop Gu Fei and let him come and go. Otherwise, in the old turtle's pseudo-world, the old turtle would be the supreme god that ruled over everything. Even if Gu Fei had the power of the inner space, he would still be trapped in the old turtle's pseudo-world. Gu Fei did not know how dangerous it was to rashly enter someone else's pseudo-world, especially one with an owner. After rushing out of the old turtle's pseudo-world, Gu Fei did not stop. He dodged the falling rocks and rushed to the cliff of the cave and quickly climbed up. With the help of the inner space, Gu Fei felt that he could soar into the sky at any time, as if he was flying in the air. However, he had yet to familiarize himself with this mysterious power, so he couldn't use it freely. Thus, he couldn't borrow the power of the inner space to soar into the sky and roam the 9 heavens. Soon, Gu Fei rushed out of the huge cave in the belly of the mountain and rushed down the mountain without looking back. The giant black mountain trembled violently. Terrifying cracks appeared on the mountain as if it could collapse at any time. This made Gu Fei's heart tremble. However, Gu Fei's luck was really good. After he rushed down the mountain and rushed more than 10 miles away, the giant black mountain collapsed with a boom. Suddenly, the rocks were pierced, the mountain collapsed, and the ground cracked. It was as if the end of the world had come. Billowing smoke and dust rose high into the sky. A huge mountain had completely disappeared from this endless ancient forest in the blink of an eye. Chapter 210. In the depths of Heaven Burial Valley, the area within a 50-kilometer radius was in chaos. The collapse of the Black Mountain had caused a huge tremor. It was as if the end of the world had arrived, causing even the heavens and earth to tremble. The rubble streaked through the air, forming fireballs from the friction with the air. They left behind black smoke as they smashed into the ancient forest. Every fireball was like a meteorite crashing into the earth. They fell from the sky and instantly destroyed the forest. All the birds and beasts within a 50-kilometer radius fled in panic. Boom! 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 Loud explosions rang out, and the earth shook violently. Thick smoke and flames rose from the ground. The originally quiet forest was in complete chaos. Before the Black Mountain collapsed, the people from the 3 great Daoist sects that had escaped from the cave were also among the groups that fled. Waves of demonic aura that were as vast as mountains would occasionally appear in Heaven Burial Valley. Occasionally, greater demonic beasts would soar into the sky and fly in the direction of the collapsing Black Mountain. The collapse of the Black Mountain seemed to have alarmed all the accomplished greater demonic beasts in Heaven Burial Valley. Heaven Burial Valley seemed to be the world of beasts. Accomplished greater demonic beasts were very frightening. Whoosh! 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 A winged dragon the size of a small mountain flapped its wings, creating a fierce gust of wind as it flew over Xianxia and the others. The pterosaur's huge wings caused a strong wind to surge downwards, causing a strong wind to blow in the forest below. Some of the towering trees were uprooted. Xianxia and the others found it even harder to stabilize themselves and were blown around by the strong wind. When the huge Black Mountain collapsed, the people who saw that the situation was not right had already fled more than 100 miles away, avoiding the terrifying destructive storm that swept out when the huge mountain collapsed. However, Gu Fei was not as lucky as these people. When the huge mountain collapsed, he had only fled more than 10 kilometers away. The terrifying power of the collapsing mountain formed a terrifying destructive storm that spread out with the collapsing mountain as the center. This terrifying storm of destruction destroyed everything in its path. The ancient primordial forest was flattened, and even the rocks were sent flying. In an instant, they shattered and turned into dust. Gu Fei was directly swept away by the destructive storm that swept from behind, as if he was riding on a cloud, tumbling in the air. Trapped in the annihilation storm, Gu Fei felt like he had fallen into hell. The tearing force tore at him from all directions, and all the bones in his body felt like they were about to break. Pang! A 5-colored aura rushed out of his body. Gu Fei stirred up the yuan qi in his body, trying his best to resist the terrifying force that was squeezing and tearing at him from all directions. His clothes were torn to shreds the moment the destructive storm hit him. Fortunately, Gu Fei had held the storage bag at his waist tightly in his hand. Otherwise, the 3 9-colored immortal herbs would have been swept away along with the storage bag. He did not know how far he had been swept away by the storm. Just as Gu Fei felt that he could not hold on any longer, he suddenly felt his body shake violently. Then, his nose smelled the smell of soil, and a cold feeling came from all directions. He seemed to have smashed into the ground. However, at this moment, Gu Fei did not want to move, not even a finger. Even if he had bones of steel, he was already exhausted under the ravages of the annihilation storm. His body was about to collapse. The wind howled angrily, mixed with the faint sound of thunder. The terrifying storm did not stop and continued to wreak havoc on Gu Fei's body. Gu Fei, who had smashed into the ground, knew that he was out of danger, and immediately breathed a sigh of relief. Only then did he realize that his muscles and bones were sore all over, and the pain was unbearable. It was as if he had been fighting against thousands of soldiers for 3 days and 3 nights. A sense of powerlessness welled up in Gu Fei's heart. He really wanted to lie in the soil forever and never come out again. Compared to the annihilation storm, the soil was like heaven. However, reality was cruel. It was not up to Gu Fei to make a choice. Time waited for no one. Even though he did not know how many days had passed since he entered the ruined sky realm, he could guess that it was almost time to leave the ruined sky realm. If he did not leave the ruined sky realm before the spatial passage that led to the ruined sky realm closed again, he would be trapped in this pseudo-realm until the ruined sky realm reopened. However, the reopening of the ruined sky realm would not happen until 2 cycles of 60 years had passed. 2 cycles of 60 years, or 120 years. In the eyes of cultivators who had achieved success in cultivation, it was just a blink of an eye. However, in the eyes of Gu Fei, it was as long as reincarnation. He could not wait that long. He would never miss the opportunity to leave the ruined sky realm. Lying quietly in the soil, Gu Fei operated his magic skill to communicate with the inside and the outside world, gathering the qi of heaven and earth from the outside world and guiding it into his body to replenish the qi that he had consumed. In the earth, the qi of earth was abundant. Gu Fei's body was gradually enveloped in a layer of hazy earthy yellow light. The qi of earth continued to gather and was channeled into Gu Fei's body. The meridians in his body were faintly discernible with a faint earthy yellow light flowing. The Heaven Burial Valley was unimaginably vast. It was like a world of its own, a wild world that stood alone in the ruined sky realm. Moreover, this was not a pure land. There were dangers everywhere, and powerful demonic beasts roamed about. Now, Gu Fei's priority was to recover his qi as soon as possible. 2 hours later, the terrifying storm that was wreaking havoc in all directions finally subsided. Gu Fei broke out of the soil, and what he saw in front of him shocked him greatly. His surroundings had turned into a vast expanse of sand. The sand stretched as far as the eye could see, and not a single trace of greenery could be seen. A primeval forest had been completely razed to the ground. In the direction of the collapsed Black Mountain, a column of black smoke rose into the sky, connecting the sky and the earth. Faint fiery light could be seen flickering in the black smoke. The earth vein fire qi did not seem to be erupting, and Gu Fei could still faintly hear the strange rumbling sounds coming from ahead. Could it be that the old turtle had not collected the black stone pillar into his fake world? Who cares if he can collect the black stone pillar or not? It's better to leave this place first. With this thought in mind, Gu Fei hurriedly took out a set of clean clothes from the storage pouch in his hand and put them on. Then, he identified the direction and headed west. The Heaven Burial Valley was in the east, and now that Gu Fei was looking west, it should be the direction he came from. At this moment, several terrifying demonic beasts appeared near the collapsed Black Mountain. The figure of the winged dragon, which was the size of a small mountain, was suspended in the western sky. In the eastern sky, there was a raging fire Qilin, which was emitting endless divine flames and burning half of the sky red. In the southern sky, there was a demonic beast hidden in the black fog. Its face could not be seen clearly, but the power of this mysterious demonic beast was not inferior to that of the winged dragon and the fire Qilin. You 3 little guys, go back to where you came from. The huge black smoke column had a diameter of 3 to 4 miles. At this moment, the old turtle's voice came from under the smoke column. The old turtle did not seem to take these 3 terrifying demonic beasts seriously. It should be noted that if these 3 demonic beasts were released, even great cultivators in the void-controlling realm would have to retreat. These 3 demonic beasts could no longer be called beasts. They could be called demons, and they were the strongest among the demons. With their cultivation base, they could transform into human forms, but they chose to maintain their original forms. Perhaps these three great demons were disdainful of transforming into human forms. Who are you? How dare you be so rude to us? Among the three great demons, the fire Qilin from the east said. Its loud voice reverberated between heaven and earth. Obviously, these three great demons were also ruthless characters in the Heaven Burial Valley. They were demon kings and were usually high and mighty. At this moment, after hearing the old turtle's words, they were immediately enraged. Humph! If you want to know who I am, why don't you come down here? The old turtle's words were still full of disdain. It seemed that the old turtle was deliberately provoking the three great demons. The fire Qilin no longer spoke. Instead, it used its actions to answer the old turtle. Boom! With a loud sound, monstrous flames surged out of the fire Qilin's body. A vast fire cloud seemed to have appeared in the sky and shrouded the world. The fire elemental energy that was vast like the sea suddenly erupted, and the surging flames incinerated everything. It seemed as if even the void was about to melt, and a part of the heavens and the earth trembled. In the next moment, boundless fire clouds came down from the sky. Even the huge black pillar of smoke was cut into two by the fire clouds. The black pillar of smoke was actually forcefully pushed back by the fire clouds that covered the sky and covered the earth. There was a bottomless hole in the ground. The fire Qilin was extremely powerful. It displayed a terrifying magical power and used its supreme demonic power to suppress the leaking fire Qi of the earth vein back into the big hole. Of course, the Archean fire Qi that had been suppressed in the earth vein for countless years did not really erupt. It was only a bit of smoke. If the Archean fire Qi in the earth vein really erupted, the three great demons would have long avoided it. They would not have dared to go forward. Rumble. The world was shaking. Endless flames pressed down on the big hole in the ground, and the ground that was enveloped by the divine flames was instantly scorched. The pterosaur and the mysterious great demon hidden in the black fog looked on coldly from the side. They did not seem to want to take action at all. They could not wait for the fiery fire Qilin to take the lead and test the strength of the guy in the hole. The fire Qilin, which was engulfed in boundless flames, descended in an incomparably powerful way above the big hole on the ground where the black smoke and fire Qi were rising, and then directly descended into the hole. The fire quickly disappeared in the hole, and the black smoke and fire Qi were forcibly suppressed back into the hole, completely intercepting the huge black smoke pillar. The old turtle in the hole still did not take action. The two great demon cultivators in the sky could not help but be a little surprised. The guy in the hole was so arrogant that he dared to look down on them. Was he just pretending to be fierce? However, at this moment, the fire Qilin's terrified roar suddenly came from the depths of the ground. The ground suddenly shook violently, and the soil surged up and down like waves. Countless rocks and soil collapsed from the sides of the hole, and the pitch-black hole on the ground expanded rapidly. In just a few breaths, the fire Qilin's terrified roar completely disappeared, and the abnormal movements on the ground quickly calmed down. The black smoke and fire Qi once again gushed out from the huge hole. The two great demons in the sky were finally moved. Chapter 2:11. The big demon fire Qilin was actually trapped in the big hole on the ground that was emitting thick black smoke and fire. This caused the pterosaur that was standing high in the sky in the west and the mysterious big demon hidden in the black fog in the south to be extremely shocked. These three great demons actually knew each other. Not only did they know each other, but they were also rivals fighting for the throne of the first demon king in Sky Burial Valley. Therefore, the winged dragon and the mysterious great demon knew how powerful the Qilin demon king was. They were even more shocked because they knew the Qilin demon king's magical powers. The Qilin demon king's cultivation was almost on par with theirs. If the person in the hole could subdue the Qilin demon king, he could also defeat them. Both the winged dragon demon king and the mysterious great demon felt threatened by the person in the cave. Who exactly are you? Why do you want to disturb the peace of this place? A deep and cold voice came from the constantly surging black fog. The black smoke in the hole was still surging. The huge smoke column that was cut off by the Qilan Demon King connected the sky and the earth again. It was like a giant pillar that supported the sky, standing between the sky and the earth. It was a spectacular sight under the night sky. There was no sound coming from the cave, only muffled thunder-like rumbling could be heard coming from the depths of the ground, and the earth seemed to be trembling. After brewing for such a long time, the immemorial fire qi in the depths of the earth vein seemed to be on the verge of erupting. The temperature around the entrance of the cave was still rising, and dazzling flames were constantly rushing out of the cave. The mysterious great demon in the black fog saw that the person in the hole did not respond. He did not know what to do. After all, even the Qilan Demon King was trapped in the hole. The mysterious great demon did not dare to act rashly. Apart from the strange sounds coming from underground, there was no other sound. The winged dragon and the mysterious great demon were very afraid of the person in the hole. Roar! Suddenly, an angry roar came from underground. The winged dragon demon king and the mysterious great demon were startled by the sudden roar. Rumble! A terrifying wave of energy came from the big hole in the ground. The winged dragon and the mysterious great demon's expressions changed immediately. Then, the winged dragon flapped his wings, stirring up gusts of wind. He immediately turned around and retreated the way he came. The mysterious great demon immediately rode on the black fog of demonic qi and instantly left. Roar! How long is this pillar? The old tortoise's roar came from underground. It seemed that he still hadn't put the black stone pillar into the fake world. At this time, balls of fire began to appear in the billowing column of smoke. They were fireballs condensed from extremely pure immemorial fire qi. Even an immortal god would be burned to ashes and die on the spot if the fireball touched them. The black stone pillar, which was used to suppress the fire qi in the earth veins, was slowly being sucked into the fake world by the old tortoise. With every foot that the old tortoise pulled in and the black stone pillar rose, the fire qi in the earth veins became more vigorous. It was not hard to imagine that if the black stone pillar that was suppressing the fire qi in the earth vein was pulled out, the ancient fire qi under the earth vein would completely explode, and the surrounding 100 miles would be plunged into a sea of fire. At this time, it was the darkest period before dawn. There were no stars in the sky, and the black smoke that gushed out from the ground had already enveloped this part of the world. Thousands of feet underground, a huge stone tortoise shell emitted a dazzling light that illuminated everything around it. The power of the fake world poured down and enveloped the old tortoise and the black stone pillar below. The old tortoise stood in midair under the stone tortoise shell, guiding all the power of the fake world to the black stone pillar and slowly pulling it up from the bubbling magma below. The process seemed to take an extremely long time. The black stone pillar that had been sucked into the fake world by the old tortoise was 200 to 300 feet long, but its lower end was still in the boiling magma, with no end in sight. The old tortoise opened the fake world, and vaguely, a strange beast that was emitting blazing flames from head to toe could be seen trapped in the old tortoise's fake world, struggling and roaring. The 10th sunrise after entering the ruined sky realm was coming. There wasn't much time left. Even the old tortoise didn't know if he could take this precious treasure away before the spatial passage in and out of the ruined sky realm closed again. A black stone pillar that could suppress the fiery aura of an earth vein was definitely not an ordinary object. Even the old tortoise coveted it, and wanted to put it into the fake world. The terrifying energy fluctuations coming from underground were growing stronger and stronger, as if they could collapse the sky and split the earth, and could erupt at any time, turning the area within 100 miles into a sea of magma and fire. This was also why the great demon had retreated in a panic without looking back when it saw the unfavorable situation. Demon cultivators who had attained the Tao of beasts were more sensitive to danger than other cultivators. The black smoke that soared into the sky gradually emitted dazzling fiery light, illuminating the sky. The fiery aura that was leaking out was growing stronger and fiercer. This was not a good sign. The huge black hole, which was several miles in diameter, had originally been a pool of magma about 20 feet in diameter in the middle of the huge black mountain. The magma pool had long since disappeared, replaced by a huge hole spewing black smoke and fiery aura. As the Qilin Demon King was trapped in the black hole, the Winged Dragon Demon King and the mysterious Great Demon retreated, and some of the powerful demonic beasts who had been watching from the sidelines also began to retreat. These demonic beasts had cultivated in Heaven Burial Valley for countless years, and more or less knew something about the inside of the huge black mountain, which was why the Qilin Demon King and the others had stopped the old tortoise. If the fiery aura of the earth vein here erupted, the entire Heaven Burial Valley would no longer be peaceful, and the living space of the demonic beasts would be seriously threatened. These demonic beasts who had been born and raised in the ruined sky realm were well aware of the dangers in the ruined sky realm. Heaven Burial Valley was not a bad place, but other areas were much more dangerous than Heaven Burial Valley. Even the 3 great demon kings of Heaven Burial Valley did not dare to set foot in some of the more dangerous areas. After all, some areas could even bury immortals and gods, let alone demon kings. However, the fiery aura of the earth vein in Heaven Burial Valley seemed to be destined to erupt at any time. No one dared to stop the great demon in the depths of the earth. All the great demons chose to retreat. After all, only by staying alive could anything be possible. If they couldn't even stay alive, how would they be qualified to talk about the future? To the demonic beasts in Heaven Burial Valley, the old tortoise was an evil demon who had brought disaster to Heaven Burial Valley. But to Gu Fei and the others, the old tortoise seemed to have done a good deed. The unusual movement caused by the fire chi in the earth veins attracted the attention of all the demons in the Heaven Burial Valley. None of the powerful demons paid attention to Gu Fei's group. Imperceptibly, they managed to avoid a great disaster without any mishap. At this time, it was already not far from daybreak. The surroundings were completely silent, not even the roar of a beast could be heard. It could be said that it was completely silent. Under the night sky, Gu Fei got his bearings and carefully walked through a primitive forest. After all, Heaven Burial Valley was vast and boundless. The collapse of the huge black mountain had only affected the depths of Heaven Burial Valley. The rest of the area was still desolate. The uninhabited primitive forest was filled with the strong smell of dead branches and leaves. Gu Fei often walked in the mountains, so he was already used to this smell. He stepped on a thick layer of soft, cotton-like dead branches and leaves and moved forward carefully. Gu Fei knew that the dead branches and leaves under his feet had accumulated for many years, forming a layer of soft mud that was several feet thick. If an ordinary person walked on it, their feet would sink into the mud. Basically, they would not be able to move an inch and would be trapped in this ancient forest until they died. Given Gu Fei's current cultivation, his feet naturally would not sink into the mud. His body was as light as a swallow as he floated over the dead branches and leaves without making any sound. However, the moment Gu Fei walked out of the primitive forest, he suddenly stopped in his tracks. His entire body was like a cheetah, and his muscles instantly tensed up. 5 elemental chi surged in his body, ready to launch a terrifying attack at any time. His acute sense of smell caught a hint of the smell of blood mixed in the rotten smell of the forest. It was the stench of blood. Although it was weak, it stimulated his nerves and allowed him to enter a fighting state instantly. Gu Fei stood quietly in the darkness. After a while, he realized that there was no dangerous aura around him, but the smell of blood. Gu Fei's eyes, which were like 2 cold stars, scanned his surroundings. Oh! Gu Fei suddenly realized that there seemed to be a figure on a tree about 10 meters to his right. Swoosh! Gu Fei disappeared from where he was, and the next moment, he appeared in front of the tree on the right. The scene in front of him made Gu Fei very vigilant. Yes, there was a person hanging on a horizontal branch of the tree. This person was hanging upside down, and his body was swaying slightly with the wind. He was dressed in green and looked like a skeleton. This method of death was not unfamiliar to Gu Fei. It was the masterpiece of the blood-colored demonic shadow. Under the tree, there were metal fragments scattered on the ground. It seemed to be a broken magic treasure. However, the fragments scattered on the ground were dim and had no luster. It was obvious that they had lost their spirituality. Was that demonic shadow nearby? Although Gu Fei was not afraid of the blood-colored demonic shadow, the enemy was in the dark, and he was in the light. It was impossible to guard against it, so Gu Fei still felt threatened. One had to know that if he was not careful and let the strange and evil blood-colored demonic shadow pounce on him, he would end up like the corpse in front of him. It seemed that the blood-colored demonic shadow was not nearby, and there was nothing strange in the surroundings. Gu Fei went forward and pulled the magic treasure bag from the waist of the corpse. Just as he was about to open it to see what was inside, the motionless corpse hanging upside down on the tree suddenly opened its eyes. Chapter 2:12. Just when the corpse hanging upside down on the tree suddenly opened its eyes, Gu Fei immediately felt a sense of foreboding. He did not think too much about it. In fact, he did not even have the time to think as he instinctively retreated. This was the body's natural reaction to the surrounding danger when faced with an unexpected situation. Gu Fei seemed to be taking a leisurely stroll in the courtyard as he retreated 4 or 5 steps in an instant without leaving a trace. Then, he saw something suddenly pounce down in front of him and hit the ground with a bang. The withered branches and withered leaves on the ground seemed to have been forcefully lashed by a whip as they protruded from the ground with a bang. In the next moment, the withered branches, withered leaves, and debris of soil suddenly sped up and splashed in all directions. Gu Fei was startled. His right foot lightly tapped the ground with a schwa sound, leaving behind an afterimage in his original position, but he had already retreated 30 feet away like the wind and lightning. As fast as the wind and as fast as lightning, as a warrior, Gu Fei's reaction and movement speed were hard to match among cultivators of the same level. Ah! A sound like the roar of a wild beast that caused one's heart to palpitate rang out in the dark forest. At this moment, under the curtain of the night, it seemed exceptionally terrifying. A cowardly person might have turned around and fled, but Gu Fei was not a cowardly person. Not only did he not flee, but he also looked with interest at the fellow who had suddenly pounced down from the tree in front of him. Indeed, the corpse hanging upside down on the tree had actually moved. Not only did it pounce down on Gu Fei from the tree, but it also climbed up from the rotten soil. After Gu Fei's gaze met the corpse's, he could not help but feel his hair stand on end. He saw that the shriveled, sunken eye sockets of the corpse that did not have any signs of life emitted a demonic bloody light. What made Gu Fei's hair stand on end was that this mummy's eye sockets had no pupils, not even the sclera. There were only 2 balls of bloody light, 2 balls of demonic and terrifying bloody light. Ha! The dried corpse stared at Gu Fei with its blood-red eyes and roared. Suddenly, it grinned and leaped into the air, pouncing fiercely towards Gu Fei. Gu Fei clearly saw that when the mummy opened its mouth, the 2 rows of inhuman teeth were long and sharp. If he was bitten, he would definitely be able to tear off a large piece of flesh. This mummy seemed to have turned into a bloodthirsty demon. The hands that pounced towards Gu Fei had 10 fingers that were as sharp as 10 little swords. Such a sharp claw could definitely tear a ferocious beast apart in an instant. Unfortunately, Gu Fei was not a ferocious beast, nor was he an ordinary cultivator. Instead, he was an invincible warrior among cultivators of the same level. Gu Fei directly ignored the 2 waving claws of the evil corpse and punched towards it. Bang! With a loud sound, the evil corpse that was fiercely pouncing towards him was sent flying by Gu Fei's punch. It directly smashed into the big tree behind the evil corpse and rolled on the ground in the rotten soil that was several feet deep. This evil corpse did not seem to have any consciousness. It was only relying on its instincts to pounce. It seemed to have been infected by the demonic nature of the blood-red demon shadow and had been demonized. Although it had a certain amount of attack power, it did not pose a threat to Gu Fei. Humph. You still want to harm people after death. It seems that you were also a person with evil intentions when you were alive. Gu Fei disdainfully looked at the evil corpse that was crawling up from the rotten soil and coldly said. Whoosh! The evil corpse jumped up from the ground again and pounced towards Gu Fei. The layer of deathly gray skin draped over its skeleton was incomparably horrifying. 5 elements rotation, fire element extermination. Gu Fei's hands formed a seal. The power of the fire element surged out from his jumping fingers and swept towards the evil corpse that was pouncing over. The glaring flame illuminated the night sky. Bang! The evil corpse immediately exploded into pieces under Gu Fei's seal. There was no scene of flesh and blood splattering everywhere. This was because there was no flesh on the evil corpse's body. The scattered corpse pieces in the air were instantly obliterated by the surging power of the fire element. They completely disappeared as if they had evaporated. One could vaguely see that when the evil corpse exploded, there were a few traces of blood-red light that dissipated in the flames. After destroying the evil corpse, Gu Fei then took out the magic treasure bag that he had obtained from the evil corpse. He opened it to take a look. Inside was a space that was about 10 feet in diameter. Within this space, there were some bottles and some clothes neatly arranged. Those bottles and jars were all made of the best white jade. Each jade bottle had a label on it. The label said something like, Peiyuan Dan, Qi Nourishing Dan, and so on. They were all elixirs. Cultivators usually use jade to make jade bottles to store medicinal pills. Jade was a very good medium that could prevent spiritual energy from dissipating. The dozen or so bottles of medicinal pills were all ordinary medicinal pills. However, Gu Fei found a bottle of essence condensing pill among the dozen or so bottles of medicinal pills. This kind of medicinal pill was used to break through the shackles of the soul awakening realm and enter the transcending mortality realm. This kind of medicinal pill was rare even in the 3 great Daoist sects. If it was put outside, each one would be worth 100,000 gold, and there was no market for it. Of course, Gu Fei did not know about this. Moreover, he cultivated the martial way and walked the path of martial arts. He was not a cultivator and could not condense a Dao core. Therefore, the essence condensing pill was useless to him. When he left the mountain, he even gave the essence condensing pill that he had obtained after winning the 9 Peaks trials to the female disciple of Purple Bamboo Peak, Xiao Zairu. I wonder how junior sister Zairu is doing now. Gu Fei thought to himself. In the end, there was still a shadow of that beauty in his heart. Gu Fei came back to his senses and continued to examine the things in the magic treasure bag. Apart from the medicinal pills, there was a small pile of refining materials in the corner. There were glowing red pieces of metal that emitted bursts of heat. There were also pitch-black pieces of millennium cold iron that glowed with a cold, black light. Gu Fei even saw a piece of rotten wood among the small pile of materials for crafting weapons. Gu Fei knew nothing about blacksmithing. Thus, he simply ignored these items after taking a glance at them. He was a cultivator, and his body was the best magic treasure. Why would he need to refine magic treasures? What really attracted Gu Fei's attention in the magic treasure bag were the 7 or 8 spiritual herbs that were placed next to the medicinal pills. These spiritual herbs seemed to have been picked not long ago. They still had a bright green color and there were traces of spiritual energy lingering around them. It could be seen that these 7 or 8 spiritual herbs, even if they were not rare heaven and earth spirit essence, they were very rare spiritual herbs that had been around for a long time. It seems that the blood demon only wants to kill people. He doesn't care about these things. Gu Fei mumbled to himself as he put away the magic treasure bag. Gu Fei continued to head west. His direction was not wrong, but he seemed to have forgotten that he was heading in a general direction. He was heading west, but he was not going back the way he came. The areas he passed through were all unfamiliar areas. When the east started to brighten, an earth-shattering explosion suddenly came from the east, as if the sky was falling and the earth was splitting. That sound was much louder than a clap of thunder on a flat ground. The enormous sound wave reverberated in the sky and on the ground. The entire Sky Burial Valley seemed to be able to hear this sudden explosion. When the explosion occurred, Gu Fei was walking in a dense bamboo forest. The sudden sound wave shocked Gu Fei so much that he almost jumped up from the ground. The east. The sound came from the east. Did that old turtle actually succeed? Gu Fei turned to look to the east. His expression changed several times as he muttered to himself in shock. The old turtle seemed to have really pierced through the sky and shattered the earth. It had actually caused such a huge commotion. After the explosion, the ground began to tremble. It was so far away, but the commotion still spread here. It could be seen that the area where the old turtle was had definitely become a terrible, hellish place. Gu Fei could not help but worry for the old turtle. After all, the explosion of the power of heaven and earth was extremely terrifying. Even if an immortal was placed in it, they would also fall. The old turtle has the fake world and the stone turtle shell. He should not die. As Gu Fei thought of this, he continued to turn around and walk. The thick bamboo leaves on the ground were swept up by the breeze from time to time, drifting between the bamboo forest and making a rustling sound. Suddenly, Gu Fei stopped in his tracks. His ears twitched as he heard a faint panting sound coming from the right side of the bamboo forest. It was the sound of a human panting. Gu Fei cultivated on Green Spirit Peak for many years. He often went into the depths of Taishan Mountain to find fierce beasts in the mountains to practice. The panting of a human was different from the panting of a beast. Without any hesitation, Gu Fei turned and walked directly in the direction of the sound. In the ruined sky realm, no one's cultivation could be higher than that of the awakening ninth heaven. Gu Fei, who was invincible among those at the same level, was not afraid of anyone who entered the ruined sky realm. On the contrary, what Gu Fei was most worried about were the demonic beasts that were born and raised in the ruined sky realm, because the demonic beasts that grew up in the ruined sky realm were not suppressed in any way. The power of demonic beasts could break through the awakening realm without any restrictions, but humans could not. In the ruined sky realm, demonic beasts were far more terrifying than humans. The sound became clearer and clearer. Gu Fei walked carefully in the bamboo forest. Although there was a thick layer of bamboo leaves on the ground, Gu Fei walked like an invisible breeze, not making any sound. It's just ahead. Gu Fei's footsteps slowed down. There was a rapid and panting sound coming from behind a clump of bamboo in front of him. It seemed that the person was in a state of extreme panic. Gu Fei quietly turned to the front and saw a person curled up in the rotten bamboo leaves, trembling all over. His head was hidden under his body, so Gu Fei could not see the person's face. However, from the clothes on this person, he could tell that this person was not a high-level disciple of the three great Taoist sects, but like himself, a disciple of the younger generation of the three great Taoist sects. Gu Fei relaxed a little, and at this moment, the person curled up in the rotten bamboo leaves seemed to sense something. He suddenly raised his head and looked at Gu Fei. Lei Ao. When Gu Fei saw the man's face and his miserable state, he couldn't help but cry out in shock. Who is it? Who is it? Chapter 213. Gu Fei could not believe it. He actually met Lei Ao, a disciple of the Biyun Peak of the 9 branches of Taishan, in this bamboo forest. Moreover, Lei Ao's current appearance was extremely frightening. The flesh on the left side of his face was shriveled, as though a piece of human skin was draped over half a skull. His left eye had become a black hole. His right eye, which was still intact, revealed a frenzied and terrified expression. He seemed to have suffered a great shock and was already in a state of confusion and panic. His mind was not clear. To be able to make a young practitioner, whose mind was as firm as a rock, to be so frightened, it could be imagined that Lei Ao must have met with an extremely terrifying thing. However, just as Gu Fei was still in shock, Lei Ao suddenly roared. Then, he pushed himself off the ground and leaped up. In an instant, his entire body emitted endless lightning, as though he had turned into a ball of lightning and charged towards Gu Fei. A vast wave of mana rippled out from Lei Ao's body and shook the area. The bamboo forest shook violently and countless withered bamboo leaves fell from the sky. Chi-chi. When the bamboo leaves that floated down from the sky touched the dazzling lightning, they were instantly burnt into ashes by the lightning and disappeared in the air. Lei Ao, you are crazy. Seeing that, Gu Fei's expression changed. The crazy Lei Ao actually saw him as an enemy and attacked him ferociously. This was something that Gu Fei did not expect. What exactly is going on? While Gu Fei was shocked, he did not panic in the face of danger. He used the desolation steps and left behind several shadows in the air as he retreated quickly. Although Lei Ao seemed to have fallen into madness, the power of the Five Thunder technique could not be underestimated. Boom! With a loud sound, Lei Ao seemed to have turned into a god of thunder. He descended from the sky and landed at the place where Gu Fei was originally standing. With Lei Ao as the center, the terrifying power of lightning surged out in all directions. The dazzling lightning was like thousands of silver snakes dancing wildly, destroying everything. The bamboo forest within 100 feet was burnt to a crisp by the power of thunder and lightning. A huge pit appeared under Lei Ao's feet. Kill, kill, kill. Lei Ao roared crazily. His long hair fluttered in the wind and his remaining right eye was filled with madness and fear. As he waved his hands, thick thunderbolts rushed out from his palms and struck towards Gu Fei. The bamboo forest was filled with thunder and lightning. Dazzling flashes of light illuminated the dark night sky. The violent lightning energy was terrifying to the extreme. It tore through the void, and wherever it passed, nothing could stop it. Everything was turned into ashes. This was the true palm lightning. Even though it was a low-level lightning technique, its power was still shocking. Under the ferocious attack of Lei Ao's lightning power, even Gu Fei was moved. Preposterous. Gu Fei used the 8 desolate steps and displayed the 8 steps' extreme speed. He quickly dodged the raging lightning in the bamboo forest and continuously retreated. He was completely in a passive position because he did not know what had happened to Lei Ao. Gu Fei wanted to see the situation clearly before deciding whether to make a move. After all, even though Lei Ao and he did not have the same master, they were still from the same sect. Attacking someone from the same sect was originally a taboo in the Taishan sect. In the Taishan sect, the punishment for disciples who fought with each other was very severe. Of course, there was no one around. Even if Gu Fei killed Lei Ao on the spot, the people in the sect would not know. There was nothing wrong with the death of a disciple in the ruined sky realm. The ruined sky realm was originally filled with unknown dangers. Moreover, power was also suppressed by the power of heaven and earth. Even if an immortal entered the ruined sky realm, they would face the danger of dying. Lei Ao, can you hear me? Gu Fei said to Lei Ao in a low voice as he dodged Lei Ao's attack. As he spoke, he used the thunder sound of the sky drum. Even though his voice was not loud, it made people feel a mighty power in the world. It was like a great bell. Gu Fei's voice spread to every corner of the bamboo forest. Even people who were in a deep meditative state would be awakened by Gu Fei's thunder sound of the sky drum. However, Lei Ao seemed to have heard Gu Fei's voice. The gaze in his right eye became even more frenzied. Roar! Lei Ao, whose body was emitting dazzling lightning, let out a beast-like roar. Both of his feet pushed against the ground and the ground beneath his feet instantly cracked. At the same time, Lei Ao's tall body had already leaped up from the ground and pounced towards Gu Fei like a ferocious beast hunting its prey. Endless power of lightning gathered in Lei Ao's hands and formed two balls of lightning that emitted a destructive aura. He pounced towards Gu Fei without any regard for his own safety. What offensive and defensive Dao, what thunder technique! Everything seemed to have been thrown out of Lei Ao's mind. He seemed to be fighting based on his instincts. Lei Ao, who pounced down from the sky like a demonic ape, emitted a boundless murderous aura. The lightning balls that were condensed in his hands were smashed towards Gu Fei. Lei Ao seemed to have lost his mind and seemed to have completely fallen into madness. However, Gu Fei, whose eyes were like lightning, noticed a strange situation on Lei Ao's body. When Lei Ao was desperately activating the mana in his body and striking out thousands of lightning bolts, the blood in his body seemed to be dissipating quickly. The flesh on the left side of his body started to dry up gradually. Gu Fei was shocked. There seemed to be an evil and terrifying power on Lei Ao's body that was corroding his body and sucking out the essence of his blood and flesh. It's that blood demon again. Gu Fei no longer retreated and stood upright. Facing Lei Ao, who was pouncing down from the sky, he was extremely calm. With a wave of his hand, Gu Fei directly broke the two balls of lightning that were smashing down from the sky. In the blinding lightning, Gu Fei's right hand formed a seal and pressed towards Lei Ao, who was pouncing down from the sky. Bam! The vast and ferocious power from the seal shook the space. Lei Ao, who was pouncing towards Gu Fei, flew out. Swoosh! Gu Fei's body disappeared from his original position. At the moment when Lei Ao crashed onto the ground, Gu Fei's right hand's 5 fingers had already pressed on the top of Lei Ao's head. As long as he exerted his power, Gu Fei would be able to crush Lei Ao's head into pieces. However, he did not think of taking Lei Ao's life. Under the activation of his Xian Qi, a misty green light started to emit from Gu Fei's right hand. That was the pure power of the wood element. Among the 5 elements, metal, wood, water, fire and earth, there were 5 types of energy. However, only the wood elemental energy had endless vitality. It was the power of life. Lei Ao continued to struggle, but he was firmly pressed onto the ground by Gu Fei. During the 9 Peaks trial, Lei Ao was already not Gu Fei's opponent. Now that Lei Ao had already lost his mind, he was even less of a match for Gu Fei. A vast amount of wood elemental energy surged out from Gu Fei's right hand that was pressing on the top of Lei Ao's head. It penetrated into Lei Ao's body from the Baihui point of Tianling. The Baihui point of Tianling was where the meridians of the human body converged. When the wood elemental energy surged into the Baihui point, it followed the meridians in Lei Ao's body and circulated to every part of his body. It was as if Lei Ao's body was injected with an extremely pure vitality. The evil power in his body was immediately suppressed. Lei Ao's struggle gradually stopped. The gaze that was emitted from his remaining right eye gradually became less frenzied. On Lei Ao's face, there was a look of struggle. Under the activation of his Xian Qi, the surrounding plants started to emit faint green light. That was the essence of the plants. It started to gather towards Gu Fei and was guided by Gu Fei into Lei Ao's body. The essence of the plants was the vitality of life. Gu Fei was robbing the vitality of the plants to nourish and heal Lei Ao's injured body and suppress the evil power in his body. The aura of life surged in Lei Ao's body. However, the situation did not seem to be developing in a good direction. Although Lei Ao's body was no longer shriveled and his flesh and blood were no longer shrinking, half of his body was still lifeless. It was as terrifying as a bag of bones and there were no signs of life recovering. In the bamboo forest, the spiritual energy was vast. Green light was emitted from the bamboo leaves like willow wisps. However, there was no terrifying aura. Instead, it was peaceful and the aura of life was rippling. However, the bamboos around Gu Fei and Lei Ao gradually turned yellow. When the breeze blew, the bamboo leaves danced in the air and floated down. When the sky turned white, Lei Ao seemed to have regained a bit of consciousness. Gu Fei, it's you. Lei Ao recognized Gu Fei. However, even though Gu Fei had injected an endless amount of vitality into him, it could only temporarily suppress the evil power in Lei Ao's body that was corroding his flesh and blood and even his godly soul. Gu Fei knew that once he stopped injecting vitality into Lei Ao's body, Lei Ao would once again sink into endless madness until he became a dry corpse. What exactly happened? Where are the others? Gu Fei took the chance when Lei Ao regained his consciousness and hurriedly asked. Blood. Blood. Bloodlight. Kill, kill, kill. Lei Ao seemed to have thought of something. His right eye was filled with fear and his expression suddenly became extremely agitated. Even Gu Fei almost could not hold him down. I am asking you, where are the others? Gu Fei stared at Lei Ao and said sternly. He knew that the number 2 amongst the younger generation disciples of Bean Peak was finished. The evil power in Lei Ao's body not only destroyed his Dao foundation, it also destroyed his willpower. With his Dao foundation destroyed, there was no hope for him to cultivate. With his willpower destroyed, he would be better off dead than alive. Even if he did not die, Lei Ao would become a useless person and completely lose his qualification to be a cultivator. The others? What others? Haha, all dead, all dead. Lei Ao shouted crazily and the power in his body started to go berserk. What are you doing? Are you crazy? Gu Fei was shocked. He wanted to stop Lei Ao's crazy actions, but the power in Lei Ao's body had already exploded. Crazy. Gu Fei quickly retracted his right hand that was pressing on the Baihui acupoint on Lei Ao's head and quickly retreated. Boom. There was a loud sound and flesh flew everywhere. The pungent smell of blood immediately spread in the bamboo forest and a blood mist dissipated in the air. Lei Ao actually triggered the remaining mana in his body and self-destructed. He actually chose to self-destruct. Seeing this scene, Gu Fei could not help but be tongue-tied and could not speak for a long time. He thought of Lei Ao's crazy words just now and was even more shocked. Could it be that the others really died? Chapter 2:14. Lei Ao had died tragically. After all, they were from the same sect, so Gu Fei's heart was also very heavy. In particular, Lei Ao's last crazy words shocked Gu Fei even more. Every time the blood demon killed a person, it would absorb the essence, qi, and spirit of that person, turning them into a dried corpse. In other words, every time the blood demon killed a person, its power would increase. The demon's purpose was to kill the world and strengthen itself with the energy of all living beings. If it was outside the ruined sky realm, this blood demon would definitely be a nightmarish existence for a group of cultivators. But inside the ruined sky realm, even if the blood demon's power increased because of killing, it was not scary, because the power of heaven and earth inside the ruined sky realm suppressed all external powers. Even the demon was no exception. The blood demon's power would definitely not break through to a higher level than the awakening self realm. But even so, this blood demon was enough to threaten the safety of everyone who entered the ruined sky realm. The evil corpse outside the primitive old forest and Lei Ao in the bamboo forest had obviously been attacked by the blood demon, which was why they lost their lives. It was unknown how this demon had possessed Guo Bufan's body and deceived everyone to enter the ruined sky realm. If this demon escaped from the ruined sky realm, the secret of the ruined sky realm would be exposed. Lei Ao self-detonated, and his body was smashed to pieces. Even his magic treasure pouch had flown away, and the vast and terrifying power blasted a huge pit in the ground. Blood mist rose, and it was extremely tragic. Nothing was left. Blood demon. Seeing such a tragic scene, Gu Fei could not help but be shocked. After a long while, he came to his senses and continued to move forward. Reality was cruel. Gu Fei could not do anything about Lei Ao's death. After all, Lei Ao's Daoist foundation had been destroyed, and the evil power in his body was corroding his muscles, bones, and flesh. Gu Fei could not save him. With Gu Fei's ability, he could only restore a trace of consciousness. But Lei Ao had chosen to die, which was a sad thing. Lei Ao was dead, but Gu Fei had to live on. A magic treasure pouch was a type of space bag that could only be refined by a great cultivator of the void-controlling realm. The power of Lei Ao's self-destruction was hard to destroy. However, Gu Fei was too lazy to search for the magic treasure pouch that was left on Lei Ao's body. Soon, Gu Fei's figure disappeared into the bamboo forest. Outside the Heaven Ruin Realm, at the end of the Heaven Split Valley, thousands of strands of spiritual qi continued to converge on the huge formation in front of the stone wall from all directions. At the center of the formation was an altar that emanated dazzling light that illuminated heaven and earth. Dawn was approaching on the 10th day. Today was the 10th day since they entered the Ruin Heaven Realm, and also the day when the disciples of the three great Daoist societies who had entered the Ruin Heaven Realm returned. The influence of the demon star charging into the seven fiends was about to disappear. The balance of the world was about to be restored. The power of the world was starting to affect the spatial passageway behind the stone door. Even with the boundless spiritual qi of heaven and earth gathered by the formation, it could no longer maintain the stability of the spatial passageway. The stone door also began to rumble and tremble, as if it would close at any time. The Taishan sect lost 3 people, the Shangqing sect lost 5, and the Guangqing celestial sect lost 8. Taoist Li Shang, who was sitting cross-legged in the center of the array in front of the stone wall, looked up at the primordial spirit lamp floating above the altar and muttered to himself. All the young disciples who had entered the Heaven Ruin Realm had left behind a trace of their blood essence to ignite the primordial spirit green lamp. At this time, only 17 of the primordial spirit green lamps were still lit above the altar, still emitting a misty green light. A simple green lamp represented a living person. When the person died, the lamp would go out. No matter how far away they were, no matter where they were, even if they were outside of the world and not within the 5 elements, as long as the person was still alive, the primordial spirit green lamp would not go out. Daoist Li Shang, who was counting the green lamps, had a rather ugly look on his face, because the disciples of the Guangqing celestial sect who had entered the Heaven Ruin Realm this time had almost all been killed. The primordial spirit green lamp that represented Lu Ruhai had also gone out, which greatly surprised Daoist Li Shang. What kind of danger had they encountered? Even the leader of the group had fallen. The death of the leader was very rare among the disciples of the 3 great Daoist sects who had entered the Heaven Ruin Realm. After all, the leader was extremely experienced, and those disciples of the younger generation could not be compared to him. The altar and the formation within the formation, the formation within the formation, and the formation within the formation. The person who had set up the formation to open the Heaven Ruin Realm could be said to be a genius in the art of formations. The primordial spirit gathered from all directions, forming a sea of spiritual qi at the end of the heaven-splitting valley, causing the heaven and earth to shine brightly and radiate auspicious qi, as if it were a paradise on earth. Even though it was daytime, the stars in the 4 directions and 4 mansions were still visible in the sky. Endless power of the stars poured down, converging with the spiritual qi from all directions to form a torrent of energy, sealing the spatial passage behind the stone gate. However, the power of heaven and earth could not be resisted. Under the effect of the power of heaven and earth, the spatial passage behind the stone gate could no longer be maintained. The power of the seal on the stone gate began to surge, and numerous mysterious ancient runes began to appear on the 2 stone gates. Those were ancient divine runes, and possessed unfathomable power. On top of the cliff stood two old Daoists, who were so old that their hair had almost all fallen out, and their teeth were few. Their skin looked like dried orange peels. The ruined heaven realm is going to close tonight at midnight. One of the old Daoists said, looking at the spatial passage that had opened behind the stone gate. The spatial passage was no longer stable. On the cliffs on both sides of the canyon, in addition to the two old Daoists, who were so old that they had one foot in their coffins, stood a number of green-robed disciples with grave expressions. The disciples who were able to guard the heaven-splitting valley, the birthplace of the three great Daoist sects, were not weaklings. The cultivation base of each of them was not much weaker than Xianxia and the others. These green-robed disciples guarding the heaven-splitting valley had the right to enter the heaven-ruin realm. However, not many of them had entered, and those people did not leave their blood essence or light their spirit lamps. Even if the green-robed disciples who had entered the heaven-ruin realm died in the heaven-ruin realm, the people outside would not know. I wonder how many people will be able to come out this time. The situation doesn't seem very optimistic. The other old Daoist glanced at the spirit lamps above the altar in the formation map, and a hint of worry appeared in the old Daoist's cloudy eyes. If we can pick that longevity grass, we might have a chance to become demigods. The old Taoist who spoke first murmured. His turbid eyes began to shine with vigor. Longevity grass. No one knew how much the two old Daoists longed for the longevity grass. If they borrowed another 200 years of lifespan from the heavens, they might be able to break through to the demigod realm and live forever. Demigods were existences who had comprehended the profound meaning of longevity. For cultivators in this realm would have their spirit and nascent souls completely formed, their Tao laws and divine abilities would be born naturally, and they would possess supreme magic power. They were only one step away from truly shedding their mortal bodies and becoming real immortals. Demigods were the highest realm that every cultivator in the Tinglong continent dreamed of cultivating to. The two old Daoists' cultivation base had obviously reached a bottleneck. It was not difficult to imagine that the Grand Master of the two old Daoists, Daoist Kurong, was probably already a demigod. Only an expert of this level could easily destroy the clone of the demon monarch of 6 paths. The longevity grass seemed to have become the life-saving grass for the old freaks of the 3 great Dao sects, and this life-saving grass was now in the hands of Gu Fei. Gu Fei, who was traversing through the mountain forest in the Sky Ruins realm, had unintentionally grasped the fate of the old freaks of the 3 great Dao sects. This was something that no one had expected. When the first ray of sunlight peeked through the horizon, Gu Fei had already walked out of the bamboo forest. He had already walked dozens of miles through the forest. The strange fluctuations coming from the east had already become very weak here, almost to the point that he could not feel them anymore. However, Gu Fei began to feel that something was wrong. Logically speaking, he should have walked out of the Sky Burial Valley after walking so far, but there was still an endless expanse of greenery in front of him. At this moment, the greenery that covered the mountains and plains was extremely dazzling in Gu Fei's eyes. What made him uneasy was that he began to find traces of human activity in the forest, and even traces of fighting. There was also an extremely faint smell of blood in the air. What Gu Fei was worried about did not happen. He did not find that terrifying corpse again. Things were not as Lei Ao had said. It seemed that not all the survivors had been killed by the blood demon. Following the traces in the forest, Gu Fei pursued. He was confident that he could rely on his own combat skills to contend against that demon. He was not a person who would do something even though he knew it was impossible. However, he soon discovered that the traces in the forest had begun to disperse. They seemed to have been ambushed by the blood demon and were fleeing in all directions. Gu Fei stopped at the foot of a mountain. The current situation made him frown. He did not have the doppelganger technique and could not pursue in all directions at the same time. What should he do? When walking in the forest, the less obvious the traces left behind, it meant that the person was an expert. On the contrary, if the traces left behind were more obvious, it meant that the person was in greater danger. If the blood demon followed the traces and chased, it would be easy to catch up with that person. In other words, the person who left a clear trace in the forest had the highest possibility of luring the blood demon away. After a short analysis, Gu Fei decided to head towards the northwest direction. This was because the person who escaped towards the northwest had left a very obvious trace in the places he had passed by. Obviously, if this person did not purposely want to lure the terrifying blood demon away, it meant that this person lacked the experience of walking in the forest. Gu Fei followed the traces and quickly walked through the forest. Very soon, he walked out of the forest and came to the entrance of a valley. This was a flower valley. Just by standing at the entrance, one could smell the faint fragrance of flowers from the valley. This fragrance made one feel relaxed and happy. Looking into the valley, there was a patch of purple and red. A type of beautiful flower that one had never seen before was blooming all over the mountains and plains in the valley. It was a spectacular sight. Chapter 2:15. The gorge was peaceful and harmonious with the chirping of birds and the fragrance of flowers. However, Gu Fei didn't let his guard down because of this, and he became even more careful instead. Because he knew very well that an ambush concealed by peace was the most difficult to guard against. The valley was not big. Gu Fei walked into it step by step. The faint fragrance of flowers lingered in his nose. There was nothing wrong with it. His sharp spiritual sense could not detect the smell of blood in the surroundings. Wherever the blood demon passed, it would leave behind a trace of blood in the air. This was because the blood demon was condensed from essence blood. It seemed that the blood demon did not appear nearby, which surprised Gu Fei. However, the traces in the surroundings showed that someone had entered the valley. Could it be that the blood demon did not chase after him, but went to kill someone else? Gu Fei had his doubts. As a martialist, he did not sense any dangerous aura in the surroundings. The entire valley was about 7 or 8 miles wide. There was no dense forest, and there was a kind of pink flower with a trace of snow-white lines growing in the valley. To Gu Fei's knowledge, he had never seen such a flower before. However, the refreshing fragrance of the flower made him feel energized. The fragrance of this flower seemed to have the effect of refreshing the mind. After walking for about 2 or 3 miles in the valley, Gu Fei arrived at a small stream flowing through the sea of flowers. The stream was so clear that he could see the bottom. He could vaguely see fish swimming in the water. Suddenly, Gu Fei's expression changed. He took a few deep breaths and felt that there was a trace of another aura in the flower fragrance. This aura was very weak, and it was similar to the fragrance of the surrounding flowers. This made Gu Fei almost ignore it. Following this aura, Gu Fei went upstream. At the source of the stream, Gu Fei felt a few thin footprints. Then, Gu Fei found a person in the flowers. To be more precise, it was a woman. A beautiful woman in snow-white clothes was lying in the flowers. Her hair was messy, and her face was flushed. Her breathing seemed to be a little rushed. I didn't expect it to be her. When Gu Fei saw the girl's face, he immediately recognized her. She was Guangqing's junior, Li Mengyao. In that case, the people targeted by the blood demon should be the disciples of the Guangqing Immortal sect. After all, apart from the 10 disciples of the younger generation and Lu Ruhai, who had died tragically at the hands of the old tortoise, there were a few high-ranking disciples of the Guangqing Immortal sect who had entered the ruined sky realm. Presumably, Li Mengyao, Ren Wuming, and the others had met up with the high-grade disciples of the broad accomplishment Immortal sect who had entered the ruined heaven realm. Li Mengyao was lying down in the flower bush. Her black silk was like silk, shining with a bright luster. It made her snow-white skin look even more sparkling and lustrous. She had a peerless face without a single bit of makeup. That was a natural beauty, fresh and beautiful, giving people a feeling of otherworldliness. Her delicate cheeks were like a dream, beautiful beyond compare. Perhaps it was because she had cultivated the path of the sword immortal. Li Mingyao's delicate face gave off a heroic spirit. Her appearance was so beautiful that it simply caused 100 flowers to lose their splendor. Moreover, her red lips that were tender and beautiful like drops of water only caused Gu Fei to have the urge to kiss her from the depths of his heart. What's wrong with me? Gu Fei suddenly realized that his tranquil state of mind had become unprecedentedly restless because of the girl in front of him. This made Gu Fei extremely shocked. Something that had never happened before had actually happened to him. The beautiful girl lying down in the flower bush had actually evoked a feeling that should not have appeared in his heart. The strange feeling in his body made Gu Fei feel uneasy. The fragrance of the surrounding flowers continuously flowed into Gu Fei's mouth and nose. At this moment, he was a little dazed. Although he knew that it shouldn't be like this, his body's reaction seemed to have gone out of his control. His eyes began to become a little blurred. What's going on? What's going on? Could it be the fragrance of the flowers? Gu Fei's mind was shaken. His body, who was standing in the flower bush, began to tremble slightly. He only felt that his heart was pounding like a drum. The frequency of his heartbeat was actually a few times higher than usual. His face also felt like it was burning hot. Gu Fei's resolute face had already gradually softened. His firm gaze also had traces of ripples. Deep in his heart, he was struggling with all his might. He clearly knew that he had unknowingly fallen into the Tao. He felt that his body was becoming more and more out of his control. Moreover, both of his legs were against his will, moving towards Li Mengyao with difficulty. When he had just entered the flower valley, he didn't feel that there was anything strange about the fragrance of the flowers. But now, Gu Fei had gradually lost the ability to resist. The fragrance was making his will to resist weaker and weaker. His rationality was gradually at a disadvantage. This fragrance of the flowers seemed to have triggered the most primitive part of Gu Fei. This was a kind of nature that a man should have. No matter how deeply he hid it, once it was triggered, even a person with a mind as firm as steel would find it hard to control it. Gu Fei was a man among men. Moreover, he was a virgin. He also had that. Moreover, the primitive part deep in his heart was currently being triggered by the fragrance of the flowers. In the confrontation with his rationality, due to the temptation of the fragrance of the flowers, it was obvious that his rationality was gradually being suppressed and he had the upper hand. In the end, Gu Fei extended his arm towards Li Mengyao. Then, Li Mengyao, who had woken up, also extended her jade annulus and wrapped it around Gu Fei. Their bodies were getting closer and closer. When Gu Fei's last bit of rationality was completely replaced, Gu Fei and Li Mingyao's bodies were entangled together. Obviously, Li Mingyao's willpower was not as strong as Gu Fei's. Her expression was already blurred and her eyes were like silk. Therefore, even without the temptation of the fragrance of the flowers, Gu Fei would not be able to sit still. For a moment, in the flowering shrubs by the stream, clothes fluttered in the wind. Li Mengyao, who looked valiant and heroic, was like a fairy from the ninth heaven. However, even though she was still a fairy, she had turned into an intoxicated fairy. Just when Gu Fei and Li Mengyao fell together, swoosh, a guy carrying a black stick suddenly appeared at the entrance of the flower valley. This guy was covered in dirt. He was carrying a big turtle shell on his back and the head of a divine dragon on his head. It was as if he had just crawled out of a fire. His body was covered in burnt black spots. After this guy appeared, the air was immediately filled with a burnt smell. This fellow was the old tortoise who had caused an earth-shattering commotion. Since he was here, it meant that he had successfully subdued the black stone pillar. The black stick on his shoulder that was less than 2 feet long and as thick as a child's arm was probably the black stone pillar. As for why the black stone pillar above the Archean fire vein became like a black stick, it was the old tortoise's doing. This smell, this flower fragrance, and Gu Fei. The old tortoise who was carrying the black stick looked around and a strange smile appeared on his dirty dragon face. Then, the old tortoise retreated far away from the entrance of the valley as if he was avoiding a dreadful beast. Even with the old tortoise's powerful divine sense, the erotic scene that was happening in the flower valley could not escape his senses. I didn't expect there to be so many aphrodisiac flowers here. Is that pervert afraid that he can't do that? He actually transplanted the aphrodisiac flowers, which were extinct even in the Archean era, into his false realm. The old tortoise muttered to himself. He seemed to know the origin of the bright flowers that were blooming all over the mountain in the flower valley. This is the aphrodisiac demonic flower that even immortals and gods can't resist. It can confuse one's emotions. I didn't expect that Gu Fei would be so lucky with women, hee. In the end, the old tortoise carried his black stick and retreated with a lewd expression. The time now belonged only to the two people in the flower valley. In the flower valley, among the flowers, Gu Fei's strong and powerful body that seemed to be cast from fine iron was entangled with Li Mingyao's exquisite body. Her jade-like arms and slender, snow-white thighs were faintly discernible among the flowers, adding a touch of charm to the pure and holy goddess Guangqing. The sun was high up in the sky, and the faint mist that was floating in the valley gradually dispersed. The mellow chirping of birds was crisp and pleasing to the ear, and the delicate fragrance of the flowers still drifted along with the breeze. No one would have thought that in this fairyland-like valley, there would be a demonic flower called the aphrodisiac flower. The seemingly harmless flower had an uplifting fragrance, but it had the magical power to provoke the primal desires of humans. Among the flowers, the two people who were entangled together slowly woke up from their dreams. White clothes were scattered around the flowers. Gu Fei opened his eyes in a daze. What he saw was a peerless immortal face. The pair of eyes that were like autumn water were also full of blur at this moment. Her hair was messy, her jade-like cheeks were bright red, and her soft and delicate skin was white and slender. It was as if she was the most perfect masterpiece of the heavens. Her jade-like skin seemed to be shrouded in a layer of faint radiance under the light of the morning sun. Everything was so beautiful and harmonious. However, a sudden scream pierced through the void and came from the flower valley. This scream completely broke the peace and harmony in the valley. "Ah! What's going on? You. When Li Mengyao woke up, the scene in front of her almost made her go crazy. Gu Fei. I'm going to kill you. Li Mengyao leaped up from the flowers and slapped Gu Fei with no regard for her body.